world of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Jingchen Twins. Lin Ming turned around and saw that the person who spoke was Jiang Lanjian. Although they had not met much, Lin Ming could roughly feel that Jiang Lanjian was a person with extremely high standards. It was not easy for him to call someone a genius. Lin Ming smiled and said, "Interesting. The first round was a battle between two lovers. This second round is really full of masters." Jiang Lanjian looked at Lin Ming in surprise and said, "Your group is a bit strong, but you seem very confident." The masters of the 7 groups are Fan Qi, Betrayal, Jing Qianxue, Xiling and Lin Ming, a total of 5 people, competing for 3 places, and Fan Qi won 1 place. Jiang Lanjian thought that Lin Ming would look solemn, but he didn't expect him to smile. This means that he either gave up competing for the first echelon, or was extremely confident in his own strength. Jiang Lanjian felt that Lin Ming was the latter. Jing Qianxue and Xiling, who do you think will win? Lin Ming asked Jiang Lanjian. Jiang Lanjian shook his head. They didn't show their full strength in the previous matches, and they all qualified with all wins. I couldn't have predicted that. On average, there are 4 to 5 people in each group who qualified with all wins. The 7th group where Lin Ming was composed of 5 undefeated people, Fan Qi, Betrayal, Jing Qianxue, Xiling, and Lin Ming. However, after this group of matches, there will be only 2 people left who can maintain their undefeated status. While the 2 were talking, the battle in the field had already begun. This was an extremely strange battle. The audience could not see where Xiling was from beginning to end. They could only see the light blades that were like flowers scattered by a goddess, which dazzled their eyes. With his powerful perception, Lin Ming could see clearly that Xiling threw 6 light blades with one hand. These light blades seemed to be casually released, but each one was enough to kill an ordinary warrior in the condensation vein stage in seconds. Because the speed was too fast, the light blades drew a series of rainbow shadows, and the sharp and piercing whistling sound also made people's scalps numb. The power of manipulating light is truly miraculous. Lin Ming could sense that, although the main attack force of the light blade was genuine, it did contain a strong element of light. This was a mysterious force that was more elusive than the 7 natural elements of heaven and earth: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. In the blink of an eye, there were already 36 light blades in the air. These light blades were whistling and dancing in the air, but they did not attack Jing Qianxue. At this moment, Xiling suddenly clasped her hands together and shouted, "36 light blades kill." With this shout, the 36 light blades turned around and rushed towards Jing Qianxue. Facing the light blade attack with no blind spots, Jing Qianxue raised her hands horizontally, and a soft light emanated from her heart. A thick light shield like an eggshell appeared around her body. Kai kai kai. The thick halo emitted by the light blade suddenly encountered great resistance, and the speed dropped greatly. At the same time, the edges of the light blades were quickly melted by the light shield. Ming Qianxue hand. Jing Qianxue flipped her hands, and a series of finger shadows condensed on her fingertips, covering the sky and the earth. Boom. Xiling, who had been hiding in the distorted light, groaned and was directly forced out by Jing Qianxue's virtual big hand. She held a shining sword of light in her hand, and her face was full of shock. Defeat. Jing Qianxue opened her red lips slightly, hummed, and a golden handprint condensed in front of her. Ming Qian Prajna palm. Boom. The huge golden handprint pressed on Xiling's body. Xiling's lightsaber broke, spit out a mouthful of blood, and flew backwards, hitting the protective shield heavily. Jing Qianxue wins. As the referee announced, the audience had not yet recovered. From the beginning to the end of the game, it only took a short 10 breaths. Jing Qianxue only used 3 moves, 1 of which was defensive and 2 were offensive. After 3 moves, Xiling was defeated. Jing Qianxue did not move. The veil hanging lightly on her face was not even blown up by the wind. From beginning to end, Jing Qianxue was extremely calm. Xiling was not an unknown person. She was selected as the core disciple of Huanzang since she was a child. She was extremely talented. She ranked 56th in the last Zhangzhang martial arts competition. This time, she won all the group matches and would have entered the top 30 without any accident. However, she lost to Jing Chanyu, and she lost within 3 moves. This Jing Chanyu is too strong. Jiang Lanjian raised his eyebrows. He would not be surprised if Jing Chanyu and Ziling won. What surprised him was that Jing Chanyu won with an overwhelming advantage, which proved that she already had the strength to impact the top 20. If she really entered the top 20, she would be considered a figure. As far as Jiang Lanjian knew, Jing Chanyu was not old and could participate in the Zhangzhang martial arts competition again in 3 years. By that time, she might be more popular than Zhang Yan's Heo in this session. If he could break into the top 10 as a disciple of the 36 nations, it would be enough to be recorded in the history of the 7 Mysterious Valley sect. This is an incredible achievement. Moreover, Jing Chanyu also has a twin brother, Jing Qianxue. Presumably, Jing Qianxue's strength is not much weaker than Jing Chanyu. A small Jingchen kingdom suddenly produced 2 disciples who are expected to impact the top 10 of the general sect martial arts competition in 3 years. This has never happened in the past 100 years. Jiang Lanjian couldn't help but glance at Lin Ming beside him, but saw that Lin Ming still looked calm. Although he might be a little surprised by Jing Chanyu's strength, he was obviously not worried about himself. What a confident guy. This general sect martial arts competition is worth watching. The 36 nations and the 16 martial arts cultivation families have successively produced 4 peerless geniuses, Zhang Yan's Heo, Jingchen twins, and Lin Ming. Moreover, Jingchen twins and Lin Ming are not very old. There is still a lot of room for development in the next general sect martial arts competition. Thinking of this, Jiang Lanjian's eyelids suddenly jumped. Lin Ming looked like he was 16 or 17 years old. How old is he? 16 and 17, although only 1 year apart, make a huge difference for young warriors. Children from large sects usually start practicing martial arts when they can walk, but the practice of martial arts in childhood is just a symbolic foundation, using medicine to nourish and improve physical fitness, and does not cultivate true essence. The real practice of martial arts, true essence training, requires the body to start growing and developing, that is, from the age of 12. At this time, warriors will be divided into 6 levels of physical training, such as strength training, flesh training, and organ training. 16 years old means 4 years of training, and 17 years old means 5 years of training. The difference is naturally not small. If Lin Ming is 17 years old, he can only be considered a first-class genius. If he is 16 years old, he is an absolute genius. Compared with the direct disciples of the 7 major branches, he is not much inferior. The second game, Fang Qi vs. Zhao Yan. Hearing Fang Qi's name, Lin Ming couldn't help but pay a little attention. The 7 major branches of Qixuan Valley are Sword Sect, Formation Sect, Puppet Sect, Qin Sect, Joy Sect, Refining Sect, and Illusion Sect. Among them, the Sword Sect has the strongest attack power, but it does not mean that the disciples of the Sword Sect are the most powerful. The other 6 sects have their own unique skills. Some sects, such as the Puppet Sect, the Illusion Sect, and the Formation Sect, have extremely strange attack methods, and various strange moves emerge in an endless stream. They are not as strong as the Sword Sect, but they are more difficult to deal with than the Sword Sect. Among the 7 major sects, Lin Ming is most interested in the Formation Sect. The second memory fragment he obtained came from a great formation master. Unfortunately, Lin Ming could not practice the formation in the memory of the formation master because of his insufficient cultivation. Lin Ming thought that, in order to arrange a large-scale killing formation, at least innate cultivation was required, but the 7 Mysterious Valley Formation Sect taught him a good lesson. The small thunderbolt evil fire bead saved Lin Ming's life. This ingeniously constructed macro thunder and fire killing formation sealed in the formation bead was something Lin Ming had never thought of before. Lin Ming even considered whether he would join the Formation Sect if he really wanted to enter the 7 Mysterious Valley Sect in the future. At the beginning of the game, Zhao Yan used offensive martial arts and arranged layer after layer of body protecting true essence on his body. No one laughed at him for being timid. In fact, he was brave enough to face the 7 direct disciples. Zhao Yan himself was not an unknown person. He ranked 70th in the last general martial arts competition. He only lost one game in this group match. Although his hope of entering the first echelon was slim, it was not a problem to enter the second echelon. Red Flame. After reaching the extreme in self-protection, Zhao Yan directly took out his trump card. He was a disciple of the refining sect. He had refined a pseudo-fire essence in his body. He poured all his true essence into the pseudo-fire essence, and a lifelike fire dragon broke through the air. Although the heat of the fire dragon could not be felt through the protective magic circle outside the arena, the completely distorted light around the fire dragon could predict something. Such a fire dragon was enough to evaporate the water in a small lake. If it hit a warrior, it could burn a general mid-stage condensation vein master to death. However, Fang He just raised his right hand and drew a golden array symbol in the air. Then, an incredible scene happened. The flame dragon rushed into the golden array symbol and disappeared like a drop of water. It was as if the golden array symbol was connected to a different space and moved the flame dragon away. Seeing such a strange scene, Zhao Yan sighed dejectedly and said, "I give up." The red flame fire was already his strongest move, but in front of Fang He, it didn't even produce a spark. It just disappeared out of thin air. This made Zhao Yan feel powerless. The gap was so big that he couldn't even estimate how much it was. Fang He wins. There was no surprise in this victory. People just admired the strength of the direct disciple and began to wait for the next game. Lin Ming kept thinking about the array symbol just now. Why could a small array symbol swallow the red flame fire that Zhao Yan had used all his strength? He felt that the array system of the God Realm Mighty was very different from the array system of the 7 Mysterious Valley Array sect. It could be said that they were two completely different life skills. In Lin Ming's opinion, the Kixuan Valley Array sect's array system is more useful to him now. At this moment, the referee's voice interrupted Lin Ming's thoughts. The third match, Lin Ming vs. Betinghua. Lin Ming raised his head and met Betinghua's eyes. At this time, Betinghua's face smiled as brightly as his name. "Thank you Yaoi for the 10,000 starting coins reward. Thank you very much." Chapter 252 Lin Ming vs. Betinghua. The battle between Lin Ming and Betinghua was another heavyweight match, which meant that there would be one less player in the 7 groups with all wins. This battle attracted great attention, not only because of Lin Ming's amazing strength, but also because it was related to who would be the first in the 36 countries. Previously, Jing Chanayu's victory over Ziling directly reduced Jing Chanayu's odds of winning the 36 countries to 1:1.1, and his brother Jing Qianxue's odds of winning the championship also dropped to 1:1.3. This made those warriors who had not bought Jingchen twins before regret it greatly, while those who had already bought it were smiling. With odds of 1:1, it was almost impossible to make any money, but even so, there were still many people who bought Jingchanyu, and Lin Ming's odds also increased to 1:6. Although he was the third favorite to win the championship, the gap in odds with Jingchen twins was really a bit big. This time, Lin Ming's battle with Betinghua was an extremely important battle, which could largely predict who would be the first in the 36 countries in the future. There is no doubt that Betinghua is stronger than Ziling. As for who is stronger between him and Jingchanyu, most people still support Jingchanyu. If Lin Ming cannot beat Betinghua, he will basically lose the qualification to compete for the first place in the 36 countries. However, Lin Ming's cultivation is only at the peak of bone forging, while Betinghua's cultivation is at the late stage of condensing veins. The difference is almost one realm. Can he really win? Not to mention that the general audience is not optimistic about Lin Ming. Even Qin Xingxuan himself is not sure. Lin Ming, I have been waiting for this battle for a long time. It's a pity to miss you in the group stage. Betinghua's face is originally a bit feminine, and at this time, she is smiling like a blooming daisy. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at Qin Xingxuan in the audience and said, "Your little female companion seems to hope that you can win, but I'm happy to disappoint her. I also feel it's a pity to miss you in the group stage. As for my friend, don't worry, she won't be disappointed. Lin Ming has no problem winning Betinghua, but he is not sure whether he can win Betinghua with the reincarnation martial spirit." As soon as these words came out, the audiences were speechless. This Lin Ming was really confident. Betinghua was one of the top 3 core disciples of the current Huanzang. She was in the late stage of condensing veins, and her real combat power was no less than that of a half-step postnatal master. In this general sect martial arts competition, Betinghua was very likely to impact the top 20, while as for Lin Ming, he could only rely on his strange soul attack. With Fang Qi, Jing Chanyu, and Betinghua in front, most people did not think he could enter the first echelon. Betinghua laughed, very confident. Unfortunately, I have to tell you that I can also do soul attacks. I wonder if your soul attack is weak or minus strong? I was not sure at first, but seeing your state, I'm more confident. Humph, you don't know what you are talking about. With a cold snort from Betinghua, the surrounding scene suddenly changed, and all the audience disappeared. Lin Ming and Betinghua stood in an endless field, with soft grass under their feet, dotted with wildflowers and lush grass. My illusion sect's illusion, combined with soul attack. Let's see how you can block it. Illusion attack is also a kind of soul attack, which can kill people without being seen. The caster creates an independent illusion space. In the illusion space, the caster is almost a god, and can visualize all kinds of things, to kill the target in the illusion space. Once the warrior trapped in the illusion space thinks he is dead, then he is really dead. Illusions can also kill people. Ordinary moves achieve the purpose of killing by destroying people's bodies, while illusion attacks can directly kill people's souls. Die. Betinghua shouted, and behind him, a beautiful snake appeared. The upper body of the beautiful snake was naked, with a nearly perfect figure and a stunning appearance, while the lower body was the body of a python. It's a good deal for you to die in the belly of the beautiful snake. Go, eat him. Betinghua's mind moved, and the corner of the beautiful snake's mouth showed a charming smile. The body that was originally coiled on the ground suddenly straightened, and she instantly shot out like an arrow. Ah! The beautiful snake let out a low roar, and her cherry red lips suddenly opened. This time, her mouth opened from the corners to the back of her ears, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Her originally beautiful face instantly became hideous and terrifying. A duel in the illusion? The battle between the illusion and the soul is actually what Lin Ming likes the most. These days, he has been comprehending the martial spirit of reincarnation. Of course, he would not miss such a fighting opportunity. He closed his eyes and opened them again. Lin Ming's eyes had lost their pupils and turned into a black vortex. The martial spirit of reincarnation exploded, and the vortex rolled back. The entire illusion grassland was set off by a black storm. The grass leaves and petals were torn apart by the storm, and then they were uprooted. A large amount of soil and rocks were twisted into the air. The beautiful snake was also twisted into the storm, screaming continuously, and was torn apart in an instant. Your eyes. As soon as Betinghua had this reaction, he felt his brain shake, and countless illusions poured into his brain. His sea of spirit was almost lost in an instant. Boom. The grassland illusion collapsed, and turned into nothingness under the endless vortex. In its place, there was an endless black space. There were countless brilliant stars above his head and rugged black rocks under his feet. Die. Lin Ming's eyes flashed, and the black vortex fell into the body of Betinghua, tearing him apart completely. However, the shattered Betinghua turned into countless black butterflies, fluttering and flying away. Lin Ming's heart trembled. This Betinghua was really difficult to deal with. Hundreds of black butterflies filled the sky. After a few breaths, they pounced on Lin Ming together. In the process of attacking, the butterflies turned into hawks, with sharp claws shining coldly. Puff puff puff. The hawks sank into Lin Ming's body, as if they had no substance, and pounced directly on his sea of spirit. At that time, the sky above Lin Ming's sea of spirit had been obscured by countless hawks. Get lost. Thunder flashed in Lin Ming's pupils, and purple lightning burst out in his spiritual sea. A huge purple thunder dragon went in and out of the sea of clouds, and thunder rolled. Lightning as thick as pillars filled the sky. The hawk was hit by thunder and screamed. Black feathers flew all over the sky and turned into ashes in the thunder in an instant. The power of thunder is the most restraining ghosts and illusions. These illusionary attacks can't hurt Lin Ming's spiritual sea at all. A spiritual sea full of purple thunder? Betinghua was shocked. This is simply an absolute defense of the soul. Unless the difference in cultivation is too great, no one can break Lin Ming's spiritual sea with a soul attack. For Thunder Warriors, the power of thunder is filled in the true essence. If the fusion degree of thunder power and true essence can reach 60%, it is already very good. This is the 4th grade thunder fit, which has great practical significance. Reaching 90% is the 5th grade thunder fit, which is a genius. When it reaches 100%, it is the 5th grade superior thunder fit, which is a demon. When it exceeds 100%, the thunder power is not only integrated into the true essence, but also enters the warrior's body, reaching the point of thunder tempering the body. Every move, every gesture, there is thunder flashing, which is the 6th grade fit. The higher the degree of integration between the thunder power and the body, the higher the thunder fit. The 6th grade superior fit is the limit that Betrayal knows, but he has never heard that the thunder power can enter the sea of spirituality. How high is the thunder fit to reach this point? Could it be the 7th grade? If it is really the 7th grade, Lin Ming does not need to use soul attacks at all. Just using the thunder power can defeat me. This is impossible. Either I understand it wrong, or this kid has done this through some secret method. Betrayal comforted herself like this, but inevitably a fear arose in her heart. His main means of attack was illusion attack. If he could not do anything to the opponent's spiritual sea, then the opponent would be invincible. The duel of soul power was ever changing. Once the mind was afraid, it would be a huge flaw. Lin Ming, who had a keen sense of perception, instantly captured the gap in the defense layer of Betrayal's spiritual sea, and the reincarnation martial spirit burst out. Are you kidding me? I've been to the toilet and come back. Why are these two people still standing on the stage? Are they still competing or not? You idiot, the competition has already started. From just now until now, the two of them have been fighting in illusion. What? The warrior who spoke was from a martial arts family and had no idea about the illusion attack of the 7 Mysterious Valley. The Qianxue Valley illusion sect has 2 schools, illusion attack and illusion destruction. The Zealing we saw before was from the illusion attack school, attacking the body, and the current Betrayal is from the illusion destruction school, destroying the soul. That Lin Ming also happens to be a soul attack, so the two of them just stood there. Don't look at them standing still. In fact, the duel process is extremely dangerous, and if they are not careful, they will become idiots. Bullshit illusion duel, I can't see anything. It's not interesting at all. The warrior from the martial arts family said, patted his butt and left. Anyway, he had been eliminated. He would watch whichever side was fierce. He didn't care who won or lost, who was strong or weak. However, not everyone was like that warrior, who only watched the excitement. Many people present were disciples of the illusion sect and experts of the illusion destruction school. They came specifically to watch this ultimate duel of soul power. Although Betrayal was not the strongest disciple of the younger generation of the illusion sect, he specialized in the illusion destruction school, and his attainments in illusion attack and soul attack were close to the highest level of the younger generation of the illusion sect. It can be said that the soul power duel between Lin Ming and Betrayal symbolizes a duel between Lin Ming and the first person of the younger generation of the Qianxue Valley illusion school. If Betrayal loses, no one in the entire Qianxue Valley's younger generation can surpass Lin Ming in soul power attainments. This is definitely something that makes the illusion sect feel ashamed. Having the best skills, the best master, growing up eating spiritual grains from spiritual valleys, and all kinds of resources at your disposal, but in the end losing to a country warrior, it is really unacceptable. The update tomorrow at noon may be delayed. This chapter was coded in the time I spent staying at the hotel in Kunming. I estimate that I will not be able to get home until tomorrow morning. The update at noon will be late, so I will make up for it in the afternoon. Chapter 253. One is willing to fight, the other is willing to be beaten. In the illusionary space, the tidal wave of Samsara martial intent rushed towards Betrayal frantically. Because of the momentary hesitation, Betrayal's mind had a flaw, and Lin Ming seized the opportunity and pursued her relentlessly. Boom. Countless illusions poured into Betrayal's mind, and Betrayal was entangled in the vortex of reincarnation. The duel between soul forces is ever changing and the most dangerous. One wrong move will lead to a complete loss. Fortunately, in terms of soul force application skills, Betrayal is much better than Lin Ming. Although the floor just now put him in a passive situation, he can barely hold on by using his soul force defense skills to defend the Sea of Spirit. The two fought harder and harder. Lin Ming relied on the purple dragon divine thunder of the Sea of Spirit to attack but not defend. He went all out in every move. With the power of thunder protecting the Sea of Spirit, he was almost invincible. As for Betrayal, danger was everywhere. The illusion sect's skills were naturally incomparable to the reincarnation martial arts that Lin Ming had comprehended in the reincarnation of the top level of the witch god's holy land. It was only with the foundation accumulated from his years of practice in the illusion sect that he could barely hold on. The mental power was rapidly consumed, and Betrayal standing on the ring was pale without a trace of blood. This kid, his soul power is so strong. As a disciple of the illusion sect, Betrayal had specially condensed his soul power, but compared to Lin Ming, it was still not as good. You know, Betrayal's cultivation was almost one realm higher than Lin Ming. Fortunately, this guy has a single means of attack, and he completely lacks the skills to use soul power, so he wastes a lot in every attack. Betrayal's mind turned quickly while resisting Lin Ming's attack, thinking about the possibility of winning. I only defend and don't attack. Although Lin Ming has strong soul power, he doesn't know how to use it. Every time he attacks, he will waste a lot of soul power. In addition, I'm the one defending, which saves energy. His soul power consumption rate is about 3 times that of mine. If this continues, he will definitely lose. As long as I can withstand his fierce attack, I will win. Once the soul power is exhausted, the purple lightning in his spiritual sea will not be able to be maintained. Thinking of this, Betrayal smiled grimly. After all, he is a warrior from the countryside. He only has brute force, but does not know the skills. He is destined to lose to himself. Betrayal never thought that his idea was exactly what Lin Ming was thinking. Lin Ming has been fighting with the reincarnation martial spirit since the start of the game, just to comprehend the reincarnation martial spirit. An opponent like Betrayal who is close to him in strength, skilled in the use of soul power, and has good endurance is hard to come by. For Lin Ming, Betrayal is an excellent whetstone. The illusion space changed again and again, from grassland to dark space, from dark space to desert, from desert to blood pool hell. Around Betrayal, there were either flying ghosts or beautiful snakes entangled. These ghosts and monsters were all imagined by Betrayal to protect a spiritual sea, but under Lin Ming's overwhelming attack, they were crushed by the black vortex one by one. This battle lasted for 1 incense stick, 2 incense sticks, 3 incense sticks, until half an hour. The two stood on the ring from beginning to end, motionless. Betrayal's face was already as pale as gold paper. Half an hour of high intensity energy consumption is not something that ordinary people can endure. If it weren't for Betrayal's good talent and solid foundation, he would have fallen down long ago. How is it possible? Is this guy really a human? Betrayal couldn't imagine that the other party could persist with him until now at a speed of 3 times the soul power consumption. If it were him, he would have been killed long ago. Hold on a little longer. He won't be able to hold on. I'll still be the winner in the end. Lin Ming was indeed a little bit unable to hold on as Betrayal said. He had been on the attacking side for a long time, and he was exhausted. He relied on the Tai soul art left by the great power of the god realm. He had already mastered this soul art when he was practicing the inscription technique before. Although the Tai soul art was not a great soul art in the god realm, it was the best of the best in the Xianan continent. However, even so, he couldn't bear the soul power consumption 3 times that of Betrayal. His face was even worse than Betrayal's. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and insisted on attacking until now because he had gained a lot of substantial benefits in such a high intensity battle. The soul power application skills were secondary. The most important thing was that this was a great opportunity to comprehend the martial spirit of reincarnation. It would be a pity to miss such an experienced opponent like Betrayal. The two stood on the ring for half an hour in a row, waiting until the eyes of the people around them were blank. The disciples of the illusion sect were fine. After all, they were used to this kind of competition, and the result of the competition also affected the reputation of their illusion sect, so they would watch patiently. As for the others, they had long lost their patience. Some had already left the field, and some fell asleep. Lin Ming can't seem to hold on any longer. In the duel between soul power and illusion, it was difficult for outsiders to tell who had the upper hand during the competition, nor could they tell what kind of moves were made in the competition. They could only tell by the external performance of the two. Now, beating Hua's situation was slightly better than Lin Ming's. Well, it's incredible that a warrior from the 36 countries can do this. It's really a genius to force senior brother B into this state, but that's all. At least we can barely save the face of our illusion sect. When the two illusion sect disciples were talking, Lin Ming's body trembled noticeably, and although beating Hua's face was as pale as paper, she was still able to stand steadily. We are going to win. Finally, the disciples of the illusion sect who were present finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was difficult to win, and they still lost a lot of face, they won anyway. This soul power competition was a competition of endurance and willpower. After a few dozen breaths, Lin Ming's soul power was really exhausted. If his soul power was really exhausted, then Lin Ming would lose the ability to control his true essence, and would definitely lose. It seems that this is really the end. Lin Ming felt a little sorry. He wanted to hold on for a while longer and understand more things. Now it seems that he can only end the soul power duel and use the heavy profound soft silver gun to get rid of the green court flower. Just when he was considering withdrawing the remaining soul power, suddenly a pure soul energy surged out from under Lin Ming's spiritual sea, which shocked him. Huh? What is this? Such a pure soul power suddenly surged out from under the spiritual sea, as if it had been buried here for a long time, just waiting to be excavated. This seems to be. I remember it. This is the soul power I absorbed in the hungry ghost gate of the sorcerer god tower. Lin Ming suddenly realized that when Lin Ming entered the life and death trial of the sorcerer god tower, he passed 7 gates in one breath. The first level of the Hell Gate strengthens the blood and ki of the warrior. The second level of the Hungry Ghost Gate strengthens the soul power. The third level of the Livestock Gate strengthens the physical strength. The fourth level of the Sorcerer Slave Gate increases the physical defense. The fifth level of the Mortal Gate directly improves the warrior's cultivation. The sixth level of the God Envoy Gate has no reward. And the 7th level of the Sorcerer God Realm allows Lin Ming to comprehend the meaning of reincarnation. In the second level of the Hungry Ghost Gate, Lin Ming used the power of thunder to kill a large number of hungry ghosts and a beautiful woman in the form of a king of ghosts. These dead ghosts turned into pure soul power, nourishing Lin Ming's soul. Because there was too much soul power and Lin Ming's cultivation was limited, he only absorbed a small part and stored the rest in his body. The same was true for the blood power absorbed by the blood demon killed in the Hell Gate. It was temporarily stored. Today, by chance, this soul power was awakened and continuously injected into his sea of spirit, strengthening and nourishing Lin Ming's soul. Of course, the nourishment of the soul cannot be achieved overnight, but is a long process. But once it starts, it will not stop. It can be said that for a long time in the future, even if Lin Ming only eats and sleeps, his soul will continue to become stronger. What a pleasant surprise. Lin Ming's face flushed, and he was extremely excited after accidentally connecting to the soul power buried in the sea of spirit. Now that there is beating her helping him to absorb, how could he let go of this opportunity? With the support of pure soul power, Lin Ming's soul attack became more and more fierce. How is this possible? He still has the strength to make a new round of attacks? Beating her was going crazy. Lin Ming's soul power consumption rate was 3 times that of his, but until now, he still had the strength to launch a new round of attacks, and he was already stretched to the limit and overwhelmed. Impossible. Even Huan Xiaodi is not so perverted. Huan Xiaodi is the disciple of the leader of Huan sect. In Kixuan Valley, Huan sect and Qin sect are mainly female disciples. In terms of strength, Huan Xiaodi is much stronger than Beting Hua. He must have reached his limit. This should be a last gasp. Beting Hua was sure of her guess. Lin Ming had reached his limit just now. Now there was a sudden new round of fiercer attacks. It was probably because he used some secret method that had side effects on the body. Most warriors who specialize in soul power will know several such secret methods and use them to save their lives at critical moments. Many secret methods stimulate the potential of the soul through self-hypnosis. The human soul is very fragile, and it is difficult to repair once it is injured, so most of these secret methods have side effects. Kixin Valley Huan sect, of course, also has such secret methods. Relatively speaking, the side effects of Huan sect's secret methods are small. Humph. Everyone has secret techniques. If you use them, why can't I use them too? But Qianxue was also furious. It was just a duel, not a fight to the death. He would not use a secret technique with side effects that would not be worth the risk. However, he had been too confident before. If he lost, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the Seven Profound Valley. Besides, there were only 3 places in the first echelon. But Qianxue believed that he was definitely not the opponent of a pervert like Fang Qi. He was not sure about Jing Chanyu either. If he lost to Lin Ming again, he would be in real danger. If he, as one of the top 3 disciples of the illusion sect, could not even enter the first echelon, he would be too ashamed to face anyone. Thinking of this, but Qianxue gritted his teeth and said, I will fight you to the death. Blood sacrifice soul calling technique. I got home at 11 o'clock, took a rest, and finally finished this chapter. Chapter 254 Blood sacrifice soul calling technique. My Kixin Valor soul inducing technique definitely has fewer side effects than yours. Let's see who can't hold on first. But Qianxue was also determined. He couldn't afford to lose this fight. If his soul was damaged, at most he would just have to stay in bed for a few months, and then spend some sect contribution points, use some connections, and get a few bottles of top grade soul nourishing elixirs, and he would be able to recover. If he lost the game, he would lose face completely, and his ki would not flow smoothly, which would still affect his future cultivation. Just like that, the offensive and defensive battle between Lin Ming and Qianxue suddenly became more brutal. Lin Ming's reincarnation martial arts attacked like a tide, and the monsters around Qianxue were destroyed one after another, but they were born one after another. I defend while you attack. 3 times the soul power consumption, plus the soul inducing secret method with side effects. I don't believe your soul is made of iron. I want to see how many lives you have to toss. In Qianxue's opinion, the side effects of Lin Ming's soul inducing secret method must be much greater than hers. In addition, Lin Ming came from a small rural area and could not understand the cultivation after the soul was damaged. Even if he understood, he could not get medicine. Maybe his cultivation would drop sharply because of this. Thinking of this, Qianxue's mood suddenly improved. The depression after using the blood sacrifice soul inducing method suddenly became clear. Many times, it doesn't matter how miserable you are. What matters is whether there are people who are more miserable than you. It is extremely terrifying for one person to face death. If everyone faces the end of the world together, they will not feel afraid. At this moment, Qianxue's face changed. In the illusion space, the black vortex that gave him a headache disappeared and was replaced by a group of hungry ghosts who were so thin that only bones were left. The lower limbs of these hungry ghosts seemed to be short and thin due to malnutrition, but their heads were huge. Their mouths were open all the way to the back of their heads, with a mouthful of sharp and dense teeth, and a long blood-red tongue hanging out, saliva dripping continuously. Could this guy also visualize illusions to attack? Qianxue's face was gloomy. Before this, Lin Ming could only use black vortexes to attack, but now he summoned such a group of hungry ghosts. He naturally thought that these hungry ghosts were all visualized by Lin Ming. Qianxue. After using the blood sacrifice soul calling method, Qianxue's soul power increased a lot, and he directly visualized the Qianxue, which was usually difficult to summon. Bang! Qianxue collided directly with the hungry ghosts. Dozens of hungry ghosts pounced on Qianxue and bit him madly. Then, with Qianxue's face getting uglier and uglier, Qianxue resisted for a while before being eaten. Half an hour and another quarter of an hour passed. Exclamation mark. The two were still standing on the stage, with no intention of deciding the winner. At this point, the disciples of Huanzang who were watching the game below felt terrified. It was very dangerous to play the game to this point. Flesh injuries will heal in a few days, but injuries to the bones will take 100 days. If the soul is damaged, it may take several years or even a lifetime. Even with the best elixir, it will take several months to recuperate. The two stood for more than half an hour, and the fight was still undecided. Are they going to fight to the death? Brother B seems to have used the blood sacrifice soul calling technique. Look at his bloodshot eyes. He has definitely reached his limit. If he continues, His soul will be seriously injured. Wait for another incense stick of time. If it doesn't work, we will ask the referee to force the game to end. This game will be a draw. However, I don't think that Lin can hold on for another incense stick of time. Look at his face. It's abnormally red. Well, his soul power suddenly surged just now. He must have used some secret method, and it is more powerful than the blood sacrifice soul calling technique. Generally speaking, the more powerful the secret method, the greater the side effects. After Lin Ming stimulated the pure soul power hidden in the sea of spirit, the blood flow in his body accelerated, and his face became flushed. In the eyes of the illusion sect disciples, it was just like the sickly red. After using the soul calling secret technique, half an incense stick, how can Lin Ming still hold on? A illusion sect disciple frowned and said, "It seems wrong." The disciple of Huanzang who spoke earlier frowned. The opponent had been holding on for too long. However, there was no other explanation for the sudden increase in soul power except the soul-inducing secret method. Could it be that the opponent had a set of top-grade soul-inducing secret methods without side effects? This was absolutely impossible. He immediately rejected this absurd idea. If there really was such a secret method, wouldn't the soul power of a warrior be endless? At this moment, the female disciple beside him pointed and whispered, "Senior brother B has a nosebleed." He looked back and saw two red bloods flowing from Beating Hua's nose. It had already passed through her mouth and was dripping down along her chin. Oops. Quickly stop the game. The opponent is a crazy man who doesn't care about his life. At this moment, Beating Hua's body shook and fell to the ground with a plop. Lin Ming wins. As the referee announced, most of the audience had only one reaction. This boring game was finally fucking over. From the beginning of the game, the two people were staring at each other for more than half an hour. Is there any game more boring than this? Several disciples of the illusion sect ran to the stage. At this time, Beting Hua's face was pale, her eyes were bloodshot, and her nose was bleeding. She had lost consciousness. Take her away. A female disciple who looked to be in her 20s waved her hand. She didn't have a good impression of Beting Hua, but she was one of the top 3 core disciples of the younger generation of the illusion sect. She looked at Lin Ming deeply, hoping to find some sequelae of the soul calling secret technique on him, but she was disappointed. She didn't believe in the soul calling technique without side effects, so there was only one explanation, that the other party had spare power all along, but just pretended to be exhausted in order to induce Beting Hua to fight him. The woman's face turned cold. You could have won a long time ago, but you deliberately let Beting Hua fight you like this? Lin Ming turned around to leave, but when he heard the woman's question, he paused and looked back at the woman. He didn't deny anything. The soul power dormant in his sea of spirit could not be explained at all. He pointed at Beting Hua who was still lying on the ground and said, "You can think whatever you want, but if it was me lying on the ground now, you, as a junior brother, might be happy to make me even worse. I didn't use any heavy hands on him, but he became like this. Is it the sequelae of using some secret method? It's just a competition, but he would rather use a secret method with side effects to deal with me. How big a grudge does he have?" The woman paused and couldn't say anything to refute. "I didn't force him to use any secret method. He asked for it, but you blame me for harming him. Is this the logic of your Kixuan Valley Huanzang? Only you are allowed to oppress others, and others are not allowed to resist?" The woman gritted her teeth and said, "It's obviously you who had ulterior motives and induced Beting Hua to do this. It's meaningless for us to show off our verbal advantage here. After entering the finals, you will meet Huan Xiaodi, the direct disciple of Huanzang. I hope that by then, you can fight like a man, and don't admit defeat before the fight. Of course, you don't have to worry about this." Lin Ming said and turned to leave. The audience around made way for Lin Ming. In fact, in the eyes of most people, Lin Ming's performance in this battle was not remarkable. It took more than half an hour to barely defeat Beting Hua. During this time, Lin Ming's face was pale and flushed. It was obvious that he was not relaxed. Lin Ming's strength was determined to be slightly higher than Beting Hua. How would it fare against Jing Qianxue with this strength? The odds given by the gambling game were 1.8 to 1 for Jing Qianxue, 2 to 1 for Jing Qianxue, and 4 to 1 for Lin Ming. Because of the battle between Lin Ming and Betinghua, Jing Chanayu's odds increased, while Lin Ming's odds decreased, but in general, the majority of people were optimistic about Jing Chanayu. After all, Jing Chanayu had always maintained her composure from beginning to end, and there was no opponent who could force her to move. Who knew how much of her strength she used against Xiling? Lin Ming seemed to have reached his limit when facing Betinghua. Unless he had a trump card in that situation, the probability of winning against Jing Chanayu was not high. After the 5 undefeated players in Group 7 fought one by one, the remaining few people's games were not very interesting. Although those who could qualify in the first round were all masters, they were still far behind the previous few people. The group stage quickly moved to the second round. Fang Qi was the first to play, and his opponent was Xiling. For Fang Qi, whether it was Zhao Yan or Xiling, it made no difference to him. After one move, he was defeated in seconds. Fang Qi wins. The referee announced. Xiling sighed sadly. She had originally hoped to enter the first echelon, but now she has lost 2 games in a row. If nothing unexpected happens, she will lose again when she faces the guy named Lin Ming in a few rounds. Second round, second game. The referee paused here intentionally, and all the players on the scene paid attention to it. Because the matches were all arranged temporarily by the referee team, based on the performance of the players themselves did not know who they would face. Second game, Lin Ming vs. Jing Chanayu. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Lin Ming vs. Jing Chanayu was definitely the most interesting match in Group 7. Xiling and Betinghua, who had previously maintained an undefeated record, have both lost. Only Fang Qi, Jing Chanayu and Lin Ming are left with undefeated records. Whether it is Fang Qi vs. Jing Chanayu or Fang Qi vs. Lin Ming, there is actually nothing to watch. In everyone's opinion, Fang Qi's victory is a foregone conclusion. His direct disciple is too strong. His cultivation is at the peak of condensation meridians, and his strength is equivalent to that of mid-stage acquired expert. No one can shake him. The most interesting and suspenseful match is still between Jing Chanayu and Lin Ming. In the eyes of most people, based on the current situation, the odds of winning or losing this match are 70-30, with Jing Chanayu 70% and Lin Ming 30%. The true situation can only be known after the fight. With her clothes fluttering, Jing Chanayu's slender feet lightly landed in the center of the arena. Respectfully addressed to Jing Chanayu, a disciple of Chan country, she still wore a veil to maintain her mystery, and her voice seemed illusory and ethereal. Lin Ming, please give me your advice. Lin Ming casually clasped his fists, as if to pay his respects. Chapter 255 Absolute Defense. The two strong men faced each other. The cold wind on the ring gently lifted the veil on Jing Chanayu's face. This veil was only lightly hung behind Jing Chanayu's ears, but it was never lifted by the opponent's attack or the storm of the true essence. This is a sign of Jing Chanayu's calmness, and it is also the reason why so many people unanimously believe that Jing Chanayu can win the first place in the 36 countries. This girl gives people the feeling that she is unfathomable. You are very strong, but unfortunately, my skills are special, and your moves are ineffective against me. After the game started, Jing Chanayu and Lin Ming did not start immediately. After staring at each other for a while, Jing Chanayu slowly spoke. As she spoke softly, a layer of hazy and soft yellow halo condensed around her body, which looked like a thick eggshell. Seeing this eggshell, Lin Ming did not react much, but Xiling, who was watching the battle under the ring, exhaled a heavy breath of cold air. When she fought with Jing Chanayu, her 36 light blades were blocked by this layer of eggshell. Xiling was very confident in the power of the 36 light blades, but shooting into the eggshell was like a blunt knife cutting into wood, moving as slowly as a snail, and the energy was quickly exhausted and dissipated. Lin Ming said nothing, closed his eyes, and opened them again, and the black reincarnation vortex carried the pure soul power, and rushed straight to Jing Chanayu. In this attack, Lin Ming used 90% of his strength. When he attacked Betinghua, Lin Ming had held back, allowing the opponent to hold on for a quarter of an hour, after using the soul-inducing method, in order to better absorb the pure soul energy buried in the sea of spirit, and at the same time, realize the reincarnation martial arts. Now facing Jing Qianxue, Lin Ming felt that the opponent was strong in soul defense and he might not win, even if he went all out. Bang! The soul attack was invisible and intangible, and it violently collided with the yellow eggshell, causing the eggshell to deform violently. Zzzz. The yellow eggshell was like a soap bubble in a strong wind, looking like it would burst at any time, but it just didn't break. The surrounding arena floor tiles were broken by the violent shaking of the yellow eggshell, forming spider web-like cracks, but Jing Qianxue, who stood quietly in the energy center, closed her beautiful eyes and remained calm. The energy storm outside the yellow eggshell formed a sharp contrast with Jing Qianxue's calm face at this time. Her clothes fluttered, and her veil fluttered, and many young warriors were fascinated by her for a while. Earth-type warrior? Lin Ming felt that the thick eggshell contained an extremely powerful earth energy, which completely blocked his invisible and intangible soul attack. Yes, my true essence is naturally compatible with the earth energy, with a 6th grade medium degree of compatibility. The true essence protective shield around me is made of the earth energy, which is famous for its defensive power. It can not only defend against martial arts attacks, but also your soul attacks. This is my absolute defense. I think I'm not as good as you, or senior brother B in terms of soul power, but I have a way to make your soul attack ineffective. Jing Qianxue's voice was not loud, but it was clear to the ear. 6th grade medium compatibility. There are not many warriors with specific attributes, and most of them have a 3rd grade or 4th grade compatibility. The 5th grade compatibility is already rare, and the 6th grade compatibility is rare in the world. The 5th grade superior compatibility can already allow the true essence to merge with the vitality of specific attributes 100%, and the 6th grade compatibility can lead the true essence into the body and temper the flesh. No wonder Jing Qianxue has fought all the way to now and rarely moved. She has this absolute defense, and is not afraid of anyone's attack at all, so naturally she doesn't need to hide. If you can't break her eggshell, she will be invincible. Lin Ming's soul attack is invalid. How can we fight? The speaker was one of the few warriors in the field who bought Lin Ming to win. They originally bought it for Lin Ming's high odds. Now it seems that there is a high possibility that they will lose everything. I asked you to buy Jing Qianxue. Although you won't earn much, you have a good chance of success. Soul attack is not the right way to go. Lin Ming can reach the peak of bone forging by relying on soul attack. Many of his opponents don't understand soul defense at all and were caught off guard. Otherwise, how could he lose to a guy at the peak of bone forging? That Betinghe is also an idiot. She obviously has martial arts skills, but she insists on competing with Lin Ming in soul attack. If they were to fight head on, how could he lose? Now Lin Ming has met a warrior who is proficient in soul defense. Let's see what tricks he can come up with. The warrior who spoke was in a good mood. He spent 10 true essence stones to buy Jing Qianxue to win. Although he didn't earn much, it was enough for him to spend for a while. In the yellow eggshell, Jing Qianxue made a hand seal in her hand, and a hazy yellow halo enveloped her hands, like a jade sculpture bathed in bright yellow light. Have you finished your attack? Then, it's my turn. Since the attack was ineffective, Lin Ming simply put away his soul attack and said with a smile, "You are really confident to warn your opponent before attacking." Jing Qianxue opened her red lips slightly and said while making seals, "We are fighting, not fighting to the death, and my attack is difficult to dodge. Even if I tell you, you can't dodge it." Jing Qianxue is calm by nature, not a person who likes to show off and exaggerate her strength. If she says a move that can't be avoided, then it can't be avoided. Her fingers made seals faster and faster, and they became completely blurred. In just 2 breaths, she made seals 1,000 times. Ming Chan thousand leaf hand. Jing Qianxue flipped her hands, and a series of thick finger shadows condensed on her fingertips, shooting out like arrows, covering the sky and the earth. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming was surrounded by finger shadows. Countless finger shadows broke through the air, and the sound of hissing was endless. There were at least thousands of these finger shadows. Ming Chan thousand leaf hand, naturally dare to call it thousand leaf hand, naturally well deserved. No wonder you said you can't dodge it. How can you dodge it? Only Ziling had experienced this move before. She was hit almost instantly, her invisibility was broken, and then she was defeated by Jing Chanayu's Mingchen Prajna Palm. Ziling knew the power of this move very well, and she didn't give anyone a chance to resist. She could imagine that if Lin Ming was hit by Mingchen Thousand Leaf Hand, he would definitely not be able to dodge the Mingchen Prajna Palm that followed, and the result would be defeat. Facing the Mingchen Thousand Leaf Hand with more than 1,000 finger shadows, if someone like Fang Qi had strong enough personal strength to easily block it, and wanted to dodge it, Ziling didn't think it was possible. Gather. Jing Chanayu clasped her hands together, and all the finger shadows attacked Lin Ming. Lin Ming's mouth curved, and the golden peng broke through the void. Puff 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 puff. In an instant, Lin Ming didn't know how many finger shadows were hit. The finger shadows passed through Lin Ming's body and shot into the floor tiles, directly shooting holes in the floor tiles, and rubble flew everywhere. Before the audience could exclaim, Lin Ming's figure had already disappeared. It turned out to be just a residual image. There, an audience member screamed and pointed his finger at the sky. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, but they only saw a blurry shadow. A series of residual images spread across the sky, and they couldn't tell which one was the real Lin Ming. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Ming's body was like a whirlwind. He was sensitive, and every finger shadow could not escape his control. These finger shadows were shot one after another, not in unison. It must be difficult for Jing Chanayu to control 1,000 finger shadows at the same time. Lin Ming took advantage of the gaps between the finger shadows and moved back and forth like a swift in a storm. With the blessing of the Wind Realm, his body movements were like a dream. Many times, the audience thought he had reached a dead end and could no longer dodge. However, what was finally penetrated by the finger shadows was only the residual image left by Lin Ming. In such a dense rain of finger shadows, maintaining such a fast movement and evasion, the audience exclaimed again and again. The shock brought by this extreme speed collision was an unprecedented visual feast for them. What a speed! Even Mu Qianxue in the main hall was startled. It was incredible that a 16-year-old boy could have such a body movement. 1,000 finger rays were faster than arrows, and there was also human control. The attacks were dense and disorderly, and there was no rule at all. To be able to handle such an attack with ease, not only speed, but also keen perception and instant judgment were required. Swish, swish, swish. In such an energy storm, Lin Ming actually avoided all the attacks and approached Jing Chanayu's side. Jing Chanayu finally lost her usual composure. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ming in disbelief, and her heart was beating wildly. What did he want to do? Thinking that there was still absolute defense around her body, Jing Chanayu felt a little relieved, and at this moment, Lin Ming, who was moving rapidly, suddenly raised his fist. Strong defense does make many warriors feel difficult, but it is not a problem for Lin Ming at all. Lianli Rusi specializes in defeating defensive warriors. The true essence directly penetrates into the defense layer and disintegrates the internal structure of the defense layer by vibration. The breathing of the small units in the whole body is adjusted to be consistent. Lin Ming's true essence is surging all over his body, and all 5,000 vibrating true essences are condensed on his right hand. Bone-shattering fist. Lin Ming shouted and punched out like a dragon out of the sea. Bang! A solid punch hit the protective shield heavily, and 5,000 vibrating true essences rushed out, starting to disintegrate Jing Chanayu's eggshell from the most subtle structure. Ka-ka-ka-ka. There was a series of sounds like glass breaking, and the eggshell called absolute defense was actually broken into thousands of tiny pieces like broken glass. A vibrating true essence tore off a piece of fragments. If the number of vibrating true essences reached hundreds of millions, it could directly turn everything that Lianli Rusi touched into dust. Seeing her absolute defense being smashed by Lin Ming's punch, Jing Chanayu was completely stunned. How is this possible? Jing Chanayu is not a person who likes to brag. She dares to claim absolute defense, so she naturally has some reliance. Her yellow eggshell is extremely tough. Facing a powerful attack, it will only deform but not break. But now, it didn't even deform, it just broke. Chapter 256, Poaching. If Lin Ming had used a powerful martial art that he had kept to break her defense, she would not have been so surprised. But now, it was just a punch. There was no energy to gather. It was just a casual punch. He didn't even use a weapon. Or was the opponent a martial artist who used fists? Jin Chanyu was no longer surprised by the current situation. After Lin Ming broke through the defense layer, he grabbed Jin Chanyu's neck. Jin Chanyu's body trembled, and her face turned pale. At such a close distance, it was too late to use any martial arts. As for dodging with speed, not to mention that Jin Chanyu was not good at speed at all. Even if she was fast, could she compare with Lin Ming? He was a pervert who could even dodge Ming Chen Kai hand. Jin Chanyu didn't even think about avoiding this claw. At the critical moment, Jin Chanyu could only put her palms together to form a knife and cut Lin Ming's wrist with a palm knife. Although Jin Chanyu looks like a weak woman, anyone who thinks that her physical fitness is poor is wrong. Jin Chanyu's earth energy compatibility is as high as the 6th grade middle level, and she has already reached the stage of energy quenching. Usually, she does not use true energy, and her body is as soft as water, but once her body is infused with true energy, it will be as powerful as a treasure. Therefore, Jin Chanyu does not need weapons at all. Her body itself is a very good weapon. Jin Chanyu wanted to force Lin Ming to retract his hand with a palm knife, but she did not expect Lin Ming to be unmoved, and still grabbed Jin Chanyu. This guy. Jin Chanyu was also angry, and her jade teeth were clenched. She did not hold back in this palm. If an ordinary warrior was hit by her, he would definitely break his bones on the spot. Bang! A palm slashed on Lin Ming's wrist bone, and Jin Chanyu's pretty face instantly lost color. She only felt that this palm knife seemed to be slashed on black iron. The opponent's wrist was fine, but her hand bones were about to be shaken apart. Is his body made of iron? This thought only flashed through his mind. The next moment, Lin Ming's hand appeared on Jin Chanyu's tender neck, and his 5 fingers clamped the carotid artery and throat. With just a little force, Jin Chanyu would die. Jin Chanyu's veil originally covered her neck. In the fierce collision, Lin Ming held her neck like this, and the veil that symbolized Jin Chanyu's calmness was naturally pulled down, revealing Jin Chanyu's mysterious and beautiful face. You. Jin Chanyu's beautiful eyes contained a trace of anger. Thank you. Lin Ming retracted his hand, clasped his fists and said, turning to leave the stage. If he had not used his hands just now, but used a gun, Jin Chanyu's throat would have had a bloody hole, and the winner would have been decided. Lin Ming wins. The referee announced. The sudden change shocked the audience. What happened just now? Lin Ming actually used his fists. A punch broke Jin Chanyu's absolute defense. He didn't even deliberately gather his true energy. People had already made all kinds of analysis about Lin Ming's battle with Jin Chanyu, but no one expected that the final result would be like this. Just like Jin Chanyu's victory over Ziling, Lin Ming easily defeated Jin Chanyu. The entire duel took only a dozen breaths. Moreover, his way of winning was not by relying on his soul attack, which he was good at, but by relying on his fists. Isn't Lin Ming a warrior who is good at soul attack? How can he use fists? The martial arts are broad and profound. For a teenager like Lin Ming, it is good to be proficient in one aspect. Soul attack is obscure and profound. If you want to achieve great results in this aspect, you must invest a lot of time, and naturally you will fall behind in other aspects of cultivation. But now it seems that Lin Ming obviously knows more than just soul attack. If you say that Lin Ming also knows some swordsmanship, the audience will not be too surprised. But fists. This form of attack is too different from soul attack, and people can't connect the two together. Well done. Qin Ziya praised Lin Ming after he stepped down from the stage. Although his voice was relatively calm, his heart was filled with emotions. He originally thought that Lin Ming had a great chance of making it into the top 20, but when he came to the main sect of the 7 Profound Valley and saw Zhang Yan's Heyo, the Jingchen twins, and other young talents, Qin Ziya's confidence was shaken. But now it seems that he still underestimated Lin Ming. Lin Ming was about to make it into the first echelon, that is, the top 30 of the overall ranking, but he didn't even shoot. So is it possible that Lin Ming could enter the top 10 in his first participation in the main sect martial arts competition? Thinking of this, Qin Ziya became excited. The top 10 and the top 20 seemed to be similar in rank, but in fact, there was a huge gap. Almost all of the top 10 were direct disciples. Some major sects, such as the Sword Sect and the Hehuan Sect, have abundant resources and a large number of disciples. The second disciples of the branch sects are not necessarily much worse than the direct disciples. In other words, the top 10 are already full of geniuses at the level of direct disciples. If other disciples want to enter the top 10, they must compete with these direct disciples. Since the opening of the martial arts competition of the 7 Xuanwu mansions, many amazing talents from the 36 countries and 16 martial arts families have entered the top 20, such as Zhang Yan's Heo in this session. There are many who have entered the top 20, but only a handful of them have really entered the top 10. If you enter the top 10 and the first time you participate in the martial arts competition of the main sect, then what about the second time, and the third time? Lin Ming is just 16 years old now, and he can still participate in the martial arts competition of the main sect twice. Qin didn't dare to think about it. Lin Ming's growth rate was too terrifying. He guessed that after this martial arts competition, Lin Ming might be selected into the main sect in advance. With the support of the resources and skills of the main sect, Lin Ming will have the hope of challenging the champion in the next martial arts competition. 3 years earlier than he had expected. Of course, even if Lin Ming enters the main sect, his achievements will be counted to Qin, but Qin still feels a little melancholy when he thinks that the 7 Xuanwu mansions of Xianan Kingdom have finally cultivated such a genius, but will send him away in the blink of an eye. In the main hall of the Qixuan Valley Mountain Gate Square, Mu Qianxue watched the whole match until Lin Ming left the field. Haha, Fairy Qianxue seems to be interested in that boy. This is a talented boy that my Qixuan Valley has focused on cultivating. He is a good seedling. Beside Mu Qianxue, Shi Zongshan, the head of Qixuan Valley, laughed and said, before, Mu Qianxue only used her soul power to observe Lin Ming quietly and never looked at him as openly as she did now. Shi Zongshan never thought that Lin Ming might know someone like Mu Qianxue. He just thought that Mu Qianxue was attracted by Lin Ming's amazing performance in this battle. He had noticed Lin Ming before. With the strength of the peak of bone forging, he was too eye-catching to not notice him. However, although Shi Zongshan noticed Lin Ming, he did not pay attention to Lin Ming's information. Before, Lin Ming only showed his talent in the soul. After all, soul attack is not the right way. When it comes to the innate, it will encounter a bottleneck and is not worth Shi Zongshan's attention. But now it seems that Lin Ming is obviously not just a soul power master. Mu Qianxue glanced at Shi Zongshan and smiled in her heart. According to the information she got from Mu Qianxue, although Lin Ming was a disciple of the 7 Profound Valley, he was definitely not focused on training. He was not even a disciple of the 7 Profound Valley's main sect. He was still hanging around in the 7 Profound Martial Palace. She smiled and said, he is indeed a good seedling. He is so young and has such strength. His future is limitless. Master Shi has a good eye for talent. Hearing such a high evaluation from the extremely discerning Mu Qianxue, Shi Zongshan was in a good mood. In front of the top 4 grade sect, Shi Zongshan was naturally happy to show the strength of the sect. I didn't expect that such a genius could be selected for this martial arts competition of the main sect. It seems that we have to recruit him into the martial arts palace in advance. It's a pity to leave such a good seedling in the 36 countries. Well, wait, 36 countries. Shi Zongshan suddenly realized something and used his true energy to transmit his voice to inform his subordinates. Go check, which country is Lin Ming from group 7 from? Shi Zongshan suddenly had an ominous premonition. Could this Lin Ming be from Xianan country? The information was quickly fed back, and Shi Zongshan's ominous premonition came true. Lin Ming was indeed from Xianan country. He turned his head and looked at Mu Qianxue, his face a little ugly. He naturally remembered that at the beginning of the martial arts competition, Mu Qianxue had asked which district the contestants from Xianan country were in. At first, Shi Zongshan was surprised why Mu Qianxue asked this question. Now it seems that the problem is most likely with Lin Ming. If I guessed correctly, Mu Qianxue came to Qixuan Valley to watch the martial arts competition of the main sect just to see Lin Ming. A fairy from the Phoenix Island, with a cultivation base of the highest level, traveled thousands of miles to the heavenly Fate Kingdom, just to see a boy who had reached the peak of bone forging. This was too absurd. How old is Lin Ming? Shi Zongshan asked his followers using his true essence to transmit his voice. Replying to the Valley Master, He just turned 16. Just turned 16 and had the peak of bone forging. This qualification was probably a 6th grade talent. In the 7 Mysterious Valley, a 6th grade talent was naturally the top level, but in the Phoenix Island, a 6th grade talent was only considered good, and it was definitely not enough for Mu Qianxue to personally come to the 7 Mysterious Valley. This meant that there were other things about Lin Ming that were worthy of Mu Qianxue's attention, and she didn't know it yet. Realizing this, Shi Zhongshan's face became even uglier. Could it be that the Phoenix Island was here to poach people? Although they were a 4th grade sect and the 7 Mysterious Valley was only a 3rd grade sect, with a huge gap in strength, they couldn't bully people like this. What's wrong, Master Shi? Mu Qianxue saw that Shi Zhongshan's face was not very good, and asked with a smile. She noticed that Shi Zhongshan's followers had just left for a short time, and vaguely guessed what had happened. Shi Zhongshan forced a smile, and said in a deep voice, Fairy Qianxue and my sect disciple Lin Ming are old acquaintances, right? Not really, it's just because of some coincidences that Brother Lin knows my young master. Young master? Shi Zhongshan almost couldn't sit still. The young master mentioned by Mu Qianxue could only be one person, Mu Qianxue, the saint of Shenhuang Island. It turned out to be Lin Ming, who was personally concerned about by Mu Qianxue. What's going on? How could Lin Ming know the saint of Shenhuang Island? People of that level are extremely prestigious in the entire southern Qianxue region of Qian'an continent. I have to bow to them when I see them. This chapter is updated for the leader Wu Shangzonglin. I went home yesterday and breathed a sigh of relief. It will be updated today. Thanks to brother Wu Shangzonglin for his support. I'm sorry for delaying it for so long. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Entering the First Echelon. Shi Zhongshan knew that the two saints of Shenhuang Island were both 7th grade talents, and the special attributes of the 7th grade were compatible. The water of the Qingluan saint, the fire of the Suzaku saint, condensed the veins at the age of 15, acquired at the age of 17, innate at the age of 22, innate at the age of 26, and half-step Zuandan at the age of 27. Compared with such peerless monsters, their so-called geniuses gathered together, and the martial arts competition of the main sect can only be regarded as children playing house. Thinking of Mu Qianxue, Shi Zhongshan really couldn't muster the courage to fight. If any of the elders of Shenhuang Island were to be put in the 7 Mysterious Valley, even their only remaining supreme elder might not be a match. Even if Mu Qianxue himself, with the cultivation of half-step Zuandan, and whose strength was far superior to that of the same level warriors, was not necessarily worse than their supreme elder. Shi Zhongshan couldn't help but wonder now, if Shenhuang Island really disregarded the face of the big sect, and asked their 7 Mysterious Valley for someone, what should he do? Speaking of which, Lin Ming is still only a student of the 7th Profound Martial House, not a disciple of the 7th Profound Valley, nor can he be said to have betrayed his master. Moreover, the resources that Shenhuang Island can provide are far superior to those of the 7th Profound Valley. If he were to stand in Lin Ming's position, he would probably prefer Shenhuang Island. Compared with Shenhuang Island, Shi Zhongshan has no confidence at all. Exhaling heavily, Shi Zhongshan said, Fairy Qianxue's visit to the 7th Profound Valley this time must not be as simple as visiting friends on behalf of Her Highness the Saint Lady. Mu Qianxue laughed. Master Shigu seems to be worried about something. Shi Zhongshan said with a sullen face, Lin Ming is my disciple of the 7th Profound Valley, but as far as I know, he is currently only a student of the 7th Profound Martial House of Qian'an country. Shi Zhongshan frowned, but did not refute. This was naturally not the time to feel embarrassed about his previous boasting. After a moment of silence, Shi Zhongshan suddenly felt that something was wrong. Mu Qianxue might have known Lin Ming for a long time. If that was the case, why didn't Mu Qianxue contact Lin Ming privately and offer generous conditions to get Lin Ming to join Shenhuang Island first? Why bother to participate in the martial arts competition of their Qixuan Valley? The rewards of the martial arts competition, even if it is the heavenly pill, are nothing in Shenhuang Island. Shi Zhongshan couldn't figure it out and didn't ask. At this time, Mu Qianxue said, "My young master actually didn't think of poaching from your Qixuan Valley. In fact, although our Shenhuang Island is rich in resources, the most important practice is not suitable for men to practice. Master Shi can completely absorb Lin Ming to officially become a disciple of Qixuan Valley after the martial arts competition. Even in the future, if the resources provided by Qixuan Valley to Lin Ming are not sufficient, our Shenhuang Island can still provide some help. Is there such a good thing?" Although Mu Qianxue promised to help with resources in order to make friends with Lin Ming, it seems a bit exaggerated. Mu Qianxue paid attention to it personally and sent Mu Qianxue again. In Shi Zhongshan's view, no matter how talented Lin Ming is, he is just a child, far from growing up. Is Mu Qianxue sure that he will become a master of the middle or even late stage of Zuandan in the future? There are too many geniuses in Xianan continent, but only a few have really reached the Zuandan stage. The Seven Mysterious Valley, which has accumulated 600 years of heritage, has only one Zuandan master, the Grand Elder. Fairy King Han came here today just for these. Shi Zhongshan was a little confused. This matter is just incidental. There is another matter that needs to be discussed with Master Shi. Mu Qianxue said the second half of the sentence with a slightly serious tone. Fairy King Han, please speak. It is a matter of great importance. It cannot be explained in a short time. After the martial arts competition of your sect is over, we will discuss it in detail. Seeing Mu Qianxue's solemn expression, Shi Zhongshan just responded and did not ask any more questions. Shenhuang Island actually wanted to discuss something with him, and he didn't know what it was. After Lin Ming and Jing Chanayu's battle, the bet on the number one person in the 36 countries was over, and Lin Ming won the championship in advance. The suspense of the competition after the 7th group was completely lost. Many opponents gave up the competition with Lin Ming in order to compete for the second echelon, in order to maintain their strength. Lin Ming won the 3rd, 4th and 5th rounds in succession. Until the 6th round, he faced Ziling. As one of the contestants who qualified with all 5 groups, Ziling naturally had strength, but she was defeated by Jing Chanayu in 2 moves, and then Jing Chanayu was defeated by Lin Ming in 2 moves. The person who could kill her in seconds was killed by Lin Ming in seconds. Ziling knew very well how big the gap between her and Lin Ming was. Despite this, Ziling did not admit defeat. Her position in the second echelon was already very stable. She did not want to admit defeat without a fight. This was against her martial arts heart. After the game started, Ziling did not choose to be invisible. She knew very well that in front of Lin Ming, who had a strong soul power, being invisible was simply deceiving herself. She drew out her lightsaber and used a special move as soon as she got started. Take my full strength attack. 36 light blades will kill you. Swish, swish, swish. 36 light blades shot towards Lin Ming from all directions. Lin Ming moved his feet and appeared in front of Ziling like a ghost, punching out. Bang! With only 1000 vibration essences, he broke through Ziling's body protection essence. Then Lin Ming clenched his fist into a claw and pressed it on Ziling's neck. The result was naturally no suspense. Lin Ming wins. The referee announced. Ziling exhaled lightly, looking a little frustrated. Just now, facing the attacking Lin Ming, it was like an ordinary person facing a tiger with bare hands. There was a feeling of having no power to resist. So far, Lin Ming has won all 6 games, and entering the first echelon is a foregone conclusion. Too strong. As far as I can remember, apart from Betrayal, no one else could get Lin Ming into a fight. Basically, it took him only a few moves to defeat him. Even when he fought with Betrayal, it was mostly because Lin Ming was deliberately hiding his trump card. Although it was natural for Lin Ming to win over Ziling, the fact that he won so easily all the way still made the audience around him admire him. Next game, Jing Chanayu vs. Fang He. Fang He was defaulted as the first in the 7 groups. There were a total of 10 people in the 7 groups, and each person had 8 games. Only one person would be missed. As a seeded player, Fang He would miss the strongest person in the group except him. Jing Chanayu lost to Lin Ming, so naturally she had to face Fang He. Before Fang He stepped onto the ring, He did not look at his opponent Jing Chanyu, but looked at Lin Ming with a smile. As a disciple of the 36 nations, you are pretty good. You have a small chance to enter the top 10. You can be my opponent in the next martial arts competition of the main sect. Oh, the next one. Lin Ming smiled slightly. These disciples of the Seven Profound Valley were more confident than each other. It was no wonder that they were like this. They grew up with the aura of genius since childhood, and as disciples of the main sect, they had a strong sense of superiority in their bones. That's right, the next one. For this one, you are just qualified to make me take you seriously. In Fanky's opinion, this was already a very high evaluation from him. There are only 2,000 chapters. Sorry, after I updated the 2 chapters at noon, my stomach hurt a lot. I don't know why I couldn't digest it at all. My stomach was bloated. I lay down for a long time and didn't want to move. In the end, I barely wrote 2,000. I will make up for the missing 1,000 with a chapter of 4,000 tomorrow. Chapter 258 Finals begins. You don't seem to be convinced by what I said. Fanky noticed Lin Ming's non-committal expression and smiled slightly. For a disciple of the 36 nations, to be qualified to compete for the top 10 and the first time participating in the general sect martial arts competition is already a remarkable achievement. Unfortunately, although you are talented, your cultivation is too low. Fanky shook his head as he spoke. When your strength is raised to the middle stage of condensation veins and above, and you can still maintain your potential to fight across levels, you will be qualified to be my opponent. However, you are only qualified to be my opponent. You may not be qualified to be my opponent against certain people. Lin Ming was slightly startled. The core disciples of the Seven Profound Valley were so arrogant. Fanky was obviously also an arrogant person, but now listening to his words, he seemed to think that he was not as good as others. So it can only be said that the certain people in his words were too perverted. Fanky didn't intend to say more. He jumped onto the ring and stretched out 5 fingers to Jing Chanyu. Within 5 breaths, the victory or defeat will be decided. It took Lin Ming more than 10 breaths to defeat Jing Chanyu. Fanky set 5 breaths, which was only 1/3 of Lin Ming's time. This was considered a deliberate display of strength. Each of these geniuses from the Seven Profound Valley was young and full of vigor, and naturally did not want to be outdone by a warrior from the 36 nations. Fanky, come on. Instant kill. Instant kill. As soon as Fanky finished speaking, the audience below the stage cheered. This was the home court of the Seven Profound Valley, and there were many disciples of the formation sect around. As a direct disciple of the Seven Profound Valley, Fanky was not bad looking, so he was naturally very popular. In particular, many people lost money because of Lin Ming and Jing Chanyu, and they were even more unhappy with the two of them. Jing Chanyu had put on her veil again at this time. Seeing the one-sided support of these audiences, there was no expression on her face. She just added a thick layer of absolute defense around her body, which was a few points thicker than when she faced Lin Ming. She was actually fighting against Fanky's contempt for her. She admitted that she was not as good as Fanky, but it was not so easy for the other party to end the battle within 5 breaths. The game begins. The referee announced, and Fanky's 10 fingers moved together, quickly casting a series of golden array symbols around him. He formed seals so quickly that in just a breath, hundreds of array symbols flew out of Fanky's hands and flew straight to Jing Chanyu. In the second breath, all the array symbols surrounded Jing Chanyu. Jing Chanyu, who was in the energy center, just gritted her teeth and tried her best to activate the protective layer. She was a warrior from the 36 kingdoms. Facing the contempt of the 7 mysterious valley disciples, she held her breath in her heart. At this time, Jing Chanyu had only one thought, that she must not let the other party win so easily. She wanted to win the honor that belonged to the 36 kingdoms. 8-sided golden lock. Fanky clasped his hands together, and hundreds of array symbols were imprinted on Jing Chanyu's protective layer from all directions. Snap. The protective layer seemed to be tightened by an invisible chain, and it deformed violently. Jing Chanyu's face turned pale, and the true energy in her body was surging. Just a moment ago, her protective layer almost broke. HMM. Fanky groaned. The toughness of the opponent's protective layer was beyond his imagination. Heaven and Earth sword formation. Fang Qi pointed his finger. 36 lightsabers appeared from his side, flew out together, and landed beside Jin Chanyu. The sword light was chaotic, and the air was cut by the sword energy. The sharp sword energy directly pierced Jin Chanyu's protective layer. Kai. 36 lightsabers pierced Jin Chanyu's protective layer like a hedgehog in an instant. It took just 3 breaths. Jin Chanyu gritted her teeth and persisted, only defending and not attacking, and urged the true energy in her body to the extreme. A strong obsession made her want to fight for the 5th breath. The protective layer was violently deformed, and the speed of the sword energy was slightly slower, but Jin Chanyu reached the limit in the blink of an eye. At the beginning, Ziling's 36 light blades were directly melted by Jin Chanyu's protective shield, but this time, it was just the opposite. The sword energy released by Fang Qi was too strong, and the protective layer only lasted for a breath before it was pierced. Puff puff puff. Although it was not broken, the 36 lightsabers had penetrated the protective layer and pointed at Jin Chanyu's vital points from all directions. As long as Fang Qi had a thought, Jin Chanyu would be cut into pieces. Fang Qi wins. As the referee announced, the 5th breath had just passed. Exactly 5 breaths. Haha, you are worthy of being a disciple of the Formation sect. Senior brother Fang is so powerful. Thunderous cheers rang out from the audience, especially those disciples of the Formation sect. Many female disciples of the 7 Mysterious Valley screamed loudly without restraint. It was obvious that they had been in love with Fang Qi for a long time. In fact, among the 7 disciples of the 7 Mysterious Valley, except for the strange disciple of the puppet sect who looked a bit abstract, the other 6 disciples, even Lin Ming, who had many wives and concubines from the Joyous sect, were very popular with girls. I don't know how many girls dreamed of marrying them, even as a concubine, so that they could have a lot of resources to use. Jin Chanyu removed the protective shield and walked off the stage amid the cheers of the enemy. The feeling of loss was indescribable. As a proud daughter of heaven who grew up surrounded by glory, this battle also represented the honor of the 36 countries. But the result of the game. The opponent said that the battle would end in 5 breaths, and it really ended in 5 breaths. She tried her best, but couldn't change it, and she couldn't even force the opponent to use all his strength. Is the gap really that big? She looked up by chance and saw Lin Ming standing quietly with his hands behind his back, looking at her with a calm expression. Lin Ming. After seeing Fang Qi's powerful strength, he was still able to maintain such a calm expression. What kind of trump card did he have? Could he still deal with Fang Qi? Jin Chanyu felt unbelievable, but she felt that Lin Ming didn't look like someone who was willing to admit defeat. He was probably going for the top 10 this time. In this way, his clash with the direct disciples of the 7 Profound Valley was inevitable. Are you okay? Lin Ming could also imagine Jin Chanyu's mood at this time. She tried her best, but was still beaten to death by her opponent. As the proud daughter of Jinchen country, the blow Jin Chanyu suffered can be imagined. Jin Chanyu shook her head stubbornly. Lin Ming smiled and turned away. He was just expressing polite consolation as a former opponent. At this moment, Jin Chanyu suddenly spoke. Lin Ming. What's the matter? Lin Ming turned around, a little surprised. He could tell that Jin Chanyu's voice was a little excited. Jin Chanyu hesitated for a moment, bit her lip and asked, Can you win? Lin Ming was slightly startled, smiled brightly, and nodded, yes. He didn't even ask who he wanted to win. I'm talking about Fang Qi. Same. Jin Chanyu was stunned. Even she herself didn't expect that there would be such a ridiculous conversation between the two of them. If the disciples of the 7 Profound Valley heard it, they would probably burst out laughing. She asked whether Lin Ming could win, not whether he could fight Fang Qi. Lin Ming didn't even know who he was asking about, but he answered yes. After pointing out Fang Qi, he answered, same. This was an answer full of absolute confidence, implicitly classifying Fang Qi as one of the opponents he wanted to defeat. Just one. What did he want to do? You won't fight for the top 5 or top 3, right? Thinking of this, Jin Chanyu took a breath, but for some reason, she believed in Lin Ming a little. Perhaps because of Lin Ming's own confidence, or perhaps because of Jing Qianxue's personal feelings, Lin Ming is now the only undefeated contestant left in the 36 nations. Jingchen nation has come to an end, and Jing Qianxue's brother has also lost. Jing Qianxue guessed that the final ranking of the two siblings would be between 20th and 40th, so the only one who can represent the 36 nations is Lin Ming. Lin Ming, you must win. Jing Qianxue said word by word. Well, at least I will beat Fang Qi. Lin Ming is not blindly arrogant. Fang Qi has hinted that the strength of the 7 direct disciples varies, and there is a big gap between them. Some of them, even Fang Qi admits that he is not as good as them. Facing them, I'm afraid the competition will not be so easy. After separating from Jing Qianxue, it was already lunchtime. The competitions of each group were basically settled. Only Jing Qianxue and Lin Ming entered the first echelon of the 36 nations. Jing Qianxue's brother Jing Qianxue missed the first echelon by 1 point. As falling SEN, he won 2 and lost 6 in 8 games, and finally could only enter the 3rd echelon. In addition to Ling Sen, Wang Wu of Hualuo and Zhao Yang of Dangyang also entered the 3rd echelon. Therefore, among the 36 countries, only 6 people entered the top 100 in this general martial arts competition, of which Xianan country had 2, and Lin Ming ranked first among the 36 countries. This is absolutely unprecedented in the history of Xianan country. Qin Xingxuan was also very happy to receive the reward of 120 true essence stones. At the beginning, she spent 20 true essence stones to buy Lin Ming Sheng, when the odds were 1 to 6. Now she earned 100 in one go, which is equivalent to 100,000 gold coins, even for Qin Xingxuan. It is a huge sum of money. The second round of group matches ended in the afternoon. The contestants from all parties rested for a night. The next day, the finals kicked off. There were 30 people in the first echelon, including 20 undefeated contestants. Among these 20 people, 7 were direct disciples. These 7 people usually don't meet before the final showdown. In addition to the direct disciples, there are 3 or 4 top core disciples of the major branches. These people are second only to the direct disciples. For example, Jiang Lanjian is one of them. Many disciples of the 7 mysterious valors have subconsciously listed Jiang Lanjian as a master of the same level as the 7 direct disciples. The remaining few people are also the influential figures in their branches. As long as the resources are sufficient, they all have the hope of impacting the Xianshan realm. 7 direct disciples, 3 or 4 core disciples of the major branches, plus several core disciples of the minor branches, a total of 18 people. The 19th person is Zhang Yan's Heo, from the Zhang family of the 16 martial arts families. The history of this family has reached an astonishing 3,000 years. The first patriarch who founded the Zhang family was a Zuandan master. Although the Zhang family has declined a lot in the past 3,000 years, it still has a deep foundation. The Zhang family has 2 Xianshan masters sitting in the seat. Even the 7 mysterious valley has some respect for the Zhang family. Chapter 259, Thunder as Shield. The last of the 20 people was naturally Lin Ming. Compared to the previous 19 people, Lin Ming was extremely ordinary and had the most ordinary background, but Lin Ming attracted great attention, especially the high-level officials of the 7 Profound Valley, who had already read all of Lin Ming's information. There were not many people who could stand here at the age of 16 in the 200 years since the start of the martial arts competition of the main sect. At this time, the sun had not yet risen, and the sky was just getting light. The square in front of the palace of the 7 Profound Valley was already full of people. The elders of the small sects in the 7 Profound region, the leaders of the 16 martial arts families, the princes and generals of the 36 countries and the masters of their own countries, the masters and deputy masters of the 7 major 7 profound martial palaces. These people gathered in the square. Any one of them would be a famous figure in a small local country, and a person respected by thousands of people. But here, many of them couldn't even sit in the front row, let alone go to the main hall. The level of this session of the martial arts competition should be the highest in the past 3 sessions. In the audience, the lord of the 7th Zuanwu mansion of the Hualuo kingdom said while drinking tea. As the lord of a large martial arts mansion, the middle-aged man surnamed Luo still has many privileges. There is a table next to him where he can drink tea and eat some dried fruits. Of course. Didn't you see that even Shenhuang Island has sent an envoy? This incident really makes us in Qianxue Valley proud. Peacock Mountain is usually so powerful, but when their sect holds a martial arts competition, no 4th grade sect has ever sent people to watch. Shenhuang Island? The middle-aged man surnamed Luo was fiddling with tea leaves in a covered bowl and said slowly, I heard that the people from Shenhuang Island came here for some special purpose this time, and they didn't come specifically to watch our main sect's martial arts competition. I don't know about that. By the way, how is the ranking of Wang Wu from your Luo country? Other middle-aged man surnamed Luo choked on his tea at this sudden question. Wang Wu ultimately failed to enter the second echelon, and what distressed him most was that Luo country also lost a Qianxue quota. The sun finally rose slowly, and the referee of the final was already standing in the center of the venue. This man was in the middle stage of the innate realm, and was one of the inner sect elders of the 7 Profound Valley. I won't repeat the rules of the competition. Just like the preliminaries, there will be 30 players in the finals. Each player must play at least 29 games. The players with the lowest points will face the challenge of the top players in the second team. It doesn't mean that you will definitely be in the top 30. The finals begin now. The referee elder's voice was extremely loud, and the whole valley could hear his voice clearly. Lin Ming, just do your best and strive for the top 10. If you encounter an opponent you can't defeat, don't try to be brave so as not to get hurt. Qinziya sent Lin Ming to the contestant area and repeatedly reminded him that, although it is not allowed to cause disability to the opponent in a duel, if the strength is similar, you must go all out in the fight. It is difficult to control the strength, and it is not uncommon to be seriously injured. I understand. Lin Ming walked to the contestant area and sat down on the chair. The first game started soon. There were no seeded players or core disciples of the Great Branch sect. Although it was also a fight between dragons and tigers, the audience was obviously a little disappointed. What they wanted to see most was a duel between the direct disciples. The fight was intense on the field. Lin Ming suddenly saw a handsome man holding a folding fan and looking at him with a sneer. Lin Ming frowned slightly. He did not recognize this man. Are you Lin Ming? Yes. I'm Zifeng, the core disciple of the Qianxue Valley Hehuan sect. I don't seem to know you. It doesn't matter if you don't know me, I know you. It's because of you that my brother missed this extremely important general sect martial arts competition for him. When the handsome young man said this, Lin Ming remembered that at that time in Nanhua building, he used the reincarnation martial arts to injure a Hehuan sect disciple who was also surnamed Yang. He must be this man's younger brother. However, Lin Ming did not use heavy hands at that time. The other party was injured so badly because of his own reasons. Yang Xian used a move that was beyond his current control ability, the purple flame bone spear. As a result, after the move was broken, he was backfired by the true essence he had gathered, so he was seriously injured. Feeling Yang Zifeng's strong hostility, Lin Ming said coldly, the reason why your brother was injured like that is that he used a move that he could not control and suffered backlash. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with you? Humph, if it wasn't for your attack, how could my brother's purple flame bone spear get out of control? So what you mean is that I should stretch my neck and wait for your brother to attack? What if I'm not strong enough and can't deal with his purple flame bone spear? Wouldn't I be burned to ashes? In Nanhua building, I didn't provoke him, but he used the purple flame bone spear that he couldn't control to kill me. If he really killed me, at most he would be grounded for a month or 2, but if I killed him, I'm afraid I would have to pay with my life. You disciples of the 7 Profound Valley are so domineering. Yang Zifeng laughed. This world is originally a world of strength. Whoever is strong makes the rules. I'm stronger than you, so naturally I will make the rules. Do you think you are stronger than me? We'll know soon. Our 4th match will begin. Yang Zifeng said as he strode away. He had already looked at the schedule in advance and knew that he and Lin Ming would meet in the first round. As Yang Zifeng left, the match on the stage had already been decided. The second match, Zhang Yan's Heo vs Yan Yandang. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the audience in the seats of the 16 martial arts families cheered. Zhang Yan's Hao was the representative of the 16 martial arts families. He ranked 20th in the last Zhang Woohoo. This time, he had great hope of making it to the top 10. His opponent, Yan Yandang, lost 2 consecutive matches in the second round of the group stage, and was not an undefeated player. The result of this match could be predicted before it even started. Crack. Zhang Yan's Hao drew out a thick back knife, while Yan Yandang took out a small formation flag, and waved hundreds of golden formation symbols. Demon locking formation. The golden array symbol flew towards Zhang Yan's Hao like a locust. Zhang Yan's Hao took a step forward, and his bones crackled. Dragon and tiger kill. He swung his sword, and his momentum was like a dragon and a tiger. The air around him was stirred into a storm by the raging true energy. The flying golden array symbols melted instantly like broken ice falling into a furnace. Boom. The first sword tore through Yan Yandang's magic formation, and the second sword broke through Yan Yandang's body protection true energy. The aftermath of the sword energy directly shook Yan Yandang away. Yan Yandang's body protection true energy was shattered, but he himself was not injured at all, which shows the extent of Zhang Yan's Hao's control over strength. The strength gap is too big. Zhang Yan's Hao is really amazing. I think Zhang Yan's Hao from our 16 families is not necessarily worse than the 7 direct disciples. The disciple of the 16 martial arts families who spoke, when he said this, the disciple of the 7 profound valley beside him sneered. That's because you haven't seen the strength of the direct disciples. If your Zhang Yan's Hao meets Lin Ming or Jiang Boyan, he can't even take 5 moves. 5 moves. Hey, I'm really not laughing. You disciples of the 7 profound valley brag without thinking. Just wait and see, you will cry. The disciple of the 7 profound valley curled his lips and stopped talking. In the third game, there were no big names on the field. In the fourth game, Lin Ming vs. Gao Zifeng. Gao Zifeng is the 3rd ranked disciple of the Hehuan sect, and he won all the group matches. Lin Ming was also a complete winner. However, in the eyes of the general audience, although Lin Ming was a genius, he was far behind the 7 direct disciples. In the preliminaries, Lin Ming's defeat of Jing Chanyu in 2 moves did not bring him many extra points. After all, Jing Chanyu had no hope of entering the top 20, and defeating Jing Chanyu did not mean anything. However, the top leaders of the 7 Mysterious Valley were concentrating on this game, paying special attention to Lin Ming. Lin Ming was so young. Especially the Valley Master of the 7 Mysterious Valley, Shi Zongshan, had already sent people to find out all 3 generations of Lin Ming's ancestors. After this investigation, Shi Zongshan was even more surprised. Lin Ming was actually an out-and-out civilian warrior without any background. It was incredible that he could achieve such results. After Liang Zifeng came on stage, he immediately attracted cheers from many disciples, especially some female disciples who did not have much talent, who screamed continuously. They had limited talent, and had always dreamed of marrying a core disciple. However, the core disciples of the sword sect and the weapon refining sect basically practiced with all their heart and were abstinent, so there was no hope at all. As a result, the disciples of the joyous sect were naturally very popular. Compared with Liang Zifeng, Lin Ming received much less cheers, as the number of disciples from the 36 nations present was really limited. Liang Zifeng and Lin Ming stood 10 feet apart. Liang Zifeng sneered, "I heard that you can control the power of thunder. I advise you not to think about hiding your trump card. If you have any moves, you'd better use them as soon as possible, otherwise you will have no chance. I have no intention of hiding my trump card. I just want to see if there is a need to use it. Haha, you are really arrogant to the extreme. I have fought all the way to now, and only one person in the 2 rounds of preliminaries can force me to draw my sword. I wonder if you have the ability to force me to draw my sword?" Liang Zifeng said, and took out a green long sword from the Zumi ring. The sword was inserted into the scabbard. The scabbard was made of snakeskin, and looked very simple. It faintly exuded a faint fluctuation of true energy. Obviously, this scabbard was not an ordinary product. Lin Ming smiled. "Force you to draw your sword? Then let's see if you have the ability to force me to draw my gun first." Samsara martial intentions. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly turned into a black vortex. He is now studying Samsara martial intentions. Even if he does not expect Samsara martial intentions to defeat the enemy, he will use it to increase his understanding of Samsara martial intentions. Gao Yangzifeng had expected Lin Ming to use soul attacks. He sneered and shook the scabbard in his hand. There was a humming sound of ghosts crying. A large number of green ghosts flew out of the sword and surrounded our Yangzifeng. For a moment, the cold ghost energy rushed over, almost freezing people's souls. When Lin Ming's soul attack came, it was blocked by these ghosts. Bang bang bang. The ghosts that were broken by the soul attacks welled up like balloons, and then burst and shattered directly. When a ghost died, a new ghost immediately emerged. Lin Ming broke more than a dozen ghosts in a row, but he didn't hurt our Yangzifeng at all. HMPH. Although my soul power is not as strong as yours, your soul attack is ineffective against me. These ghosts are actually condensed from the yin qi in my body. Even if you disperse them, they will only merge into my body. After being nourished by my true essence, they will condense into shape again, and they will be inexhaustible. If you can only use soul attacks, then I will be disappointed. Gao Yangzifeng said, and purple flames burst out all over his body. The flames burned fiercely, and the flames shot out several feet high, covering Gao Yangzifeng completely. What was very strange was that the purple flames were not only not hot, but also emitted a cold air that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. A layer of ice quickly condensed under Gao Yangzifeng's feet and spread all the way. Purple flame bone spear. Lin Ming easily recognized this move. Gao Yangzian had also used it in Nanhua Tower, and suffered a great loss because of it. My brother lost to you, after using the purple flame bone spear. Today, I will show you the true power of the purple flame bone spear. The purple flame condensed into a purple bone spear on our Yangzifeng's right hand. The sound of ghosts crying came from the spear. With our Yangzifeng's cultivation, the power of the purple flame bone spear was much stronger. Die. Whoosh, the bone spear was thrown out, with a blurred after image and a long flame tail, as fast as lightning. The sharp sound of air explosion mixed with the shrill ghost crying almost pierced people's eardrums. Whoosh, Lin Ming was directly pierced by the bone spear. Before the audience could react, Gao Yangzifeng grinned. He thought he could dodge. Too naive. The Lin Ming pierced by the bone spear turned into a phantom and dissipated. It was just an afterimage. At the same time, the bone spear suddenly turned and chased after Lin Ming's phantom. Split. Gao Yangzifeng shouted, and the bone spear suddenly split into 12 parts, stabbing at Lin Ming from all directions, with no way to avoid it. Ah, the warriors from the 36 countries couldn't help but exclaimed, and Qin Xingxuan clenched her hands nervously. In a duel of this level, if you are not careful, you may be seriously injured or even disabled. Bang 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 bang. 12 purple flame bone spears hit Lin Ming at the same time, and purple flames rose up like blooming purple roses. Gao Yangzifeng's mouth curved up, and the audience from the 36 countries held their breath. Qin Xingxuan's hands were full of sweat. She didn't know what Lin Ming's ultimate strength was. However, after the purple flames dissipated, Gao Yangzifeng's smile froze. Lin Ming stood steadily on the stage, and even his clothes were not burned at all. Around his body, purple electric snakes kept dancing, completely surrounding his body. Gao Yangzifeng's face suddenly sank. Using lightning as a shield, being able to block his purple flame bone spear with the power of thunder proved that Lin Ming's compatibility with the thunder energy had reached an extremely high level, enough to break through his yin energy and threaten him. 4,000 chapters, to make up for the 1,000 I owed yesterday. Chapter 260 Thunder Strike. That Lin Ming can actually control the power of thunder. So he is a thunder warrior. This is his trump card. Look at the thickness of the electric snake. It's probably a 5th grade or even 6th grade fit. People in the audience were talking about it. For the people of Qixuan Valley, thunder warriors were not too rare, but a 6th grade thunder warrior was rare. In the main hall of Qixuan Valley, Mu Qianxue smiled and looked at the dancing electric snake on Lin Ming's body. This little guy actually waited until the finals to use the power of thunder. So far, Lin Ming's identity has been completely confirmed. The iconic thing about Lin Ming described by Mu Qianxue at the beginning was the power of thunder. Mu Qianxue speculated that Lin Ming's fit of thunder energy was not inferior to her fit of fire energy, which was above the 7th grade. This is definitely a demon level talent. Regardless of Lin Ming's martial arts and leapfrog combat ability, his talent in thunder energy alone are enough for a large sect to pay a lot of resources to absorb him. Mu Qianxue glanced at Shi Zhongshan beside her. The other party did not have any special reaction. Mu Qianxue's mouth curled up slightly. If Shi Zhongshan knew that Lin Ming controlled the purple dragon god thunder level thunder spirit, he would probably have been unable to sit still. In the center of the arena, Lin Ming's body was dancing with electric snakes, and his hair was raised wantonly. He looked like a demon god stepping on lightning. The power of thunder is specifically used to counter ghosts and feminine energy. Every time you use your Heho and sect skills, it is accompanied by ghosts crying and gods howling. It is being restrained by my power. Let's see how you can stop it. A cold light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes, and the lightning wrapped around his body emitted a dazzling purple light, as if the purple sun was in the sky. The golden rock broke through the void. The speed instantly reached the limit. A series of shadows of Lin Ming were dragged out on the arena, and lightning flashed on each shadow. Zzzz. The dancing lightning power stabbed at Aoyang Zifeng like a sharp sword. Zeng. Aoyang Zifeng pulled out the sword from the snakeskin scabbard. It was a 4-foot-long sword that was blood red. Aoyang Zifeng drew his sword. He had to be cool to be cool. Before, only one person could force him to draw his sword. But now, facing Lin Ming, after just one move, Aoyang Zifeng couldn't stand it. Not to mention not drawing his sword. Even if he did, he might not be able to block it. Aoyang Zifeng also launched his extreme speed, and the sharp sword and the power of thunder launched fierce collisions again and again. Bang bang bang. The audience could only see the blurry shadows of the two people and the purple lightning flashing in the ring. What's going on in the ring? Who has the advantage? I don't know. Since Lin Ming can force Aoyang Zifeng to draw his sword, he has some skills. He shouldn't be at a disadvantage. He can hold out for a while. Disadvantage? Hold out for a while? You said that Lin Ming, who came from the 36 countries, is at a disadvantage? You're an idiot. Wait and see. Aoyang Zifeng will be a piece of cake. The one who refuted was the warrior from the 36 countries. In the past few days, the warriors from the 36 countries have been bullied in the Seven Profound Valley. How could they miss such an opportunity to be proud of themselves? HMPH, don't be happy too early. Even if Aoyang Zifeng can't beat Lin Ming, the difference won't be much. When our direct disciples come on stage, they will let you know what despair is. The warrior from the 36 countries stopped talking after the 7 direct disciples were introduced. These days, the strength of the 7 direct disciples was vivid in his mind. Even if he had full confidence in Lin Ming, he didn't have the confidence to fight. He could only hum and groan and say a few harsh words, and then stopped talking. Aoyang Zifeng in the field only defended, but did not attack. It was not that he did not want to attack, but that he could not attack at all. The gathered yuan qi would be dispersed by lightning in an instant. In such a fierce competition, the true essence in his body was quickly consumed. This guy released so much thunder power, and the consumption is probably greater than mine. As long as I hold on, I may not be the loser. Aoyang Zifeng just had this thought, but heard Lin Ming said, "You can only hide? I have been waiting for your so-called trump card. If you don't use it, I'm afraid there will be no chance." Lin Ming's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist, and the surrounding purple electric snakes all gathered around the fist, bursting out with dazzling purple light. 5,000 vibrating true essence surged out, intertwined with the thunder energy, and turned into pure purple. This is the combination of the body-crushing fist and the power of thunder. Rampant. Aoyang Zifeng raised a mouthful of true essence, and the long sword burned with purple flames, and bursts of ghost cries came from the sword body. Nether rolled strike. Aoyang Zifeng injured the numbness in his body, caused by the lightning, and thrust out the sword. A ghost face burning with purple fire bit towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not even look at it, and just punched out. Bang. 5,000 strands of pure purple true energy rushed out like a ferocious purple dragon, pouring into the ghost face, and directly tearing the ghost face into pieces. Then, the purple true energy broke through Aoyang Zifeng's protective yuan qi, and poured into Aoyang Zifeng's body in an unstoppable manner. Aoyang Zifeng's body shook, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. His body flew back dozens of feet away. After landing, he almost couldn't stand steadily. He knelt on one knee, supported the long sword with one hand, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. At that moment just now, Gao Zifeng's body was almost torn apart, and he almost thought he was going to die. Lin Ming stretched out his hand, and the purple essence rushed out of Gao Zifeng's body, and returned to his hand. As he absorbed the purple dragon divine thunder, his essence had already been able to merge with thunder at will, and it was natural for the thunder power to be contained in the body crushing fist. Lin Ming wins. The referee elder looked at Lin Ming deeply and announced that being able to defeat Gao Zifeng proved that Lin Ming had a great chance of breaking into the top 10. For a 16-year-old boy from the 36 countries, this was a shocking result. Lin Ming turned and stepped down. Although Lin Ming and Gao Zifeng had been struggling for a short period of time, in the end, Lin Ming won with an overwhelming advantage. Gao Zifeng also lost. Is it true that a country warrior from the 36 kingdoms will be allowed to compete for the top 10 this time? This guy, it is said that he beat up Gao Zifeng's younger brother Gao Xian when he was in Nanhua Tower and beat him so that he could not participate in the competition. Now he beat up Gao Zifeng again. He is really bullying people at his doorstep. Seeing that Lin Ming's hope of entering the top 10 is getting bigger and bigger, many disciples of the Seven Profound Valley are not convinced. Most of them were born in the Seven Profound Valley and have an innate sense of superiority. They look down on warriors from the 36 kingdoms and martial arts families. But now, they have been eliminated, and a kid from the 36 kingdoms is about to compete for the top 10. This is like a prince born in the capital being slapped in the face by an Avo-rish from the countryside. You know, the top 10 in the general sect martial arts competition not only means great honor and rewards, but also means that they will be valued and strongly supported by resources in the future by the sect. This is what many disciples dream of. If they could become core disciples, not only would their cultivation level advance by leaps and bounds, but those beautiful female disciples from the Seven Profound Valleys would also come up to them for their own picking. Perhaps because of the body tempering by the true essence, female warriors with good talents would probably not be bad looking. There were many stunningly beautiful female disciples from the Illusion sect and the Kin sect of the Seven Profound Valleys, and they had a more refined temperament than those rouge and vulgar women in the secular world. They had nothing to say about the top 10 of the 7 direct disciples and the core disciples of the major branch sects. But now, a country warrior from the 36 kingdoms was also going to be in the top 10. The top 10 disciples were almost destined to be recruited into the main sect and promoted to core disciples. How could they swallow the thought that Lin Ming would share their resources and enjoy their women in the future? Envy, jealousy, and hatred were the most appropriate descriptions of their hearts at this moment. Just wait, he won't be able to jump around for long. Gao Ming, the direct disciple of the Hehuan sect, has a good personal relationship with Gao Zifeng and will definitely stand up for Gao Zifeng. If Lin Ming is seriously injured, I wonder how he can compete for the top 10. These eliminated direct disciples could only curse in their hearts, hoping that Lin Ming would be seriously injured and unable to fight again. After Lin Ming, the referee announced the next match, Jiang Lanjian vs. Sun Lin. This time, the competition scene was boiling. Compared with the tepid performance of Lin Ming just now, it formed a strong contrast. Jiang Lanjian's reputation in the Seven Profound Valley is no less than that of the 7 direct disciples. Many people even think that he is stronger than some weaker direct disciples, such as Huo Yanluo of the Refining sect and Fang Qi of the Formation sect. After all, the Refining sect and the Formation sect have to invest a lot of energy in their auxiliary skills. The skills of this sect are not very powerful, but are mainly based on refining and formation. They are not as good as Jiang Lanjian, who is dedicated to sword training and pursues the strongest attack. Jiang Lanjian came on the field. He was wearing a green robe that never changed, holding a 3'6" sword in his arms. He stood in the center of the arena, as if he was a sword. If he didn't come out, it would be fine. But once he came out, the cold light was wanton and sharp. Jiang Lanjian's opponent, Sun Lin, came from the Refining sect. He was the second disciple of the younger generation of the Refining sect, second only to Huo Yanluo, the disciple of the sect master. Sun Lin participated in the last general sect martial arts competition and got the 22nd place in the overall ranking. Now, his cultivation has gone a step further, and he entered the finals with a perfect record. It is no surprise that he will enter the top 20 of the overall ranking in this competition, and there is even some hope of hitting the top 10. Jiang Lanjian, a disciple of the sword sect, please teach me. No matter who the opponent is, Jiang Lanjian will perform a sword salute before the battle. Please, senior brother Jiang, I have made great progress in the past 3 years and I'm not that easy to deal with, Sun Lin said with a smile. Being able to keep smiling in front of Jiang Lanjian is a great confidence in itself. As Sun Lin spoke, he drew out the great sword from the Zumi ring. The fiery red sword had a blade that was 4 feet long. As soon as the sword was unsheathed, it ignited a blazing flame, and a wave of heat rushed towards them. Some of the audience members who were close to him could not help but retreat. The heat wave alone has such a powerful force. This Sun Lin is definitely not an ordinary person. He is probably not worse than the Lin Ming just now. This general sect martial arts competition is really full of geniuses. Not only did the 36 countries and 16 martial arts families produce 2 geniuses, but the genius strength of our 7 Profound Valley general sect is also beyond the past. Chapter 261 Puppet Sect. Looking at the burning degree of the flame on Sun Lin's sword, his pseudo-fire essence has probably been refined to the millennium level. Too abnormal. Fire essence is immortal, but pseudo-fire essence is not. If the pseudo-fire essence is not supplied with fire essence for a long time, the pseudo-fire essence will slowly weaken until it dies. Of course, the strong pseudo-fire essence dies slowly, and the weak pseudo-fire essence dies quickly. The so-called millennium level pseudo-fire essence means that after the supply of fire essence is cut off, the pseudo-fire essence can naturally exist for 1,000 years. This is a very long time. It should be noted that the history of Qianxue Valley is only 600 years. Even for the core disciples of Qianxue Valley with a lot of resources, fire essence is an extremely luxurious thing, which is out of reach. It is also a very remarkable thing to have millennium level pseudo fire essence. How many moves do you think brother Jiang will win? It's hard to say. I think it will take more than 10 moves, maybe 20 moves. Although Sun Lin showed good strength, the disciples present still preferred Jiang Lanjian. Brother Jiang, take my move of blazing fire. Sun Lin on the ring made a move, and the first move was his signature move. There was a whirring sound of flames burning, and the red rain of fire rushed out from Sun Lin's broadsword, covering the Jiang Lan sword. What made people feel weird was that the flames that made up the rain of fire were not covered with jumping fire snakes like ordinary flames, but condensed into streams, like sharp arrows. It's the fire of the abyss fire of the human grade. Sun Lin can actually get this kind of fire to nourish his pseudo fire essence. A disciple of the refining sect couldn't help shouting, looking at Sun Lin with jealousy. Obviously, this abyss fire stimulated him a lot. This kind of human grade flame must not be obtained by Sun Lin himself, so there is only one possibility, that it is a resource allocated to him by the refining sect. This is the privilege of the core disciples. They are ordinary disciples. They will not be allocated a large amount of human grade flames to roast their pseudo fire essences, even if they stay in the sect for 100 years. Facing the red rain of fire, Jiang Lanjian remained calm as usual. He drew his sword from its sheath. The 3-finger wide green sword had an ancient luster and no sharpness. It looked as inconspicuous as a leek leaf. Point the sword to the sky. Jiang Lanjian drew his sword. It was impossible to see his movements. Only a flash of green light appeared. At that moment, it seemed that a green dragon rose into the sky. The wanton sword energy collided with the arrows of the rain of fire. There was a series of puff 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 explosions, and the rain of fire disappeared. The brilliant fire covered the audience's eyes like a blooming firework. The audience had no time to react. Jiang Lanjian swung his sword again. This sword, with a sharp sound of gas explosion, pierced Sun Lin's heart. Wall of flames. Sun Lin was shocked. He expected that the raging fire might not hurt Jiang Lanjian, but he didn't expect it to be broken so easily. In a panic, Sun Lin retreated while setting up a defensive wall of flames in front of him. 3 consecutive walls of flames, each one more blazing than the last. Crimson tongues of fire shot out more than 10 feet high. Break. Jiang Lanjian waved his long sword, and a sword energy slashed out with unparalleled momentum, dividing the entire arena. Jiang Lanjian cut through the 3 walls of fire with one sword, and the flames were blown out directly by the sword energy. Jiang Lanjian's speed instantly reached its limit. The next moment, a cyan figure appeared in front of Sun Lin, and Sun Lin's face changed drastically. The sword light suddenly appeared. Boom. Sun Lin's body protecting true essence was broken, and his body flew backwards with a pale face. Once close, Sun Lin had no chance to resist at all. He was just a disciple of the refining sect. Although he also used a sword, he was not a swordsman at all. His sword was more like a magical weapon that could perform flame attacks, but Jiang Lanjian was different. His sword was his lifeblood. He was united with the sword and was invincible. Jiang Lanjian wins. The referee elder was also deeply surprised. He defeated the enemy with 3 swords. The opponent was not an unknown person, but he lost so thoroughly. Jiang Lanjian's strength is too terrifying. If nothing unexpected happens, he has surpassed some of the direct disciples. You know, he is not the chief disciple of the sword sect, so how powerful is Jiang Boyan, the first master of the younger generation of the sword sect? It's unimaginable. In the audience, ordinary disciples were shocked. Jiang Lanjian was too powerful. Even Fang Qi, the direct disciple of the Array sect, didn't look very good. If that was all Jiang Lanjian's strength, he could barely fight with Jiang Lanjian. If not, he would be in danger. As one of the 7 direct disciples, if he lost to the second disciple of the sword sect, he would naturally be embarrassed. Not only Fang Qi, Lin Ming, Huan Xiaodi and others looked unnatural. For the time being, they don't have to worry about Jiang Lanjian. They are worried about Jiang Boyan. They don't know Jiang Lanjian's strength, but the sword sect certainly knows it. Letting such a powerful Jiang Lanjian be the second disciple can only prove that Jiang Boyan is stronger than Jiang Lanjian. Good. Really good. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly heard a sinister voice beside him, which made his scalp numb. He turned his head and saw a skinny guy wrapped in bandages laughing. Seeing the mummy beside him, Lin Ming felt uncomfortable all over. He frowned and said, Mu Gubuayu, what are you laughing at? Hehe, I'm excited to have such an opponent. The mummy stretched out its long tongue to lick its lips, and there was a strange light in its eyes, just like a vampire seeing delicious prey, which made people shudder. The mummy's surname is very strange, Mugu, named Buayu. He is not from the southern heaven region, but from the extremely distant far west region. 600 years ago, a man from the far west region named Mu Qianxue came to the 7 mysterious region of the southern heaven region through an ultra long distance teleportation array. He is the founder of the 7 mysterious valley puppet sect. The puppet sect is the most mysterious sect in the 7 profound valley. The disciples in the sect are all of the same lineage, with only one surname, Mugu. They never accept disciples with other surnames. Rather than being a sect, they are more like a family. The number of people in the puppet sect is less than 1/3 of the total number of the Qin sect and Huan sect, which are sparsely populated. However, no sect dares to underestimate the puppet sect, because the disciples of the puppet sect are too powerful and very united. Take this time's general sect martial arts competition as an example. The puppet sect only sent 2 people, Mugu Buai and Mugu Jirang. Both of them swept all the way and qualified. Among them, Mugu Buai is a direct disciple with strange moves and unpredictable strength. Liang Ming would rather fight against Jiang Boyan than this mummy. Mugu Jirang is not much worse, and he is definitely in the top 10. Even Fang Qi from the Array sect is likely not a match for Mugu Jirang. The puppet sect is really too strange. Their branch has its own beliefs, which seem to be some gods from the western regions. They are mysterious all day long. The mountain where the sect is located is 1,000 miles away from the main peak of the 7 profound valley, deep in the Qianxue mountains, where there are no people and groups of ferocious beasts. The puppet sect does not use the resources of the 7 profound valley very much, nor will it hand over resources to the 7 profound valley. Occasionally, when it uses things from the 7 profound valley, it will also exchange them at an equal value. It can be said that the puppet sect is a very independent branch within the 7 profound valley, and it rarely contacts the other 6 branches. As for the orders of the valley master, they are almost optional for them. Everyone in the Seven Profound Valley understands one thing, that the disciples of the puppet sect are absolutely not to be provoked, because they are not only powerful and mysterious, but also extremely protective. If the sword sect is the most powerful branch of the Seven Profound Valley, then the puppet sect is the most difficult branch of the Seven Profound Valley. No one is willing to fight with them, not only because their moves are weird, but also once they are killed, your body is very likely to be made into a puppet. This is also the reason why a man of the hour like Lin Ming felt his scalp tingling when he saw Mu Qianxue. He knew very well that the cloth bag Mu Qianxue was made of the human skin of a congenital master, and the puppet sleeping in the human skin bag was also made of the corpse of an acquired peak master. Jiang Boyan, you are in trouble now. Lin Ming thought with gloating when he found that Mu Qianxue kept licking his lips and looking at Jiang Boyan. He was not sure about facing Jiang Boyan at all, and he didn't want to deal with this guy who was neither human nor ghost in front of him. If the two of them fought, it would be a happy ending for both of them. After Jiang Lanjian made his move, 3 direct disciples came on the field in succession, and almost all of them defeated their opponents within 3 moves. For a time, the atmosphere of the arena was pushed to a climax. The popularity of the 7 direct disciples soared, so that after Qin Wuxin came on the field, the arena was filled with cheers like a tide. Qin Wuxin will win. Come on, senior sister Qin. Senior sister Qin, I love you. Various chaotic voices reached the arena, but Qin Wuxin just stood there holding her Qin, not affected at all. She was wearing a plain white dress, which fluttered in the breeze, and her whole body naturally exuded an otherworldly aura. Her opponent was Mu Qianxue, who was still wearing a veil, and wearing a bright yellow dress, looking as quiet as a virgin. The 2 beauties of different styles standing together naturally attracted countless eyes. For many men, the fight itself was no longer important at this time. You are not my opponent, Qin Wuxin said indifferently. I know, but since I have entered the first echelon, I don't want to miss the opportunity to exchange hands with your direct disciples. Mu Qianxue raised her head proudly. Although she was beaten to a pulp by Fang Qi, she would not be depressed. She was confident that as time went by, she would catch up with them step by step until she surpassed them. Now she wanted to know how big the gap was. Then, fulfill your wish, Qin Wuxin said expressionlessly. Listen to my music. Her slender hands rested on the long strings, and the sound of music like flowing water in the mountains began to sound. Chapter 262 Let me have 3 moves. The gentle and graceful sound of the piano echoed on the stage. Even those sitting in the main hall of the 7 Mysterious Valley could hear it clearly. How could I listen to your piano music? Mu Qianxue snorted coldly and sealed her ears with her true energy. It was obvious that the sound of the piano was strange. Mu Qianxue pushed her true energy to the extreme. Facing Qin Wuxin, she had to go all out from the beginning, otherwise she would not have the chance to go all out. The thick khaki defense layer spread all over her body. Mu Qianxue did not move her feet, and used her palm as a knife, to use the Mingchen Prajna palm, which was also the strongest martial art that Mu Qianxue could instantly use. However, just when she was about to strike with all her strength, her body suddenly stopped. She opened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, and watched the true energy defense layer that she was proud of inexplicably crack. As soon as the crack appeared, it instantly covered the entire defense layer. Bang! With a crisp sound, the resilient defense layer shattered like frozen glass, turning into fragments of true essence scattered all over the ground. Mu Qianxue was stunned. The true essence defense layer was broken, but she was not attacked at all. She didn't even know how the opponent's attack acted on her shield. She still heard the lingering and beautiful piano music like mountain streams, and there was no murderous aura. But her shield was shattered in an instant, as fragile as an eggshell. Could it be that the attack just now was launched by this very soft piano music? I admit defeat. Mu Qianxue closed her eyes and smiled bitterly. She just wanted to see how big the gap was, but now she knew that the gap was impossible to estimate. From beginning to end, Qin Wuxin, who was playing the piano, didn't even look at her, and there was no real essence fluctuation on her body. Although she knew that she would lose, Mu Qianxue actually lost like this, and she didn't even notice the opponent's attack method. Qin Wuxin wins. The referee announced without any suspense. Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. This Qin Wuxin was so scary. Lin Ming's perception was very strong. He could keenly capture every trace of true energy fluctuation in the air. Qin Wuxin's control over the true energy was so accurate that it was outrageous. Even if Lin Ming, who had mastered the practice of strength like silk and had achieved the subtle control of true energy, he still believed that he could not achieve the level of Qin Wuxin. Just now, Qin Wuxin integrated the true energy into the sound wave, and all the attacks were concentrated on Jing Chanayu's protective shield, which was shattered in an instant. The true energy did not overflow at all, and Jing Chanayu was not hurt at all, so that many people could not feel anything unusual when they heard the sound of the piano. Qin Zong's skills really surprised me. Lin Ming knew very well that sound waves were actually a kind of vibration. Containing true energy in sound waves actually made the true energy vibrate. This is similar to the practice of strength like silk recorded in the Chaos Gang Daojing. Practice of strength like silk is to adjust the breathing frequency of small units throughout the body to make the true energy itself vibrate. The Qin sect's technique is to attach the true essence to the vibrating sound waves so as to achieve the effect of vibrating with the sound waves. From this point of view, the Qin sect's technique is obviously not as good as the Chaos Gang Daojing, but to a certain extent, the Qin sect's technique can achieve similar effects to the practice of strength like silk, such as attacking without defense. Lin Ming can shatter Jing Chanayu's protective shield with one punch. Qin Wuxin can do it too. I really can't underestimate the heroes of the world. Xi'an continent has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and there are also many geniuses. Although it is far less profound than the divine realm, in some aspects, it may not be worse than the divine realm. Lin Ming was thinking, but he didn't notice that the first round of the game had ended, and the second round of the game started immediately, and the first game of the battle was Lin Ming's game. First match, Lin Ming vs. Fang Qi. When the referee called out the list of players for the first match, Lin Ming was surprised. Fang Qi was one of the 7 direct disciples. Although the direct disciples of the formation sect and the refining sect seemed to be the weakest among the 7 direct disciples, they were still direct disciples after all. Who would have thought that in the second round of the 29th match, he would have to meet a direct disciple? Thinking of this, Lin Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was normal to meet. He was not a seeded player favored by the referee team, so it was impossible for him to be left to the end. In the first few matches, he would definitely meet direct disciples or people of Jiang Lanjian's level. Relatively speaking, meeting Fang Qi was still good. Fang Qi looked at Lin Ming with a smile. We missed the group stage, and in the end, we still played against each other in the first round. You were really unlucky to meet me in the second round, but you're still pretty good to have maintained your undefeated record until now. There are only 15 people who have maintained their undefeated record in this round. Of course, your undefeated record will end here. Lin Ming grinned. I think my luck is okay. It's just that I met you instead of Jiang Boyan and Ao Yang Ming. This is not a bad situation. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Fang Qi's face suddenly darkened. He thought he was not as good as Jiang Boyan and others, but even so, it was not the turn of Lin Ming, a warrior from the 36 kingdoms, to mock him. Don't you look at your own identity? Do you have the right to look down on me? What an arrogant tone. I was going to show mercy to you, because we were from the same group. Since you are so confident, don't blame me if you get seriously injured. Fang Qi snorted coldly, took a step, and stood on the ring. The audience immediately started cheering. To increase the momentum, the disciples of the formation sect even created a sound amplification array. This small array was a piece of cake for the disciples of the formation sect. For a moment, Fang Qi's cheers went straight up into the sky. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as earth-shattering. Fang Qi, Fang Qi, Fang Qi, you must win. Especially those disciples who were jealous of Lin Ming's qualification to compete for the top 10 shouted at the top of their lungs. Instant kill. Instant kill. Instant kill that idiot. Instant kill that country bumpkin. This was the home advantage. Standing on the stage, Lin Ming almost became a public enemy. The weak cheers from the warriors of the 36 countries had long been drowned out. In fact, even the warriors from the 36 countries, more than 90% of them did not think highly of Lin Ming. The prestige of the direct disciple was too great. Even Kinzia had a solemn expression on his face. He did not expect to encounter the direct disciple so early. At this moment, a voice from the true essence sounded in Lin Ming's ears. You must defeat him, please. Lin Ming turned his head and saw Jing Chanyu, who was wearing a veil, standing 20 feet away. Her beautiful eyes looked at him with expectation. Lin Ming smiled and was about to turn around to fight. He took a quick glance and found that many disciples from the 36 countries in the audience were clenching their fists and looking at him with the same hope and expectation. They did not cheer for him like the disciples of the Seven Mysterious Valley, but just sat there with clenched fists. Maybe it was not that they did not want to cheer, but that they did not have the confidence. The warriors of the 36 countries have always had a sense of inferiority that was in their bones and could not be erased. The 36 countries were originally short of resources, and more than 90% of them had to pay tribute to the Seven Mysterious Valley. How many warriors were buried with hidden injuries and became disabled for life because of the lack of a few low-level healing herbs? How many warriors would risk their lives in the beast forest for a few dozen taels of gold just to hunt for the low-level beast materials that were no different from garbage in the eyes of the disciples of the big sects? How many warriors had to practice the lowest level skills because of the lack of inheritance? How many warriors fought hard all their lives to pursue the illusory condensing veins realm, but in the end, it was fruitless. The warriors of the Seven Mysterious Valley were born high and mighty. They ate spiritual valleys and vegetables that they had never thought of, high-level beast meat, used top-grade treasures in pure true essence stones, learned the core inheritance and top-level skills of the big sects, and used herbs to improve their physical fitness since childhood. All kinds of elixirs can be eaten as meals. Even if they are as stupid as pigs and eat and do nothing every day, their parents can guarantee them to at least the condensing veins stage. The disciples of the Seven Mysterious Valley are the top among these people and their representatives. The battle between me and Fang Qi is no longer just a representation of them personally, but a representation of those warriors of the 36 countries who are full of inferiority in their bones, declaring war on the disciples of the big sects. Those disciples of the Seven Profound Valley were cheering so frantically because they wanted Fang Qi to step on them. In their minds, the warriors of the 36 nations were supposed to be miserable beggars waiting for their charity. How could they tolerate a warrior of the 36 nations surpassing them, stepping on them, and infringing on their innate sense of superiority and dignity? Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming's expression became serious. Once upon a time, he was one of the civilian warriors. If he had not accidentally obtained a great opportunity, he would be like them now, going through life and death in the fierce beast forest for a few dozen taels of gold, practicing desperately without hesitation, leaving hidden injuries on his body, and even unable to find a decent set of exercises. I must win this battle, and I must win the slap in the face and win the fight. Lin Ming clenched his fists, and the breathing of the small units in his body was adjusted to the same frequency. 5,000 vibrating true essences condensed on his fists and perfectly merged with the power of thunder. At this time, the referee had not yet announced the start of the match. Fang Qi noticed the flow of true energy in Lin Ming's body and sneered. Are you nervous? Preparing in advance will not change any results. In fact, you don't need to prepare at all. I will let you have 3 moves after the fight starts. You have plenty of time to make your move. Lin Ming said coldly, no need to give in. Haha, if I can't even afford to give him 3 moves to the warriors of your 36 countries, what's the point of being a direct disciple? Fang Qi's voice was extremely penetrating, and it vaguely matched the rules of a certain formation. Even in the arena, where the shouts were deafening, it was clearly heard by the audience. Good job, Fang Qi. Let him have 3 moves. Let him know what the gap is. Country bumpkin, go home and eat rice. You still want to be in the top 10, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Are you worthy of it? Chapter 263 What is the gap? Lin Ming turned a deaf ear to all the discussions. Let me have 3 moves. Okay, then you let me. I'll see if you still have a chance to make a move after 3 moves. The game begins. The referee announced the words that the audience had been waiting for a long time. Lin Ming did not rush out immediately, but the pure purple true energy wrapped in his right fist became more intense. Lightning flashed and crackled, and a sound like a dragon's roar could be heard faintly. Fanqi smiled confidently, stretched out his hand, and a golden array symbol appeared out of thin air. In the group stage, Fanqi faced the disciples Aoyan of the refining sect, and used this array symbol to instantly swallow the red flame released by the opponent. Fanqi had sufficient confidence in this array symbol. Except for the perverts from other branches, no one present could break it with one blow, because it contained an independent space that could accommodate and transfer attacks. Unless it exceeded the limit of the array's endurance, no attack would hurt Fanqi at all. Fanqi said carelessly that he would let Lin Ming take 3 moves, relying on this small array symbol. This small array symbol blocked 3 full strength moves of Lin Ming in a row. Would he still have the face to continue fighting? Fanqi was looking forward to the expression on Lin Ming's face at that time, just like he did to Jing Qianxue at the beginning, promising 5 breaths of time, provoking the other party's unwillingness, and then ruthlessly stepping on their resistance. This was a very interesting thing. At this time, in the audience, Jing Qianxue's hands were clenched together nervously. She had also seen this array symbol. She was afraid that Lin Ming would follow in her footsteps. If so, it would be a serious blow to the warrior's self-confidence. Can Lin Ming break the spell of Fanqi's 3 moves? At least make the other party panic a little and knock off the disdain on his face. Holding the flashing array symbol in one hand, Fanqi smiled and said, "Are you not ready yet? I'm waiting for you to be ready." Lin Ming grinned and suddenly stepped on the ground with both feet. As the rocks under his feet shattered, his body pulled out a series of phantoms. Lin Ming's right fist was mixed with the vast and domineering power of thunder, and 5,000 vibrating true essences were like 5,000 ferocious dragons. The violent fist force made the surrounding air emit a harsh whistling sound. Crack, crack, crack. As the earth and rocks flew, and the airwaves rolled, the violent true essence plowed a deep groove on the floor tiles. A punch was thrown out, and the fist decided the outcome. Exclamation mark. Faced with such momentum, Fanqi felt inexplicably weak for a while, but thinking that he was a direct disciple after all, this space transfer array talisman was also the core array skill of the sect, so he would not be unable to block it. Thinking of this, Fanqi regained his confidence and threw out the golden array talisman. After all, he was unsure and did not dare to use the array talisman to meet Lin Ming's fist at close range. "Get out!" Lin Ming shouted, and his right fist slammed into the golden array talisman. Vibrating true essence burst out. Crack. With a crisp sound, the golden array symbol shattered into slag like an egg crushed by a foot as the fist force exploded with visible force. However, Lin Ming's fist force did not decrease, and he continued to smash towards Fanqi. Fanqi's face changed drastically. How could it be possible? In a panic, Fanqi took out an array plate from the Zumi ring. As soon as the array plate appeared, a green light was shining brightly. 9-turn green light array. A thick green light curtain appeared in front of Fanqi, meeting Lin Ming's fist force. Bang! 5,000 vibrating true essences pounced on it like a hungry tiger, penetrating into every inch of the green light curtain. The green light curtain only lasted for a moment before it shattered. Although Lin Ming's fist force was offset a lot, it still broke the light curtain and went straight forward. Fanqi was shocked, bit his tongue hard, and forced a mouthful of blood to spit on the array plate. In a blink of an eye, another green light curtain condensed, but this light curtain was faintly glowing with red light. Crack. Lin Ming's fist had consumed nearly half of its strength, and it hit the green-red light curtain hard. With a loud bang, the light curtain shattered in half, barely maintaining its shape. Fanqi, who was behind the light curtain, looked pale, and his blood and ki were churning. Because he had forced his blood and essence to move in an instant, he almost vomited a mouthful of blood, but he swallowed it back. He felt even more uncomfortable after swallowing it back, and his face certainly didn't look good. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. He actually blocked it? The disciple really has some skills. So, there are 2 more moves. Fanqi's face suddenly looked as ugly as if his mother had died when he heard Lin Ming say this. The 3-move promise was made by him. Who would have thought that he would meet such a pervert? One punch forced him to use the 9-turn green light formation, and even used it twice in a row. Because he used it too hastily the second time, He didn't have time to draw the formation talisman, so he had to force out a mouthful of blood and essence. The 3-move restriction. If it was a private duel, he could still go back on his word, but now in front of all the disciples in the valley, as a direct disciple, he couldn't afford to lose this person. These 3 moves, even if he risked his life, he had to block them all, otherwise he would not be able to stay in the 7 profound valley in the future. It doesn't matter, just now should be his strongest attack. Since it is his ultimate move, it must consume a lot of energy, and it is unlikely to be used continuously. The next attack should be much weaker. And I was so embarrassed just now, because of my hasty defense. If I prepare in advance, it will be much better. At worst, I can use my trump card. Fanqi comforted himself like this, and he felt a little more confident. The whole arena was strangely quiet. Those disciples who had been shouting wildly to support Fanqi with the loudspeaker array were silent. They thought Fanqi could easily block this attack, but they didn't expect the result to be like this. Although Fanqi suppressed the blood boiling in his chest and didn't spit blood on the spot and lose face, the audience present were not idiots and naturally saw that Fanqi had suffered a small loss just now. Damn, why don't you shout? We need to cheer for Brother Fang. Yeah, we need to cheer now. The punch that Lin Ming just threw must have used some secret method. It can't last long. Brother Fang will still win, even if he lets him win in 3 moves. Yeah. How could Brother Fang lose? These Zenzong disciples gathered all their strength and were about to continue shouting, but their voices got stuck in their throats. Some of them who had already shouted sounded like a rooster crowing at the top of its lungs, but someone suddenly grabbed its neck and their voices became extremely strange. Because they saw that Lin Ming in the center of the field lightly touched the Zumi ring, and with a flash of white light, a shining spear appeared in his hand. The heavy and soft silver spear came out. Weapons? He has weapons? Doesn't Lin Ming use fists? How come he has weapons? The disciples of the Zen sect were all stunned. In China continent, there were not many warriors who didn't use weapons, but they were not rare. For example, Jingchenyu and Jingchenshi, the 2 siblings from Jingchen country, only used palms and finger shadows. They naturally thought that Lin Ming was a warrior who used fists. Although fists had a short attack range, they were flexible and accurate. If used well, and assisted by high-level fist martial arts, they were not necessarily worse than swords. But if a warrior had weapons, then he must specialize in weapons, and fists were just auxiliary. How could a fist that was just auxiliary have such power? How is this possible? Question mark? He is bluffing. Some Zen sect disciples said stubbornly, but his voice did not win any recognition. All the Zen sect disciples looked a little ugly. It seemed that Fanqi, the only seedling in their sect, had hit a wall. In a corner of the contestants' booth, Gao Yangzifeng looked at the silver spear in Lin Ming's hand, his mouth twitching. When I fought him, I didn't even force him to draw his weapon. Thinking of what he said at the beginning, that he didn't know if the other party could force him to draw his sword, Gao Yangzifeng smiled bitterly in his heart, because he subconsciously regarded Lin Ming as a warrior from the 36 kingdoms, and everyone looked down on him. On the ring, Fanqi's face had already turned the color of liver. He didn't care about why a warrior from the 36 kingdoms would be so perverted. He also ignored his identity and set up 5-9 revolutions green light formations in front of him. Just now, he hastily used the 9 revolutions green light formation, which consumed his blood. This time, of course, he would not make such a mistake again, and set up the 9 revolutions green light formation in advance. As a sect that mainly uses auxiliary skills, the strength of the disciples in the Zenzong is indeed not as good as that of other sects, but when it comes to defense, they are worse than other sects. The defensive power of the formation is naturally much better than the defense effect of using treasures. Looking at the 5 green light arrays in front of him, Fanqi was more confident. No matter how powerful you are, can you break my 5 arrays with one shot? But after thinking about it, Fanqi still felt that it would be better to be safe. He took out a small array flag from the Zumi ring and poured his true essence into it in advance, keeping it as a backup. This small flag was one of Fanqi's trump cards. Although the array has strong defensive power, it also has a disadvantage. That is, it is slow to activate, and preparations must be made early. After a series of preparations, Fanqi consumed a lot of energy, but he had a special array talisman that could replenish his true essence. If it was a war of attrition, Fanqi thought he had a great advantage. At this moment, Lin Ming fired the first basic spear technique, Flood Dragon out of the sea! Exclamation mark. Roar. The clear roar of the dragon soared into the sky. Behind Lin Ming, a purple dragon phantom suddenly condensed. After Lin Ming absorbed the purple dragon divine thunder, his dragon out to sea was completely different from the original dragon out to sea. He fired a real shot, containing the dragon power of heaven and earth. Coupled with the thunder power on the gun and the 5000 vibrating true essences, it really swept everything. The purple electric snake swallowed and spit out wantonly. Lin Ming's shot, with the momentum of mountains and rivers, pierced through the void in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 consecutive 9-turn green light arrays were torn like shredded paper in front of the unstoppable gun force. Fanqi's face changed, and he hurriedly waved the array flag in his hand. Bang. The 4th 9-turn green light array exploded, and the heavy mysterious soft silver spear drove straight in. Crack. The spear collided violently with the 5th 9 revolutions green light formation. At this time, Fanqi's formation flag glowed with golden light. Golden runes shot out from the formation flag, and were all printed on the 9 revolutions green light formation. How is it possible? Fanqi watched helplessly as the 9 revolutions green light formation, which was reinforced by the golden light formation flag, still had cracks. The cracks were like the devil's smile, expanding little by little. This chapter is added for the squad leader. If you like it, please vote. The double bonus has passed. 3 recommendation votes will do. Most importantly, subscribe to it. It is the greatest support for Silkworm Cocoon. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. Defeat the enemy with 3 moves. Impossible. It's impossible to break my golden light array flag. Fanqi gritted his teeth and desperately urged all his true energy. The fierce collision broke his hairband, his hair was disheveled, and his face was distorted violently. But the cracks continued to expand little by little. The golden runes attached to the green light array exploded one after another. Boom. The last golden rune exploded, and the 5th layer of the green light array lost the support of the runes. It finally reached its limit, and was completely shattered under the impact of the heavy mysterious soft silver spear. Fanqi shouted, waving the array flag in his hand, and smashing it at the heavy mysterious soft silver spear. The gun and flag collided, and the visible true energy aftermath surged out. Fanqi felt as if he had hit an unshakable mountain, and then an unstoppable force came, directly blowing him away. After all, the flag is a treasure for setting the array, and the spear is naturally used to charge into the army. The result of the 2 fighting can be imagined. The only thing Fanqi was thankful for was that the power of the heavy profound soft silver spear had been exhausted, and he fought back desperately, which was why he managed to block the shot. The aftermath of the true essence knocked Fanqi backwards, and after landing, he took 6 or 7 steps back before he could stabilize himself. However, at this point, he didn't care about his face, and it was good enough that he could take this move. He turned his head and looked at the formation flag in his hand. 1/3 of the golden runes on it were broken. Fanqi was very distressed. This formation flag was called the Golden Light Formation Flag, and it was the top level among the human level upper grade magic weapons. Its biggest function was to accommodate these golden runes. He had drawn the golden runes before the game started, which could greatly increase the power of the formation. It was Fanqi's trump card to suppress the formation, and he was originally going to use it when facing perverts like Lin Ming or Jiang Boyan. Of course, Fanqi didn't plan to really beat these perverts, but he didn't want to lose too badly. After all, they were all direct disciples, and the gap was too big to get through. But now, just facing Lin Ming, Fanqi has consumed 1/3 of the golden runes, which makes him want to cry but not cry. If Fanky was just wanting to cry, but not cry at first, then Lin Ming's words made Fanky want to vomit bile. Lin Ming said, there is one last move. Damn. Fanky really wanted to slap himself twice. I was so stupid. What a promise of 3 moves. Now Fanky is riding a tiger, and it is difficult to get off. If he admits defeat before 3 moves, he will not be able to wipe this face. But if he doesn't admit defeat, he will just waste the runes on the golden light array flag in vain, and he will still lose in the end. How can the 36 kingdoms produce such a pervert? Is this a human? On the contestant seat, Jiang Lanjian stared at Lin Ming with a burning look. Ever since Lin Ming's heavy and soft silver gun came out, he felt threatened. Before, when Lin Ming only had mental attacks, Jiang Lanjian didn't take Lin Ming seriously. His sword power can cut through everything, including inner demons, karma, obsessions, and of course soul attacks. It can be said that a warrior who attacks with his soul cannot threaten a swordsman who is truly one with his sword. But now, the other party has drawn his gun. Although he only fired 1 shot, the momentum contained in this shot shocked Jiang Lanjian. Whether it is a gun or a sword, it has its own soul. The ordinary warriors only use the gun and sword moves to show their form, while the real masters can integrate the soul of the gun and sword into it. Lin Ming's gun just now carried the momentum of mountains and rivers, and contained the dragon power of heaven and earth. With the power of 1 gun, he broke through 5 9-turn green light formations, forcing Fanky to be in a state of embarrassment. Especially the dragon power contained in the gun, which has been condensed to the extent that you can hear the dragons roar. This makes Jiang Lanjian feel ashamed. As the saying goes, the sword is like jade, the knife is like a tiger, and the gun is like a dragon. At a young age, Lin Ming has already achieved a gun like a dragon, and his talent can be called against the sky. Jiang Lanjian thought that his attainments in swordsmanship were already very high, but compared to Lin Ming, he was still far behind. Jiang Boyan noticed something strange about Jiang Lanjian, and said with a smile, Lanjian, your spirit seems to have weakened. This is not like you. Jiang Lanjian shook his head. I was just shocked by Lin Ming. However, although he is strong, he is not strong enough to dampen my spirit. Haha, that's right. We swordsmen must never dampen our spirits. Jiang Boyan patted Jiang Lanjian on the shoulder, and said after thinking for a while, Lanjian, do you know how old Lin Ming is? Probably 17 or 18. Jiang Lanjian gave a guessed age, saying that he might be less than 18, about 17, and should not be younger. Hey, you guessed wrong. Lin Ming is only 16 years old, and he just turned 16 a few days ago. What? Jiang Lanjian, who was always calm, completely lost his usual composure, and stood up directly. Just turned 16. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. The elders of our sword sect have already started to work privately yesterday, trying to absorb Lin Ming into the sword sect. That was only yesterday. If it were today, I'm afraid the sect master would be restless. Jiang Boyan himself is a direct disciple, and knows the affairs of the sect very well. Jiang Lanjian was shocked. Let's not talk about Lin Ming's current peak of bone forging, which can be achieved with only a 6th grade talent, which is acceptable. What he couldn't believe the most was Lin Ming's attainments in soul attack and his understanding of gun power, which were by no means achieved overnight. A boy who just turned 16, who has only practiced martial arts for 4 years, has to practice martial arts, study soul attack, and understand gun power. Does he have the art of clones? The worst thing is that Lin Ming is a thunder warrior with a thunder energy compatibility of at least 6 grades. It is simply unbelievable. Is there such a genius in this world? Jiang Boyan patted Jiang Lanjian on the back and said, okay, let's not talk about it for now. This is the last move. On the ring, Fanky once again set up 5 9-turn green light arrays. It was not that he didn't want to set up more, but he could only control 5 arrays at the same time, and his true energy was limited. He had to save enough true energy to control the golden light array flag. It was ironic that the so-called 3 moves were originally given by Fanky to Lin Ming to gather strength, but now it was the other way around. Lin Ming gave Fanky time to set up a defensive array, but at this point, Fanky couldn't take care of so many things. He had to make good use of the time. I still have 2/3 of the gold talismans. If I use them all up in one go, I can definitely block this attack. As long as I block it, I can still save my face, even if I admit defeat. Fang Qi had already made up his mind to block Lin Ming's third move at all costs. He didn't count on the golden light array flag anyway, and there was no point in leaving some gold talismans. He might as well use them all. In Fang Qi's opinion, if 1/3 of the gold talismans could block Lin Ming's second attack, then 2/3 of the gold talismans could definitely block Lin Ming's third attack. Lin Ming held the heavy mysterious soft silver spear horizontally, and with his forearm pressed tightly against the end of the spear, he took the starting position of the iron bridge blocking the river. He didn't intend to hold back on this attack. Zzzz. The electric snake as thick as a child's arm wrapped around the heavy mysterious soft silver spear, and Lin Ming's pupils shone purple, which was the color of the purple dragon divine thunder. The momentum accumulated from 2 consecutive attacks. At this moment Lin Ming himself was like a spear out of the box, and the energy that surged out like a tide made the surrounding air vibrate. Puff, puff, puff. Fang Qi heard the trembling sound coming from the first layer of the 9 revolutions green light formation. It was the sound of Lin Ming's sharp aura piercing the green light formation. Fang Qi's face turned pale. The aura alone was powerful enough. What would happen if he attacked head on? After using 1/3 of the golden array talismans in advance and imprinting them on the last layer of the 9 revolutions green light formation, Fang Qi breathed a sigh of relief. I don't believe that you can break 2/3 of the golden talismans on my golden light formation flag with one shot. At the moment, when the aura reached its peak, Lin Ming's eyes condensed, and the golden peng breaking void body technique burst out. The heavy profound soft silver spear pierced out rapidly like a meteor wrapped in lightning, and the aura of the spear filled the void, and the air was ignited. Lin Ming's soul power sank, and the evil god seed in his heart hummed with excitement. The power of the evil god activated. Boom. The highly compressed true essence burst out from the evil god seed, and the shadow of a dragon condensed behind Lin Ming again, but it was more solid and realistic than the last time, and one could even see the dragon scales flashing with purple light. The loud dragon roar rushed straight into the sky, and the clouds in the sky were all broken. The divine spear is like a dragon. Puff. The first layer of the 9 transformations green light formation was declared broken before it even touched the tip of the spear. It was destroyed by the powerful momentum contained in the spear. The second layer of the 9 transformations green light formation was shattered into slag as soon as it touched it, and it was even more completely broken than the first layer. Under the vibration of the true essence containing the purple dragon divine thunder, the 9 transformations green light formation without the blessing of the golden talisman was no different from paper. Puff puff puff. The 9 transformations green light formation was broken one after another, and Fang Qi didn't care about keeping any backup. All the golden talismans were imprinted on the last layer of the 9 transformations green light formation, and the entire formation had turned into pure gold. Boom. The heavy and profound soft silver spear rushed forward without any fuss. The fierce impact of the true essence formed a terrifying Qi shockwave. The broken stones on the stage were twisted by the true essence and scattered in all directions. Even the protective array around the arena was shaken violently, activating the power of the evil god, adding the vibration of the true essence, and integrating the power of the purple dragon. This attack was almost the strongest attack of Lin Ming with the spear. Crack, crack, crack. The last layer of the 9 revolutions green light array only resisted for a few breaths, and countless golden cracks appeared, spreading like a spider web. How is it possible? 2/3 of my golden talismans. Fang Qi had no chance to question it. The unstoppable spearlight penetrated through the cracks of the 9 revolutions green light array and hit Fang Qi's chest heavily. Boom. As the last golden array symbol disappeared, the 5th layer of the 9 revolutions green light array was shattered. Fang Qi's body was thrown out like a sack, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. 3 moves to defeat the enemy. Fang Qi fell heavily on the protective magic circle of the arena, bounced to the ground, and fainted. The audience was silent. Jing Chanyu clasped her hands tightly together, staring at Lin Ming in the middle of the arena with wide eyes, her eyes full of complexities. She had always begged Lin Ming to win, just to prove her point, to fulfill her obsession, but she was not sure if Lin Ming really had the strength to do so. But now, he won, and won completely. Chapter 265, Gun Genius. Lin Ming wins. Even when the referee announced the result, the audience was still somewhat incredulous. Fang Qi asked Lin Ming to make 3 moves, but he didn't make it to the end of the 3 moves. Especially the disciples of the Zen sect, each of them looked like eggplants hit by frost. Their faces were as ugly as they could be. They had hoped that Fang Qi would stomp Lin Ming hard and let these country warriors who wanted to eat swan meat know the difference. No one expected this result, which was unacceptable. Fang Qi was defeated so thoroughly. If they had gone up, it would undoubtedly be even worse. Lin Ming walked to the contestant area, but saw a girl in yellow standing there quietly, waiting for him. It was Jing Chanyu. "Thank you," Jing Chanyu said softly. "Originally, Fang Qi was the opponent I wanted to defeat. There is nothing to thank me for." "Well, I know." Jing Chanyu didn't know what to say for a moment. The scene of Lin Ming defeating the enemy with a single shot with the phantom of a dragon on the field just now left a deep impression on her. He was just like a peerless god of war, breaking through everything and unstoppable. At this time, Jiang Lanjian came over. He and Lin Ming barely knew each other. "Lin Ming. Senior brother Jiang." Lin Ming clasped his fists. He had a good impression of Jiang Lanjian. He was obviously a swordsman who pursued the way of swordsmanship wholeheartedly. He didn't need to be on guard when he came into contact with such a person. In many cases, the type of martial arts can tell a person's character. The 7 mysterious valleys are both good and evil. The Hehuan sect, which inherits the evil martial arts of the way of lust, will not produce any good people. The disciples of the sword sect and the Qin sect are mostly upright gentlemen. It's not that they are good people, but they will not frame others behind their backs. Even if they are bloodthirsty, they will be open and above board. Otherwise, if their hearts are not right, their sword hearts and Qin hearts will not be perfect. "Lin Ming, you just turned 16. Although he had received accurate information from Jiang Boyan, Jiang Lanjian couldn't help but confirm it. This news was too shocking. As soon as these words came out, before Lin Ming could answer anything, Jing Chanyu was suddenly shocked. "Just turned 16? Question mark? She subconsciously reached out her hand to cover her red mouth, her beautiful eyes staring at Lin Ming without blinking. Lin Ming did not hesitate and nodded to admit it. It was impossible to hide such a thing. If the 7 Mysterious Valley wanted to investigate, it would be easy to find out everything about his ancestors. Although his age was too conspicuous, Lin Ming was not worried. The more outstanding his talent was, the more attention he would get from the 7 Mysterious Valley and the more resources he would win. Even if someone had bad intentions towards him, because he had exposed too many things, he would still have the Shenhuang Island to deter him from doing anything. Lin Ming believed that, although Mu Qianxue might not care about him that much, she would at least help him when he was in trouble. Seeing Lin Ming nod to admit it, Jing Chanyu took a breath of cold air. Her age was considered young among the warriors participating in the general sect martial arts competition this time, but she was also 18 years old 2 months ago. She thought Lin Ming was about the same age as her, at most half a year or a few months younger, but she didn't expect that he was only 16 years old. At the age of 16, he participated in the martial arts competition of the main sect and defeated Fang Qi, the disciple of the Zen sect, in 3 moves. What kind of terrifying achievement is this? Even the disciples of the 7 Mysterious Valley, even Jiang Boyan and Ouyang Ming, did not have this strength when they were 16. Jing Chanyu found that she could not see Lin Ming clearly. Lin Ming was like an iceberg floating on the sea. When you think you can see him clearly, you find that you only see a tiny corner of him. Jiang Lanjian took a deep breath and looked at Lin Ming seriously. He still remembered his comments on Lin Ming in Ninhua building. He said that, even if Lin Ming reached the same level as himself, he would not be his opponent. Unexpectedly, now that he has reached the peak of bone forging, he can actually threaten himself. This kind of strength is unimaginable. And the key is that the opponent is too young. Even Jiang Lanjian, who has achieved great success in swordsmanship, has a sense of being unattainable. The opponent has only been practicing spears for a few years, and he is not practicing spears with all his heart. His achievements in spears have surpassed his swordsmanship. Lin Ming, I look forward to fighting with you, Jiang Lanjian said solemnly. We will fight soon. Lin Ming smiled. Jiang Lanjian turned and left, leaving Jing Chanyu still looking at Lin Ming in disbelief. She didn't know what to say at this time. She knew very well that Lin Ming would at least become one of the direct disciples of Qixuan Valley in the future. If he continued to develop with this momentum, it would be a natural thing for him to impact the Xianshan realm, and he might even be able to challenge the Zuandan. You know, there is only one Zuandan master in the entire Qixuan Valley, and he is only in the early stage of Zuandan. If Lin Ming achieves Zuandan, he will most likely not be an ordinary Zuandan master. He may be the #1 person in the Qixuan area with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, and even become the supreme elder of Qixuan Valley. Thinking of this, Jing Chanyu's heart beat faster. Will the person standing next to her be the future master of the Qixuan area? Although she knew that, if she had a good relationship with Lin Ming now, Jingshan country would benefit a lot in the future, but Jing Chanyu had never done such a thing, to actively show goodwill to someone she was not familiar with, and she didn't know what to do for a while. In fact, putting aside the interests of the country, Jing Chanyu was very willing to get to know Lin Ming from the bottom of her heart, but how to start? At this time, Qin Xingxuan and Qin Ziya walked towards Lin Ming. Qin Xingxuan would be lying if he said he was not moved by Lin Ming's heroic figure defeating Fang Qi on the stage just now, especially the last shot, when Lin Ming broke through 5-9 revolutions green light formations with one shot, causing Fang Qi to be seriously injured and vomit blood. Qin Xingxuan was still a little emotional when he thought about it now. Lin Ming, is it a big consumption? Qin Ziya walked over and handed over a small jade bottle, Rang Yuandan, which promotes the recovery of strength. Go and regulate your breath. Qin Ziya was afraid that it would affect Lin Ming's second round of competition, so she took out a dozen true yuan stones for one Rang Yuandan. Because it was a restorative pill, it did not have pill poison, and could be taken at will. Lin Ming nodded. He did need to replenish it. The power of the evil god had been used up, and he had to compress his true essence again. Although the recovery time of the evil god power was very fast now, he needed to hurry up to gather new evil god power before he went on the court in the next round. Lin Ming immediately took the pill and sat cross-legged on the futon, entering the ethereal martial spirit and meditating to recover. For a moment, only Qin Ziya, Qin Xingxuan and Jing Chanyu were left. Qin Xingxuan smiled at Jing Chanyu, not too much or too little, and said politely, "Miss Jing, it's our first meeting. My name is Qin Xingxuan, and I'm Lin Ming's friend." Jing Chanyu also smiled back, but her smile was a little awkward. She saw that Qin Xingxuan was about 15 or 16 years old, and most likely Lin Ming's female companion. The other party might have misunderstood that she just wanted to get to know Lin Ming, and had no other intentions. "It's Miss Qin. Nice to meet you." Jing Chanyu bowed slightly. Although she was concentrating on cultivation, Jing Chanyu was a girl after all, and she had some girlish thoughts. When she saw Qin Xingxuan, she unconsciously compared herself with him. His appearance was not inferior to hers, and his temperament was different from hers. His talent was not inferior to hers, and even better. In general, they were equally matched, but the other party was younger than her, and this could not be changed. With a sigh, Jing Chanyu said, "Chanyu is leaving. Well, Miss Jing, take care." Qin Xingxuan also bowed and watched Jing Chanyu leave. Qin Ziya smiled and shook his head. "Xingxuan, let's go. This is the contestant area. It's not appropriate for us to stay for a long time." "Well, okay." Qin Xingxuan nodded, and when he left, he couldn't help but look back at Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming had completely entered the ethereal martial spirit and was unaware of everything around him. In this state, Lin Ming would close his 6 senses and would not feel anything unless he was in danger. On the main hall of the 7 mysterious valley, Mu Qianxue smiled and looked at Lin Ming, who was meditating in the contestant area. This was the ethereal martial intention that Qianxue mentioned. If she hadn't known it in advance, she really wouldn't have noticed anything unusual. The power of thunder has come out, and now the gun has come out. This little guy still has the trump card of the purple dragon divine thunder. I wonder who can force him to use it. Qianxue has a good eye. Not to mention Lin Ming's talent in soul power and his high-grade thunder energy compatibility. The momentum of his gun alone far exceeds that of warriors of the same level. The gun is as powerful as a mountain and the gun is as powerful as a dragon. I can't believe that he can do this at such a young age. How high his comprehension is. Jiang Boyan is also good, but his achievements in swordsmanship are not necessarily better than Lin Ming. Jiang Boyan is still devoted to swordsmanship and is a few years older than Lin Ming. The gap is too far. Everyone, including Mu Qianxue, thought that Lin Ming was a rare genius in gunsmanship and soul power in 1,000 years, with an absurdly high comprehension. Little did they know that Lin Ming's soul attack relied on the martial will of reincarnation. As for the spear force as strong as a mountain, it relied on the chaos mysterious bone sutra which was extremely strong and masculine, and could move mountains and rivers. The spear force as powerful as a dragon was even simpler. Lin Ming not only absorbed the purple dragon divine thunder, but also had the blood of a real dragon. If he couldn't make the spear as powerful as a dragon, then there would be few people in the world who could do it. Mu Qianxue glanced at Shi Zhongshan beside her, but saw that Shi Zhongshan seemed calm, but in fact his eyes were flashing, and she didn't know what he was thinking. Mu Qianxue smiled. She could naturally guess what Shi Zhongshan was thinking. Such a demon-level genius suddenly appeared in the sect, and was also targeted by the Shenhuang Island where she was. Shi Zhongshan was inevitably worried about gains and losses, and couldn't calm down at all, even with his previous promises. Mu Qianxue could expect that Shi Zhongshan would soon inform the Grand Elder of the Seven Mysterious Valley of the news. A genius of this level was enough to attract the attention of the Grand Elder. Of course, Mu Qianxue didn't take this half-buried old guy seriously at all. In the Kixuan area, this old guy was the master who had the final say. When he arrived at the Shenhuang Island, he was just an ordinary elder, and the kind that retreated to the second line. Chapter 266 Zhang Yan's Heo's Blood Wave Sword. Lin Ming's talent is even more exaggerated than Qianxue's description. He would be the best, even if he was placed in Shenhuang Island. Such a talent is worth it, even if the elders personally make a trip, not to mention me. Mu Qianxue thought so, feeling very good. Even if the other purpose of this trip to Kixuan Valley was not achieved, it was worth it, just to see Lin Ming's talent. If there is no fighting in the South Sea, after 100 years, or even 200 years, Lin Ming will grow up and perhaps become a decisive figure influencing the situation in the South. Thinking of the situation in the South Sky region, Mu Qianxue became worried again. The situation in the South Sea will directly affect the fate of Shenhuang Island. The competition on the ring continued. There were no important figures in the consecutive games. Of course, this was only relative. The worst people who could make it here were no worse than the Tinghua. After 3 games, Zhang Yan's Heo came on the stage. His opponent was Liu Yan, a disciple of the Sword Sect. Liu Yan was not an unknown person. He ranked in the top 20 in the last Zhangzhang martial arts competition, and his ranking was similar to Zhang Yan's Heo. After what happened to Lin Ming, no disciple of Kixuan Valley dared to underestimate the warriors outside Kixuan Valley. Moreover, Zhang Yan's Heo was ranked in the first place list by the gambling game, with the odds of 35 to 1. Liu Yan was also included in this list, with the odds similar to Zhang Yan's Heo. Most people thought that this would be a fair match, but the game was not what everyone expected. At the beginning, Zhang Yan's Heo and Liu Yan fought hard, and were evenly matched. However, after 20 moves, Zhang Yan's Heo suddenly took out a blood-colored 4-foot precious sword from the Zumi ring, and used a set of powerful martial arts. Everyone felt that blood was surging, and murderous intent was overflowing. As a result, Liu Yan was defeated and injured in an instant. The audience was dumbfounded. Has this Zhang Yan's Heo been hiding his strength? What kind of sword is that? It doesn't look like an ordinary treasure at all. When did the 36 countries and 16 martial arts families become so fierce that they even produced 2 opponents who could rank among the top 10? One Lin Ming is not enough, and here comes Zhang Yan's Heo. That blood knife is strange. I can't tell its grade. It doesn't look like an ordinary human grade treasure. Maybe it's an earth grade treasure. How is it possible? How can a martial arts family have an earth grade treasure? Many elders in our sect don't have it. Besides, such a precious thing, even if the Zhang family really has it, they won't show it off to a young man. It is indeed an earth grade treasure, an heirloom of the Zhang family. Just as several disciples were discussing, a deep voice interrupted. Everyone turned around and saluted. Hello, senior brother Liang. This senior brother Liang has reached the peak of the acquired realm, and he has just turned 30 years old. His future is limitless. He has just been allocated a heaven entering pill, and there is a great possibility that he will impact the innate realm. Once he achieves the innate realm, he will be an elder, so these disciples are very respectful to the man surnamed Liang. The man surnamed Liang said, the first patriarch of the Zhang family was a master of Zuanden. That blood knife was the weapon used by their patriarch. Combined with the special knife technique created by the first patriarch of the Liang family, it is extremely powerful. The first patriarch was a master of Zuanden? I thought it was just a rumor. Master of Zuanden? That's too exaggerated. How could the Zhang family fall to this point? Many disciples found it hard to believe. The man surnamed Liang said, time changes a lot of things. 3,000 years ago, the Zhang family was a behemoth that controlled the resources of several countries and was vaguely comparable to the weakest third grade sect. But later on, the first patriarch passed away, and the Zhang family did not have a new Zuanden master to take charge of the family. As a result, the huge wealth accumulated by the family attracted coveted attention, and eventually the family suffered. The family was massacred, and only a part of the direct descendants escaped with a small part of the wealth, hiding their identities for 1,000 years. After all their enemies were killed off, they restored the surname Zhang and slowly evolved into the current Zhang family. The Zhang family's foundation cannot be underestimated. Even the elders in the sect show respect to their patriarch. The man surnamed Liang sighed when he said this. If a family loses the strength that matches their wealth and resources, then only destruction awaits them. The reason why the Zhang family has not been slaughtered by the Seven Mysterious Valley is that they handed over a large amount of wealth to the Seven Mysterious Valley. First, their patriarch knows how to behave, and second, their family's inheritance resources are mostly related to knives. The Seven Mysterious Valley does not have a knife sect, so naturally no one wants to attack them. The Zhang family has been low-key for many years. Unexpectedly, today Zhang Yan's Heo showed the weapons used by the ancestors of the Zhang family at the general sect martial arts competition. It seems that the Zhang family believes that they have the strength to match their family's wealth and are ready to expand the family's influence. The Zhang family has indeed been silent for too long. While the man surnamed Liang was talking, Jiang Boyan had been paying attention to Zhang Yan's Heo. Zhang Yan's Heo looked a little old, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was 25 or 26 years old. People who have used knives for a long time will form a kind of domineering aura, but Zhang Yan's Heo has a deep breath and steady steps, and there is no sense of domineering momentum on him. The sword energy is restrained, returning to its original simplicity, a good realm. I underestimated him before. The Zhang family gave all the blood wave swords handed down from the family to Zhang Yan's Heo. I'm afraid they want Zhang Yan's Heo to make a splash in this general martial arts competition. The blood wave sword is combined with the Blood King's 3 kills created by the ancestors of the Zhang family. Among so many geniuses present, there are only a handful of people who can really block these 3 swords. This martial arts competition is getting more and more interesting. The top 10 is no longer the world of the 7 direct disciples, but a battle among heroes. In the 7th and 8th games, Huan Xiaodi and Qin Wuxin, the 2 peerless duos, took action one after another. Their opponents were not weak, and they had achieved good results in the last martial arts competition, but they were helpless. The opponents were Huan Xiaodi and Qin Wuxin, and they were defeated in just a few moves. The outstanding performance of the 2 proud girls caused a burst of exclamations from the audience, but Lin Ming turned a deaf ear to these. He was still immersed in the ethereal martial arts and quickly recovered his strength. The second round of the game is over. Except for the unlucky Fang Qi, the other disciples did not encounter any tough opponents, and ended their respective matches in a sweeping manner. By the time the third round began, Lin Ming had fully recovered, and the power of the evil god had been compressed again. He meditated for a while, and adjusted his mind to a completely empty state before opening his eyes. At this time, he saw Fang Qi standing in the center of the competition venue. Fang Qi is on the field in the first match. He was injured in the last round, but he recovered so quickly. The healing medicine of the Seven Profound Valley is really powerful. As long as it is not a spiritual injury, it can be healed in half an hour. I wonder who Fang Qi's opponent is. Lin Ming was thinking, and suddenly heard a strange hehe laugh. A guy with wrinkled skin and a mummy-like appearance walked onto the stage. He carried a strange bag on his back, and his body was skinny. His clothes were also very strange, like a shroud in a coffin, buried in the ground and rotted, torn into a pile of rags. After seeing the mummy, Fang Qi's face turned pale. He was really unlucky. He accepted the perverted Lin Ming in the second match, but he met the zombie from the puppet sect in the third match. Being a direct disciple to such an extent, Fang Qi was about to vomit all his bile. Lin Ming was a little stunned. This mummy-like guy seems to be the direct disciple of the puppet sect, Mu Qianxue. Fang Qi is also a direct disciple. I remember that direct disciples will not meet before the last 10 games. Could it be that, because Fang Qi lost to me, he has been disqualified as a seed player? Lin Ming thought about it, and felt that it was natural. The 7 direct disciples were kept in the last 10 games, to increase the viewing experience of the game, not to take care of the direct disciples. If any direct disciple did not have this strength, he would naturally be eliminated in advance. The match begins. The referee said the words Fang Qi was most reluctant to hear. He would rather meet Jiang Boyan than face Mu Qianxue. This guy's strength was too abnormal. Fang Qi doubted whether Jiang Boyan would be his opponent. Not only that, he would take out those puppets made of corpses, props made of human skin, and corpse driving lamps made of corpse oil, which would make people's scalps numb. The most terrible thing was that Fang Qi had used up all the golden runes on the golden flag. He temporarily asked the sect for a defective one, which was less than 1/3 of the power of the golden flag. He had already anticipated what a miserable ending the battle against Mu Qianxue would be. Hehehe. Little guy from the formation sect, are you not going to admit defeat? Mu Qianxue said with a strange smile. Although he was not very old, he spoke in an old-fashioned way, and did not take Fang Qi seriously at all. Fang Qi's face turned pale. He was indeed considering whether to admit defeat immediately. Now that he heard what Mu Qianxue said, how could he admit defeat? Otherwise, he would really become a coward. After all, he was also a direct disciple. It would be too embarrassing to surrender without a fight, and to swallow his anger under the contempt of his opponent. This was not only embarrassing for him, but also for the entire Zen sect. From now on, the disciples of Zen sect would not be able to hold their heads up in front of disciples from other sects. Fang Qi gritted his teeth and said, "Let's fight. Stop talking nonsense. You have courage, but unfortunately, your courage must match your strength, otherwise you will be a fool." Mu Qianxue shook the pocket behind him, and a puppet that looked like a spider jumped out of the pocket. This puppet was 1 person tall, with a huge spider in the lower body and a naked woman in the upper body. Although she had a good figure, Fang Qi felt nauseous when he thought that the other party was made of some puppet materials and corpse skin. Chapter 267. The knife is like a tiger, the spear is like a dragon. Hehe. Boy, if you can handle this puppet spider, I won't mind losing to you. Hearing Mu Qianxue's arrogant words, Fang Qi gritted his teeth in hatred. This guy's too arrogant. Although I'm not his opponent, he only took out a 2nd level puppet to deal with me. He doesn't take me seriously at all. Although the puppet sect is mysterious, Fang Qi still has a certain understanding of Mu Qianxue's moves. The opponent has at least 3 puppets, one of which is a humanoid puppet made based on the blueprint of a peak-acquired master, and is also the most powerful of the 3 puppets. If he encounters that humanoid puppet, Fang Qi believes that he is not a match. Now he takes out a spider puppet to deal with him. He doesn't take me seriously at all. Earth Array, 8-sided concha. Fang Qi threw the array plate in his hand, and a series of golden runes flew out of the array plate, directly surrounding the puppet spider. Close. Fang Qi swung down the formation flag in his hand, and all the formation symbols were pressed down on the puppet spider. He wanted to trap the puppet spider in the formation. At the moment when the formation symbol landed on the puppet spider, a dazzling golden light burst out from the spider's body, and a spherical golden shield appeared out of thin air around the puppet spider. Bang 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 bang. The formation symbol hit the golden shield, like the sound of steel balls hitting a golden bell. The golden shield just shook violently, and all the golden formation symbols were broken. This is the golden bell cover, the golden essence? Fanqi was completely stunned. This golden shield was clearly condensed from the golden essence, which had a stronger defensive power than the earth essence. It was not that the golden essence was so rare. In fact, there were many more warriors with the golden essence than the thunder and wind warriors. What surprised Fanqi the most was that this golden essence came from a puppet made from a corpse. Moreover, the golden bell cover is a defensive martial art. A puppet can actually perform martial arts. Have you reached the realm of Rang Yuan? How is it possible? Fanqi was shocked. Even the direct disciples such as Lin Ming and Huo Yanluo in the audience changed their expressions. Lin Ming took a deep breath and clenched his fist subconsciously. Rang Yuan realm. Mu Gubuyu only had half a step of postnatal cultivation, but he actually reached the Rang Yuan realm. Although the puppet sect is extremely mysterious, it is affiliated with the Seven Profound Valley after all. As direct disciples, they also have a certain understanding of the division of puppeteer realms. Puppet masters use the corpses of strong men and beasts to refine puppets, just to use the strong flesh and the best true essence carrier of the corpses when they were alive. The puppets they make have both advantages at the same time, so they are naturally very powerful. But puppets are puppets after all, and their combat capabilities are clumsy. They have strong bodies and powerful true essence, but cannot use them well, so their ultimate combat effectiveness is actually very limited. However, after the puppeteer reaches a Xianshan or half-step Xianshan realm, he will reach the terrifying Rang Yuan realm. The so-called Rang Yuan means that the puppets retain the true essence attributes of their previous life, and even retain some of their skills and martial arts. Such puppets are not much weaker than these corpses when they were alive. Mu Gubuyu can make the spider puppet emit the golden bell cover, naturally because the half-body woman inherited the gold attributed true essence of her previous life. Fanqi on the ring was extremely pale. He was only half a step into the postnatal realm, but he reached the Rang Yuan realm. That could only be comprehended by at least half a step into the Xianshan realm. Mu Gubuyu is definitely the most terrifying puppetry genius in the puppet sect in the past 100 years. I'm afraid Jiang Boyan will also lose to Mu Gubuyu. Why am I so unlucky? I have met perverts in 2 consecutive games. I admit defeat. Fanqi exhaled heavily and said these words with difficulty. If he admits defeat, then admit defeat. Jiang Boyan may not be able to deal with such a terrifying person. There is no point in pretending to be fat. If he insists on holding on, he will only bring shame upon himself. Mu Gubuyu wins. When the referee announced, his Adam's apple rolled a few times involuntarily. This Mu Gubuyu is too scary. What kind of people gathered in this general martial arts competition? Each one is more evil than the other. Originally, this general martial arts competition was the most grand of the 3 recent martial arts competitions. Now it seems that even the 30th competition is an understatement, not to mention the 3rd. In the last general martial arts competition, the one who ranked the highest was Lin Ming from the Hehuan sect, who ranked 3rd in the overall ranking. It was very abnormal to get 3rd place at the age of 17. The 1st and 2nd at that time were now over 20 years old and lost their qualifications this time. According to common sense, it was no surprise that Lin Ming won the 1st place this time, but who knew that Jiang Boyan would come from behind, and Lin Ming's 1st place was in jeopardy. But now Mu Gubuyu, who has comprehended the Rang Yuan realm, has appeared, and Jiang Boyan may not be able to get the 1st place. In addition, there are Jiang Lanjian, whose strength is not much worse than Jiang Boyan, Qin Wuxin, who has achieved the great success of Qingxin, and Huan Xiaodi, the genius girl of Huan sect. Add to that Zhang Yan's Heo who had been patiently holding back, and the unfathomable Lin Ming. It was really a battle of heroes. Not to mention competing for 1st place, top 3, even competing for top 10 was fraught with difficulty. Who will win in the end? The elder referee was also full of expectations. After thinking for a while, he used his true essence to transmit sound to contact the referee team. Elder Jiang, what do you want to do? The elder of the referee team asked respectfully. The elder referee on the stage came from the sword sect. He had a good eye, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the innate realm, and his seniority was high. He was also very respected even among the elders. Change the original schedule a little. There are too many geniuses. We don't need to wait until the end. There are especially a few matches that I can't wait to see. Okay, Elder Jiang's words are exactly what I was thinking. The previous matches were indeed a bit dull. I also want to know the results of a few duels. After Fang Qi lost again, there were a few calm matches. Then, the storm started again. Round 3, Match 9, Lin Ming vs. Zhang Yan's Hao. After the referee announced the match, the whole audience was in an uproar. The disciples of the Seven Profound Valley were relatively calm. After all, neither Lin Ming nor Zhang Yan's Hao had anything to do with them. But the disciples of the 36 nations and the 16 cultivating martial arts families all started to scream wildly. Lin Ming was the representative of the 36 nations, while Zhang Yan's Hao was the only one from the 16 cultivating martial arts families. It was hard to say who would win when the two strong ones collided and fought fiercely. The disciples of the 36 nations and the 16 cultivating martial arts families could still share the same hatred when facing the Seven Profound Valley together, but when they collided with each other, it was inevitable that there would be a battle. Your Lin Ming's winning streak ends here. It's his bad luck to run into Zhang Yan's Hao so early. Bah. Aren't you afraid that the wind will flick your tongue? Is Fang Qi powerful? Wasn't he killed in 3 moves by Lin Ming? Your Zhang Yan's Hao is at most on the same level as Fang Qi. If he faces Lin Ming, he will be killed in 1 second. Humph, are you stupid? Fang Qi and Huo Yanluo are the weakest among the 7 direct disciples. How can they compare with Zhang Yan's Hao? Do you know the Blood King's triple kill? These 3 moves are simply beyond your imagination. Lin Ming is lucky to be able to withstand the second sword. Before Lin Ming and Zhang Yan's Hao fought each other, the disciples of the 36 countries and the Zhuwu family had already started their verbal battle. Jiang Boyan drank spiritual tea and said with a smile, "Lang Jian, your eyesight has always been good. Guess who will win?" Jiang Lanjian looked at Jiang Boyan deeply. Even when facing Mu Qianxue who showed the realm of Rangyuan, Jiang Boyan could maintain this indifference. Regardless of whether he was really sure to deal with Mu Qianxue, this swordsmanship that changed his face, even when the mountains collapsed in front of him, was beyond the reach of ordinary swordsmen. Don't mention how good my eyesight is. I have seen Lin Ming's eyesight go wrong several times. I can't see through him at all. I was more optimistic about Lin Ming, but the Zhang family's Blood King 3 kills is too strong. It was created by a Zuundan master. It is powerful when combined with a blood wave knife. It is said that only the third knife will consume 40% of its own true essence. I don't know if Lin Ming can block it. I can't predict the result of this competition. Who do you think will win? Jiang Boyan shook his head and said, "The knife is like a tiger and the spear is like a dragon." The knife is like a tiger and the spear is like a dragon. In a fight between a dragon and a tiger, which one is stronger, the dragon or the tiger? Both Lin Ming and Zhang Yan's Hao were warriors who were good at strong attacks. If the two of them were on the battlefield, they would definitely kill thousands of enemies and be unstoppable. This battle was worth watching. Amid the crazy cheers of the disciples of the 36 nations and the 16 cultivating martial families, Zhang Yan's Hao walked onto the stage. He did not act arrogantly and drew out the blood wave knife at the first moment. Facing Lin Ming, he had to use the Blood King 3 kills. Lin Ming stood not far from Zhang Yan's Hao, also holding the heavy profound soft silver spear. This was a contest between a knife and a spear. He wanted to rely on his spear moves and fight hard. Basic spear tactics versus Blood King 3 kills. It sounded like Lin Ming's spear moves were at a great disadvantage, but in Lin Ming's hands, the basic spear tactics had long been different from the past. Every one of his spears and every move contained the great situation of the mountains and rivers, so his spear moves were not important. The two men stood 10 feet apart. Zhang Yan's Hao's aura, which he had been restraining, burst out completely. He could faintly feel the blood waves rolling on his body and the murderous aura overflowing. Just facing him, it was as if he was drowned by the overwhelming murderous aura and blood waves. Lin Ming was much more restrained. He stood upright on the ring, like a spear out of the box, with a hidden and sharp aura. If he didn't come out, it would be fine. But once he came out, it would pierce the sky. Zhang Yan's Hao seemed to hear the sound of his aura being broken, as if the blood waves were cut by a sharp sword. He laughed loudly. This time in the martial arts competition of the general sect, I can meet an opponent like you, which is enough. I will only use 3 swords. If I can't beat you, I admit defeat. Zhang Yan's Hao said this not because he was arrogant, but because his Blood King 3 kills only had 3 swords. After 3 swords, his true energy was consumed by more than 70%. If he couldn't beat Lin Ming, this battle would basically be lost. Zhang Yan's Hao had absolute confidence in the Blood King 3 kills, especially the last sword. Okay, draw your sword. As soon as he said this, Lin Ming deployed his Eternal Iron Bridge to block the river stands. At that moment, his aura was like a steady mountain, unattainable. Chapter 268 Blood King's 3 kills. Boom. The blood waves rushed to the sky, and the clouds in the sky dispersed. The rich true energy in the air was stirred into visible ripples, which spread out in circles, and collided with the protective light curtain beside the ring, and then bounced off. In the eyes of the audience, the entire ring was covered with a faint red layer, as if blood was floating all over the sky. The first kill of the Blood King, endless waves. Zhang Yan's Hao shouted loudly, and the blood light of the precious sword was bright. The rich blood energy suddenly burst out. For a moment, it seemed that countless blood waves were surging in the air. Zhang Yan's Hao drew his sword, as if the whole world was shrouded in his sword energy, allowing it to cut. Facing this overwhelming sword energy and blood waves, Lin Ming also became more serious than ever before. The true energy was poured into the heavy mysterious soft silver spear, and the training power burst out like silk. At the same time, countless thunders flashed in front of Lin Ming, and the spear energy turned into a dragon. A spear stabbed out with a surging momentum, and 5,000 vibrating true energy met the heavy blood waves. Boom. Under the vibration of the true essence, the blood waves turned into a burst of blood rain, like a red lotus blooming all over the sky. After tearing apart the blood waves, Lin Ming's gun and Zhang Yan's Hao's knife collided without any fancy. The blood light flashed, and Lin Ming pierced through the blood curtain with a gun, unstoppable. Zhang Yan's Hao was shocked. He didn't expect that Lin Ming's gun seemed simple, but actually contained many mysteries. The majestic momentum of heaven and earth, the strange vibration force, and the manic purple thunder, the perfect fusion of the 3 forces made him feel irresistible. At this moment, he realized how powerful Lin Ming was. It was not that Fang Qi was too weak, but that Mu Qianxue and Lin Ming he faced were too strong, so Fang Qi was defeated so thoroughly. The long spear was like a dragon, breaking through the blood mist, and piercing Zhang Yan's Hao's chest. At the critical moment, Zhang Yan's Hao used his palm instead of a knife, and chopped heavily on the heavy Zhu and soft silver spear. Dang. The fierce collision caused the heavy profound soft silver spear to bend into a full moon in an instant. Zhang Yan's Hao gritted his teeth and flew back, his right hand already stained with blood. What? One shot broke Zhang Yan's Hao's Blood King's first kill, and injured the opponent? It's too outrageous. Why did I feel that Lin Ming didn't use any martial arts in that shot just now? He has this strength without martial arts? What if he used martial arts? For most of the audience, whether it was Lin Ming or Zhang Yan's Hao, they gave them a feeling of being unfathomable. Zhang Yan's Hao ranked 20th in the overall ranking in the last martial arts competition. In this martial arts competition, he killed Liu Yan, who was ranked the same as him at the time, with 1 sword. Even if Liu Yan's strength could not reach the top 10, he could be ranked 12th or 13th. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Not to mention Lin Ming, dealing with Fang Qi was like cutting melons and vegetables. However, these alone cannot explain the strength of the two. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that they did not try their best in their previous competitions. This time is a real showdown between the strong. I originally thought that Lin Ming and Zhang Yan's Hao were not much different in strength, but I didn't expect Zhang Yan's Hao to be injured right at the start. Second elder, Yan's Hao seems to be in danger. That Lin Ming seemed to have just casually stabbed a spear without using any martial arts, but he actually broke Yan's Hao's Blood King first kill. When Zhang Yan's Hao competed, the Zhang family would naturally come, and the leader was the second elder of the Zhang family. No martial arts? Hey, you're wrong. I don't know how many things are integrated into Lin Ming's spearmanship. At his level, every move is a martial arts. The second elder stared at the two people on the ring, and his deep eyes flashed with brilliance. Don't worry, Lin Ming's shot is not as casual as it looks. Although he has other trump cards, they are not too outrageous. The first kill of the Blood King's 3 kills just now was only the weakest one. The power of the second knife will be tripled, and the power of the third knife will be tripled on the basis of the second knife. Breaking the first knife does not mean anything. On the ring, Zhang Yan's Heo's eyes were scorching. Lin Ming, you are indeed so strong that I'm surprised. But you are wrong to think that you can beat me. As he spoke, the knife light burst out, and the rock under Zhang Yan's Heo's feet was shattered by the airwave. Blood King double kill, God and Ghost destroy. The blood seemed to burn, and a red vortex rolled up on Zhang Yan's Heo's knife, instantly absorbing the blood in the sky. For a moment, the knife energy condensed, as if it were real, several times more powerful than the first knife. Lin Ming was shocked. The blood released by the first knife was all integrated into the second knife, and the power increased so much. At least 3 times the increase. Lin Ming frowned. It was not that he could not block this knife, but the power of the second knife suddenly increased so much. What about the third knife? Boom. The surging hot blood wave rushed straight towards Lin Ming, and the powerful sword energy was like a flood that broke the dam. Facing this overwhelming sword energy, Lin Ming used the golden peng breaking void body technique and retreated violently. At the same time, the heavy mystic soft silver spear was pointed out like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole. Rain of pear blossoms. Puff 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 puff. In an instant, Lin Ming fired hundreds of shots, and each shot contained the vibration of the true essence fused with the power of thunder. In such a continuous attack, the blood wave still rushed out dozens of feet in one breath, and pushed Lin Ming to the edge of the ring before dissipating. The situation reversed so quickly that some of the audience did not react. Just now, Lin Ming broke Zhang Yan's Heo's first knife with one shot, and injured Zhang Yan's Heo. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming was forced back so far by Zhang Yan's Heo with the second knife. This can only mean that Zhang Yan's Heo's Blood King 3 kills is stronger than the last one, and the difference is huge. How strong will the third one be? How will Lin Ming deal with it? The disciples of the 36 nations couldn't help but sweat for Lin Ming. Haha, good. An elder of the Zhang family laughed. Lin Ming had been fighting all the way until now, and no one had been able to force him back. Now, he was forced back dozens of feet by Zhang Yan's Heo sword. Moreover, this was only the second sword of the Blood King 3 kills. The third sword is 3 times more powerful. Let's see how Lin Ming can block it. Yan's Heo has already won half of the battle. Even if Lin Ming has a trump card, he may not be able to take the third sword. Well, if Yan's Heo can beat Lin Ming, it will be good for the reputation of my Zhang family. This battle is very important. The second elder stroked his beard and said confidently, the Zhang family has been hiding for hundreds of years, and now they are finally going to implement their revival. There is no point in blindly hiding the family's wealth. On the contrary, what they have to do is to expand the family's momentum. With a strong momentum, more and more strong people and geniuses will come to join their family. There is one last knife, Lin Ming. Let's see how you can block it. Zhang Yan's Heo said, and his true energy burst out. He raised the blood wave knife high above his head with both hands. As the knife light became stronger, his true energy immediately rushed into the treasured sword like a flood. Lin Ming could clearly feel that the true energy accumulated in Zhang Yan's Heo's body was rapidly decreasing. It is worthy of being a ground level treasured sword. It can store so much true energy in one breath. When Lin Ming used thunder and fire to kill, he could consume 40% of his true energy at once. That was because the true energy was infused into the evil god seed, and the evil god seed was simply a bottomless pit. But if he poured true essence into the heavy profound soft silver spear, it would not take much true essence to reach the limit of what the heavy profound soft silver spear could hold. From this point of view alone, the gap between the human level middle grade treasure and the earth level treasure is like heaven and earth. No wonder it is said that the Blood King's 3 kills can only be performed with the earth level blood wave knife. It turns out that this is the reason. Ordinary treasures can't even hold true essence. In just less than a breath, Zhang Yan's Hao actually injected more than 50% of his true essence into the blood wave knife. Adding the consumption of the previous 2 knives, Zhang Yan's Hao's total true essence was less than 30%. Go all in. One knife decides the outcome. Take my strongest attack, the Blood King's ultimate kill, the collapse of heaven and earth. Zhang Yan's Hao roared, his body suddenly rose, and the distance of dozens of feet was completely meaningless under his feet. Lin Ming's pupils contracted, and the power of Zhang Yan's Hao's knife tripled again. After doubling twice in a row, Zhang Yan's Hao's third knife was 9 times more powerful than the first knife. Even if the power of the evil god is activated, Lin Ming's strength is only increased by 60%, which is not enough to block this knife. If he wants to face the enemy head on, he must use the purple dragon god Thunder or Thunder Fire Kill. However, when facing Zhang Yan's Hao, Lin Ming does not want to use these 2 trump cards. He has another trump card, the blood of the reverse scale. The blue and blue true essence that integrates the energy of the true dragon is endless. This kind of true essence is not only indestructible, but also very resilient and difficult to be killed. Although it is not immortal like the fire spirit, it takes several times the true essence to destroy it. This is the artistic conception of the eternal true dragon, the eternal immortal power. Lin Ming now cannot achieve true immortality. Because of the limitation of his cultivation, he cannot fully exert the full power of the blood of the reverse scale. Even so, such an endless true essence is not so easy to kill. Roar. Following a loud dragon roar, Lin Ming's aura soared into the sky, and the blood of the reverse scales completely merged into his true essence. At that moment, Mu Qianxue, who was sitting in the hall, was shocked, and her pretty face suddenly changed color. This is Mu Qianxue has been in Shenhuang Island for many years, and a trace of Suzaku blood has been injected into her body. Just when the roar similar to the dragon roar came, she felt that the blood in her body was trembling. Could it be this is a strange blood that Qianxue mentioned that is suspected to be the blood of the dragon? She watched with her own eyes as the phantom of the dragon appeared behind Lin Ming again, more solid than any previous time. Wait, this is not a dragon, it seems to be a real dragon. Question mark? The spear turned into a dragon. The spear really turned into a dragon. God, how old is he? This boy's talent in the way of the spear is unprecedented. Boom. The vibrating true essence full of the true dragon's aura collided violently with the Blood King's ultimate move. Lin Ming's true essence turned into a pure blue color, which was extremely dazzling compared to the deep red in the sky. The space seemed to be torn apart, and the fierce red shock wave hit the sky, and the blood surged. In such a violent wave, a blue spear light rushed out, and pierced Zhang Yan's Hao's chest. Zhang Yan's Hao's expression froze instantly. Puff. His chest seemed to hit a mountain. Zhang Yan's Hao suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 269 King Kang Zenyuan. Bang. His back hit the protective light curtain hard, and Zhang Yan's Hao's blood and ki rolled in his body. Although he was seriously injured, he still supported himself, and fell to the ground with his sword, so as not to make a fool of himself on the spot. How is it possible? He used up more than 50% of his true energy in one breath, and sent out the Blood King's ultimate killing. In such a terrifying sword storm, the blue-green spear light that was several times weaker than his momentum was not shattered, but penetrated through the blood waves, and dealt him a heavy blow. What kind of spear light is that? It seems to be indestructible. It's so terrible. Looking up at Lin Ming, he saw that the other party was still standing on the ring without any injuries. Zhang Yan's Hao could see clearly that the moment the Blood King's ultimate killing attacked Lin Ming, the blue-green spear light tore a hole in the blood waves, breaking the surface with a point, allowing Lin Ming to avoid most of the attack. The remaining residual energy hit Lin Ming, but it couldn't break his blue-green body protecting true energy. That kind of strange true energy is too terrifying. It doesn't feel that powerful, but it is indestructible. All the audience were stunned. They stared at the ring in a daze. Zhang Yan's Hao's last blow was so powerful that it was unbelievable. In the center of the ring, the hard floor tiles blessed by the formation were hit so hard that not even powder was left, leaving only a huge pit several feet deep. God, is this still a duel between the younger generation? Even the masters of the late postnatal period and the peak of the postnatal period cannot cause such terrible damage. At this time, Thin blood threads floated in the sky, like spring drizzle, hitting the face, sticky. After the endless blood waves exploded, the powerful force penetrated the protective light curtain of the ring, forming such blood threads. This is the real essence of Zhang Yan's Heo's substance, which is viscous like blood. Even the elders of the referee group were shocked and speechless, because the strength of several direct disciples represented by Jiang Boyan in this generation has reached the middle stage of the postnatal period, so this protective light curtain is designed according to the standard of the late postnatal period, and can withstand the continuous full strength attack of the late postnatal masters. Without breaking, Zhang Yan's Heo could make the materialized essence of the blood wave penetrate the protective light curtain, which meant that his attack power had reached the level of a late-stage postnatal master. What does it mean for a half-step postnatal warrior to have the attack power of a late-stage postnatal master? Unimaginable. The Blood King's 3 kills were too terrifying. However, what was even more terrifying was Lin Ming, who actually took on such a powerful attack. He broke through the blood wave with a shot, breaking the surface with a point. Not only was he safe and sound, but he also dealt a heavy blow to Zhang Yan's Heo. The blue-green essence, although not powerful in itself, was so tenacious that it made people palpitate. In the main hall of the square, Shi Zhongshan looked at Mu Qianxue and pondered slightly. All of Mu Qianxue's violent reactions just now fell into Shi Zhongshan's eyes. From the beginning of the martial arts competition until now, Mu Qianxue has been calm. Whether it is Jiang Lanjian's achievements in Kendo or Mu Guduayu's Rangyuan realm, Mu Qianxue just nodded at most, without much reaction, as if he was used to it. But just now, Mu Qianxue's face, which had always been calm and indifferent, suddenly changed color. At that time, she grasped the back of the chair with one hand, and almost stood up. This surprised Shi Zhongshan. He thought to himself, you can be surprised sometimes. It should be something to be proud of, that his disciples could surprise the special envoy of Shenhuang Island like this. But now, Shi Zhongshan couldn't be proud. It was obvious that Mu Qianxue had just discovered something that surprised her, and Shi Zhongshan knew nothing about it. He suspected that the blue-green true essence had some secrets that Mu Qianxue knew, but he didn't. After searching his memory, there was no information about this. Could the blue-green true essence be a special kind of martial spirit? Or, the true essence realm? Thinking of this, Shi Zhongshan's heart trembled. If it was really the true essence realm, it would be against the will of heaven. There were very few people who could comprehend the true essence realm. Lin Ming's realm was very similar to the legendary realm of life. The true essence was endless and immortal. But, was it really possible? Before the end of the bone forging period, he has already comprehended the realm of true essence, and it is a legendary realm of life. Mu Qianxue noticed Shi Zhongshan's observation, and knowing that he had lost his composure, he smiled and said, Master, she seems to have something to say. Shi Zhongshan was slightly startled, and smiled. Nothing, just self-mocking that my Qianxue Valley disciples have poor vision. There is such a rough jade, but it was discovered by the saint of your sect first. Your sect is really discerning. No wonder Shenhuang Island has been thriving for thousands of years. Shi Zhongshan's words were full of dissatisfaction, obviously dissatisfied with Shenhuang Island's hand stretching too far. As for the blue-green true essence, he would not ask for it, and Mu Qianxue would be a ghost if she told him. Haha, the unpolished jade in the world is only obtained by the destined one, Master Shi. Shi Zhongshan's face suddenly became a little ugly. Fairy Qianxue, what you said is a little biased. Only unpolished jade without an owner can be obtained by the destined one. If the unpolished jade has an owner, it should be picked up and not stolen. Master Shi, Lin Ming is not your disciple of Qianxue Valley, right? What's more, when my young master met Lin Ming by chance, he did not take him away. In this matter, my Shenhuang Island has done its best. Why is Master Shi so aggressive? Mu Qianxue snorted. Shi Zhongshan's voice stagnated after hearing this. He was indeed a little neurotic. He always felt that Shenhuang Island was here to poach people. It was no wonder that he thought so. Lin Ming's talent was so amazing that he would be the top one in the 4th grade sect. Would Shenhuang Island give up? But think about it carefully. If Shenhuang Island really wanted to poach people, there was really no need to do this. They could have promised Lin Ming a huge profit at the beginning. Shi Zhongshan said, I'm really sorry for being rude to the fairy. It's just that for a small third grade sect like mine, a peerless genius is really too important. This may even be a chance for my Qianxue Valley to enter a fourth grade sect hundreds of years later. So I'm a little excited. It sounds a bit exaggerated to upgrade a third grade sect to a fourth grade sect with the power of one person, but it is actually possible. As long as Lin Ming can reach the peak of Xuanden and recruit some subordinates, it will be fine. The peak of Xuanden sounds extremely far away, but think about Lin Ming's current peak of Jianggu, which is comparable to a postnatal master. There is also a glimmer of hope to reach the peak of Xuanden in the future. On the stage, Zhang Yan's Hao had suppressed the surging true energy in his chest, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, laughed miserably, and shook his head slowly. I give up. His 3 swords consumed more than 70% of his true energy, and he also used the lower grade treasure of the earth grade. But looking at Lin Ming, his true energy consumption was less than 10%, and his treasure was only a human grade middle grade. In this situation, the opponent was still able to counterattack and injure him. The gap was too big. Zhang Yan's Hao felt that Lin Ming was like a towering mountain, difficult to reach. Thank you. Lin Ming clasped his fists and took back the heavy and profound soft silver spear. Lin Ming wins. As the referee announced, the second elder of the Zhang family exhaled heavily and murmured, "This boy is a dragon in the abyss." Yan's Hao's loss is not unfair. Although he lost the game, the power of the Zhang family was actually played out. Zhang Yan's Hao's last knife was comparable to the attack of a late stage master, shocking the audience. In this situation, he still lost to Lin Ming. It can only be said that his skills are not as good as others. When Lin Ming returned to the competition area, many players looked at Lin Ming unconsciously, with complicated eyes, some jealous, some in awe, some excited, and some admiring. In the third round of the game, Lin Ming's appearance was so grand that he was comparable to Mu Qianxue, who had realized the Rangyuan realm. Of course, this only means that the shock Lin Ming caused in the hearts of the audience is equal to that of Mu Qianxue, not that his strength is equal to that of Mu Qianxue. In the eyes of most viewers, Mu Qianxue, who has reached the Rangyuan realm, is stronger. That is a realm that only innate masters can reach. Mu Qianxue's strength is likely to surpass Jiang Boyan, and he is the best master among the 7 direct disciples. This can be seen from the betting. Before Mu Qianxue showed the Rangyuan realm, Jiang Boyan's odds were only 1:1.6, while Ao Yang Ming, who was also a favorite to win, had an odds of 1:4, and Mu Qianxue also had an odds of 1:4 at that time. But after Mu Qianxue showed the Rangyuan realm, his odds dropped sharply to 1:1.8, while Jiang Boyan's odds rose to 1:2.5. As for Ao Yang Ming, his odds had risen to 1:6. Even so, not many people went to buy Ao Yang Ming. Even the disciples of the Hehuan sect mostly bought Mu Qianxue's. It is worth mentioning that Lin Ming also appeared in the list of candidates for the championship, with odds of 1:12. This odds is already quite good. At the beginning, Zhang Yan's Hao's odds were only 1:35. Xingxun, Qin Xingxun, who was in the audience, suddenly heard Lin Ming's true yuan sound transmission in her mind. "Ah, Lin Ming, are you okay?" Qin Xingxun's mind was still reverberating with the scene of Lin Ming's escape from the heavy blood waves. Her heart was beating fast. Firstly, she was worried about Lin Ming just now, and now she was just recovering from the shock. Secondly, it was also because of a little girl's inner stirring that made her heart beat faster. Go to the gambling house and buy 300 true yuan stones. I will buy them if I win. If you don't have enough true yuan stones, you can borrow some from the owner of Qin Mansion. I will give you the true yuan stones later. 300 true yuan stones? Even Qin Xingxun, who was from a wealthy family, was surprised to hear this number. This was 300,000 gold. From what Lin Ming said, he seemed to have a good chance of winning. If he really won, the reward would be 3,600 true yuan stones. Got 3,600 true yuan stones, 3.6 million taels of gold. Even for the marshal's mansion, it was a huge sum of money. You have to know that the annual expenditure of the marshal's mansion is only 200,000 or 300,000 taels of gold. Yes, that's right, 300 true essence stones. The true essence Lin Ming needs to use for cultivation now is not a small amount. Over the years, the Seven Profound Valley has absorbed countless resources from the surrounding countries, and the little he has taken back is not even enough to cover the interest. If it weren't for the fact that this gambling game was privately opened by some disciples with elder backgrounds, Lin Ming would have wanted to buy it for 1 or 2,000 and let them pay tens of thousands of true essence stones in one go. But now they are private disciples, they may not be able to afford it. 3,600 true essence stones, which is the expenses of these elders and disciples for a few months, should be enough. Chapter 270 Fire of the Abyss. I admit defeat. In the 4th round, Lin Ming's opponent chose to admit defeat very straightforwardly. Entering the finals, admitting defeat is rare. Even when facing several disciples, they will fight symbolically, even if they know they can't win. Many disciples just want to see the strength of the disciples and fight with them. As for Lin Ming, he was unknown before the martial arts competition of the main sect. No one was interested in fighting with him, so they didn't want to humiliate themselves. Lin Ming won easily, and then it was Fanqi's turn. In this match, Fanqi finally ended his bad luck. He faced a disciple who was neither strong nor bad, and won with an overwhelming advantage. Fanqi ended the fight almost at the fastest speed. He seemed to announce to the audience in this way that it was not that I was weak, but that I was unlucky. The two guys I met before were too abnormal. One after another, it was either a duel of huge disparity in strength or a duel between two relatively weak players. There was not much to watch. I thought the 4th round would end without any ripples, but in the last match, there was a more shocking match, Huo Yanluo vs. Mu Qianxue. The two had fought all the way until now, and both were victorious. Huo Yanluo was a direct disciple of the weapon refining sect, while Mu Qianxue was the second disciple of the puppet sect. In the duel between the direct disciple and the second disciple, the audience was more optimistic about Mu Qianxue. Although Huo Yanluo was a direct disciple, the weapon refining sect and the formation sect have always been the two sects with the weakest combat power among the 7 major sects. People have limited energy and time. Too much investment in refining weapons and formations will inevitably affect their own strength. In the eyes of most viewers, Huo Yanluo and Fanqi are equally matched. On the other hand, Mu Qianxue, although he is the second disciple, he comes from the mysterious and powerful puppet sect, and with the example of Mu Qianxue's strength must be ridiculously strong. For this match, a separate gambling game was opened, and the odds for Huo Yanluo were 3-1, and Mu Qianxue was only 1.4-1. At the beginning of the game, Mu Qianxue took out 3 puppets, 2 of which were corpse puppets, and the last one was a mechanical puppet made of materials. With the 3 puppets attacking from both sides, Yanluo was soon in danger. Mu Qianxue laughed strangely. Although he had not reached the Rangyuan realm, he was more than enough to deal with a disciple of the refining sect. In just a few moves, Yanluo was forced into a dead end. The refining sect is really weak. They can't even beat me, let alone my senior brother. I'll send you to death. Puff puff puff. The 4 arms of the mechanical puppet drew out shining long swords, and the other 2 corpse puppets also circulated their whole body true energy and attacked Yanluo, who was forced into a dead end from 3 angles. It has become a must-kill situation. At the critical moment, a dazzling red light flashed in Yanluo's pupils. That was the color of fire. Abyssal fire. Explode. Boom. Huo Yanluo's body seemed to explode, and thousands of red fire snakes rushed out of his body and rushed straight to the 3 puppets. The terrifying heat wave broke out, and the 3 puppets were directly blown away by the flames. 2 of the corpse puppets were instantly burned into charcoal, and the last mechanical puppet also ignited a red flame. Together with the stone bricks of the arena under Huo Yanluo's feet, they melted into magma. Mu Qianxue was stunned. How could this be possible? Question mark? Even more than 10 feet away, he could clearly feel the scorching heat waves of the red flames, like a tide, endless. He had no doubt that, if he withdrew his body protecting true essence, his clothes would instantly burn. What kind of fire is this? Could it be fire essence? Even ordinary fire essences are not so powerful, unless they are high-grade fire essences! Exclamation mark. This Huo Yanluo, with a mere peak level of condensation veins, actually absorbed a high-grade fire essence. At this time, the audience watching the game were all stunned, and many of them knew a lot about fire essence. Oh my god. Abyss fire. Human level middle grade fire essence. It's the top level among human level middle grade fire essences. This kind of fire essence can only be absorbed by masters at the peak of the acquired realm. How could Huo Yanluo absorb it? The disciples of the Seven Mysterious Valley were discussing, especially the disciples of the refining sect, whose eyes were red. Fire essence is what they dream of. Let alone human level middle grade fire essence, even the lowest human level lower grade fire essence is out of their reach. Don't be envious. It's useless to be envious. Huo Yanluo's father is the leader of the weapon refining sect. This human level middle grade fire essence must have been injected into Huo Yanluo's body by the leader of the weapon refining sect using special methods. For example, he let Huo Yanluo take the ice holy spring that suppresses the fire essence in advance, and then sit on the cold jade bed to absorb it. In this way, it is possible to reduce the level of cultivation required for the absorption of fire essence to the early stage of the acquired period. Although Huo Yanluo is only at the peak of the condensation vein, he has amazing aptitude. His compatibility with the fire energy has reached the 6th level. The limitation of the early stage of the acquired period is not a problem for him. Ice holy spring. Got. I've only heard of that kind of thing. It is said that a small bottle costs 50,000 to 60,000 true essence stones. It was used up just to let Huo Yanluo absorb the abyss fire several realms ahead of time. It's too extravagant. Don't complain. It's your fault for not having a good father. Besides, senior brother Huo's talent is there. Even if the same resources are allocated to us, can we afford it? I'm afraid we will be burned to death by the fire essence of the abyss fire. Alas, that's a human grade middle grade fire essence. I don't count on it in this life. My fake fire essence hasn't even been refined for 500 years. I'll be satisfied if I can have a human grade lower grade fire essence in the future. In the main hall of the Seven Mysterious Valley, the leader of the sword sect smiled and said to Huo Yanluo's father Huo Zuan, "Old Huo, you really spent a lot of money this time." He had known for a long time that Huo Yanluo had absorbed the fire essence, but he didn't know that it was a human grade middle grade abyss fire. Don't mention it. In order to let this useless son absorb the abyss fire, I have been tossing for more than half a year. Although Huo Zuan said dissatisfied, his smile clearly did not mean any dissatisfaction. Obviously, he was very satisfied with this son, especially this time he made a big splash in the general sect martial arts competition. Although it is still difficult to win the first place, it is easy to occupy a place in the top 5, and there is even a glimmer of hope to impact the top 3. For the weapon refining sect that does not focus on combat skills, it is quite good to have this result. I heard that Yanluo has the 6th grade fire essence compatibility, right? The speaker was the great elder of the sword sect. Huo Zuan's face was full of red light, and he showed a little pride. 6th grade middle level, not bad. Putting aside his family background, Huo Yanluo can absorb the human level middle grade fire essence with the cultivation of the peak of the condensed veins, which in itself also shows that he has amazing talent. If it weren't for his 6th grade talent, Huo Zuan's investment of more resources would be useless. On the ring, the flames burning on the puppet were difficult to extinguish. Mu Qianxue saw that the mechanical puppet had been burned for the most part. You know, the main material of this puppet is hard and fire resistant purple smoke wood, which will not burn, even if placed in the black iron magma, but it was instantly ignited by the abyss fire. As for the puppet's skeleton, it is made of genjin, which can be used to create human level top grade treasures. Even the joints that need flexibility are made of heavy black soft silver, but now it has been melted a lot. The power of this human level middle grade fire essence can be seen. Doesn't this mean that, if the treasures of many warriors are not protected by their true essence, they will be melted by the abyss fire? Huo Yanluo, right? I'll remember you. Mu Qianxue put the mechanical puppet that was mostly destroyed into the puppet pocket and stared at Huo Yanluo with a pair of vulture-like eyes. I admit defeat in this fight. Next time, I will get it back with interest. Huo Yanluo frowned and said coldly, "You are still so arrogant after losing. Who do you think you are? Humph." Mu Qianxue snorted and turned to leave the stage. Huo Yanluo wanted to say something, but suddenly found that Mu Qianxue was looking at him with a sneer, his eyes like a venomous snake staring at its prey. Huo Yanluo felt a chill in his body, but then he thought that he had the abyss fire, so he might not be afraid of Mu Qianxue. He burned his puppet and saw what he could do. Thinking of this, Huo Yanluo became more confident and looked at Mu Qianxue without fear. The puppet sect was the most protective of its own shortcomings. Huo Yanluo destroyed Mu Qianxue's 3 puppets, greatly weakening his strength. Mu Qianxue would get back for him. Huo Yanluo wins. As the referee elder announced, cheers rang out from the audience. Although many disciples of the weapon refining sect were somewhat jealous, they were convinced by Huo Yanluo's talent. Now that Huo Yanluo, as their weapon refining sect's direct disciple, had defeated a strong enemy, it was naturally worth cheering. Especially since the weapon refining sect had always been weak, this time they made a big splash, and they all felt a sense of pride. This final was really full of climaxes. Mu Qianxue and Lin Ming stole the limelight previously, and this time it's the turn of our weapon refining sect. Hey, with a human grade mid-level fire essence, senior brother Huo's strength has greatly increased. He should be able to suppress Lin Ming, Huan Xiaodi and Qin Wuxin. I just don't know how he will compare to Mu Qianxue and Jiang Boyan. Even if they can't beat them, they can still stay in the top 5 and fight for the top 3. Now our weapon refining sect has shown up. In the contestant area, Lin Ming touched his chin. He didn't expect that Huo Yanluo taking out a human grade mid-level fire essence caused such a sensation. It seems that the fire spirit and the thunder spirit are more precious than I thought. If I remember correctly, Mu Qianxue said that the grade of the purple dragon divine thunder is the lower earth rank. Fortunately, Mu Qianxue came to the 7 profound valley, otherwise I'm afraid that I can't use the purple dragon divine thunder. Now that Mu Qianxue is backing me up, I can do whatever I want. The stronger the strength I show, the more resources I will get. Lin Ming was thinking when he suddenly heard the referee announce the first match of the 6th round, Lin Ming vs. Jiang Lanjian. Jiang Lanjian? Lin Ming was shocked. He actually met Jiang Lanjian so soon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Lin Ming vs. Jiang Lanjian. Jiang Lanjian had not expected that the battle between him and Lin Ming would come so soon. He was looking forward to this battle. It can be said that among all the opponents, Lin Ming was the one Jiang Lanjian wanted to fight the most. It was not because Lin Ming was the strongest. In Jiang Lanjian's opinion, Lin Ming's strength was probably in the top 5, and he was fighting for the top 3. However, Lin Ming's understanding of the way of the spear made him feel nervous, and it was even better than Jiang Boyan's understanding of the way of the sword. Jiang Lanjian was looking forward to increasing his understanding of the way of the sword in the process of fighting with Lin Ming. Let's go on stage. I have been looking forward to this battle for a long time. I will go all out. Jiang Lanjian looked at Lin Ming with a fighting spirit. With a move of his feet, he appeared on the ring. Lin Ming also unfolded the golden peng breaking void body skill, and his figure appeared 10 feet away in front of Jiang Lanjian, as if he had teleported. All the audience held their breath and watched the duel between the genius of the way of the sword and the genius of the way of the spear. Compared with the battle between Lin Ming and Jiang Boyan in the future, the battle between Lin Ming and Jiang Lanjian is obviously more interesting because the strengths shown by the two are not much different. Maybe Lin Ming seems to be more popular at the moment, but Jiang Lanjian has not exposed his trump card. Qin Xingxuan subconsciously clenched her hands. Among all the seeded players, she had the most contact with Jiang Lanjian. After several close contacts, she could clearly feel the strength of Jiang Lanjian, and that feeling was even better than her teacher, Mr. Mu Yi. In other words, Jiang Lanjian is at least equivalent to a master in the middle stage of the acquired realm in Qianan country. Jiang Lanjian is only 19 or 20 years old, but her teacher Mu Yi is already more than 100 years old. This gap can be seen. Thinking of the scene when she accompanied her teacher to meet Lin Ming in Mingxuan more than half a year ago, Qin Xingxuan was filled with emotion. She never thought that the boy she met at that time would grow to be stronger than her teacher in less than a year. Jiang Lanjian shook the sword in his hand, and a sharp aura came out wantonly, as if he was standing on a towering mountain. The sharp edge of the sword energy swept across the world. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Ming could clearly hear the sound of Jiang Lanjian's sword energy piercing his momentum. Compared with Lin Ming's calm and steady momentum, Jiang Lanjian's sword energy was obviously more offensive. Shocking sword. Jiang Lanjian drew his sword, and the speed was unimaginable. His figure turned into a series of phantoms, and the sword light almost condensed into a thin line, hidden in the gaps in the air, and turned into invisible. It was highly compressed true energy, and the speed was so fast that it was terrifying. How to block it? Lin Ming's eyes focused, and the sword light also disappeared from his vision, but he still had perception, and the wind around him was conveying information to him. Golden peng breaks the void. Lin Ming instantly disappeared from the spot, and the floor tiles under his feet broke into pieces. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Lanjian turned around and struck out 36 swords in a row. Each of his sword lights was like a thin line, condensed to the extreme, and the materialized true essence was highly compressed in the sword energy, which was extremely sharp. Not only that, Jiang Lanjian's sword was also extremely tricky, and it was impossible to guess the trajectory of his sword, like an antelope hanging a horn, leaving no trace. Zhang Yan's Hao and the audience saw this scene and exhaled heavily. The true essence that Jiang Lanjian poured into the sword light was not strong, even very weak, but after being highly compressed, it was extremely sharp. His Blood King 3 kills attack power was indeed so powerful that it could shatter the ring with one knife, overwhelming the masters of the late stage of the acquired period. In terms of attack power alone, Jiang Lanjian was definitely not as good as himself, but the key was whether Jiang Lanjian's speed would give him this opportunity. Although the charging time of the Blood King 3 kills was very short, it still took almost a breath of effort. For a master, a breath was enough for many things to happen. At that time, Lin Ming was standing on the ring waiting for him to make a move. What would happen if Jiang Lanjian rushed to attack him at that moment? Thinking that he was facing the ubiquitous sword light of Jiang Lanjian, Zhang Yan's Hao secretly broke into a cold sweat. Through some hypothetical deductions, he found that once he was enveloped by such sword light, he would definitely lose. I underestimated the direct disciples of Qixuan Valley. I thought I could compete for the top 5. Now it seems that I can't deal with Jiang Lanjian alone. It's difficult to enter the top 5. Lin Ming's fighting style is similar to mine. He suppresses people with momentum. His weapon is heavy, and he is not good at speed. How can he block it? Jiang Lanjian's attack did not feel earth-shattering, but it was extremely fast and sharp. This was two extremes from Zhang Yan's Hao's attack. Zhang Yan's Hao couldn't think of any way for Lin Ming to block Jiang Lanjian's sword. Would Lin Ming's winning streak end here? The thought in Zhang Yan's Hao's mind at that moment was also the thought in the minds of most of the elders of the Seven Profound Valley. The sword sect was known as the strongest sect in the Seven Profound Valley, and it was not groundless. The way of the sword was sharp, treacherous, and fast. All of these were brought to the extreme in the hands of Jiang Lanjian. Lin Ming on the ring retreated more than 10 feet, and just when he retreated to the edge of the ring, and could not retreat any further, he fired a gun, which still contained the great power of heaven and earth. Facing Jiang Lanjian's sword, even if he used the Storm Pear Blossom gun, he could not catch up with the overwhelming sword light, but Lin Ming had another way to deal with it. When Lin Ming faced Zhu Yan, the opponent's sword was also extremely fast, but it was still blocked by Lin Ming. Zhu Yan fired 3 or 4 swords, and Lin Ming only fired 1 gun, relying on the strength of the training. The vast vibrating true essence directly swept away most of Zhu Yan's sword light. Jiang Lanjian's strength was naturally far beyond Zhu Yan's. The sword light condensed to the extreme was enough to break through the vibration of the true essence, but what if the power of the true dragon was added to the vibration of the true essence? At that moment, Lin Ming's true essence turned into pure blue. The endless blue true essence gushed out. Ding 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 ding. Jiang Lanjian's countless sword lights all poured on the spear light. At that moment, Jiang Lanjian only felt that his sword seemed to pierce a mountain. The true essence attached to Lin Ming's spear brought a heavy and steady vibration, and it was endless. No matter how condensed his sword light was, it could not pierce through. Bang bang bang. Jiang Lanjian's sword light was abruptly shattered. The vast blue and blue true essence like the tide continuously surged towards Jiang Lanjian. No matter how fast his sword light was, if there was too much, it would eventually be blocked by this vast true essence. If ordinary people used this method to defend, they would have been broken by Jiang Lanjian. However, Lin Ming's blue and blue true essence was endless and unshakable. This huge resistance made Jiang Lanjian feel that his sword was like a fish trapped in a quagmire, and its speed dropped greatly. My heartbeat? Jiang Lanjian was shocked. For a moment, he felt that his heartbeat rhythm was affected by the vibration like the tide. The blood in his body seemed to be flowing backwards, and the true essence in his meridians was completely disordered. What was going on? Question mark? Break. Lin Ming stabbed out again, and Jiang Lanjian hastily blocked the attack, retreated more than 10 steps, and the blood in his body rolled. Jiang Lanjian's face changed. Is it the power of vibration? Is it the artistic conception you comprehended? Artistic conception? Lin Ming was slightly startled. He comprehended the artistic conception of wind because of practicing Jinpeng Park Su, but he didn't understand the other artistic conceptions at all, and he didn't have time to comprehend them. Integrating King Kang's Yuan into the practice of strength like silk has a surprisingly good effect. He has only initially integrated the blood of the reverse scale. If the full power of the blood of the reverse scale is exerted, it will surely be stronger. No wonder the witch god calls the blood of the reverse scale the most precious of all the treasures in the witch god's holy land. The sudden change made the audience confused. They just saw Jiang Lanjian emit a sharp sword light, but was forced back by Lin Ming's shot. They didn't know what happened at all. Zhang Yan's Heo was even more confused. He thought Lin Ming might lose, but he didn't know why there was such a change. Elder Jiang, what happened just now? Not only did the audience not understand, many elders also failed to see the mystery. If you don't feel the power of vibration yourself, it is difficult to see it with your eyes alone. Elder Jiang is the great elder of the sword sect, and Jiang Lanjian was brought up by him. It's a state of mind. Elder Jiang said. The so-called state of mind is the application of a certain law of natural force. There is no doubt that Lin Ming's shot just now contained a law. It was this law that disintegrated Jiang Lanjian's offensive state of mind. A 16-year-old child can comprehend the state of mind and apply the law. This kid's comprehension is too amazing. Lanjian also didn't comprehend the state of mind, right? I comprehended it, but I'm not as good as the other party. Elder Jiang said in a deep voice. Jiang Lanjian's talent is already amazing. If Jiang Boyan is not more outstanding, Jiang Lanjian must be his direct disciple. Jiang Lanjian is much older than Lin Ming, and it was only under his own hands-on guidance that he barely touched the threshold of artistic conception. Artistic conception is the application of the power of law. The power of law is the original power of the universe. It is not easy to comprehend it. From this point of view, Lin Ming is much better than Jiang Lanjian. On the ring, Lin Ming pondered slightly. His vibration power, if it is really called artistic conception, it is not wrong. The strength of practicing silk can be said to be a fusion of the law of vibration and the laws of countless tiny units in the human body. The vast majority of warriors in Xianan continent don't even know that the human body is composed of countless tiny units, let alone comprehending these laws. Lin Ming, you give me too many surprises. Jiang Lanjian took a deep breath, and the true essence in his body quietly changed. His momentum also became erratic and elusive. Jiang Lanjian has already touched the threshold of the wind realm. Under the guidance of the sword sect's great elder, Jiang Lanjian has integrated the wind realm into his sword moves. Originally, this was his trump card, but now, he had to use it. In fact, even if he used the wind realm, Jiang Lanjian was not sure. Lin Ming was like a deep and unfathomable pool of water. It was impossible to estimate where his limit was. Wind realm. Jiang Lanjian's sword light suddenly dispersed from the initial condensation into a line, and the sword energy was like the wind, leaving no trace. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. The wind realm? Question mark? Can the wind realm be used like this? Chapter 272. Artistic Confrontation. Lin Ming has been comprehending the artistic conception of wind for a long time. The basis for his comprehending the artistic conception of wind is the top body movement of the divine realm, Golden Peng breaking the void. Golden Peng breaking the void was comprehended by a senior who watched the fight between the golden winged Dapeng and the true dragon, and spent 60 years in seclusion. The golden winged Dapeng is a wine-type divine beast, and can be said to be the ancestor of wind. From its body movement, the artistic conception of wind, that can be comprehended, its realm can be imagined. Lin Ming's comprehension is not particularly high, but it is definitely not low. For such a long time, although he has only comprehended some of the superficial aspects of Golden Peng breaking the void, it is not comparable to ordinary warriors in Xianan continent, and even many warriors who have studied the wine-type true essence cannot do it. This is determined by the difference in starting points. Lin Ming's starting point in the artistic conception of wind is ridiculously high. The disciples of the Seven Mysterious Valley will never be able to look up to them, even if they work hard all their lives, just like those civilian warriors will never be able to look up to them, even if they work hard all their lives. Although Lin Ming's realm in the state of wind is very high, he can only explore the application method by himself. Before this, Lin Ming only knew how to use a state of wind in body movements, but never knew that the state of wind can also be used for attack. I want to see how to use the state of wind to attack. This is a great inspiration for me. Lin Ming used his soul power, and Jiang Lanjian's every move was imprinted in his perception. Jiang Lanjian's sword seemed to be integrated into the air. The sword body could not be seen at all, only the sword light was flashing. Whoosh whoosh. The surrounding wind was attracted by Jiang Lanjian's sword energy, and condensed into a wind cyclone. The wind is blowing. The people in the audience felt the change in the wind direction in the air, and it seemed that all the airflow was converging towards the center of the ring. How is it possible? There is a protective formation on the stage, and Jiang Lan's sword's true essence should not have seeped out. Many disciples were puzzled. At this time, a disciple of the sword sect said proudly, "What do you know? Artistic conception is the power of law. Senior brother Jiang has mastered the power of law, just like standing on a peak overlooking us. This kind of power from the source is not something that a postnatal level protective formation can stop. The power of law can penetrate the postnatal level formation without a head-on collision." The disciples of the 7 Profound Valley and the disciples of the 16 martial arts families of the 36 countries were all extremely surprised. That was too abnormal. Can you ignore the formation after comprehending the artistic conception? How can the disciples of the formation sect fight against opponents who have comprehended the artistic conception? A martial artist from the 36 countries asked modestly. The sword sect disciple rolled his eyes at the disciple with disdain. HMPH, do you think that artistic conception is so easy to comprehend? This kind of power is too far away for you. Not to mention your 36 countries, even the young generation of our entire 7 Profound Valley. There are no more than one hand who comprehend the artistic conception. It is not difficult to use the formation to restrain the artistic conception. As long as the formation master himself comprehends the artistic conception, just add the artistic conception to the formation. No more than one hand. Hearing this number, many disciples present took a breath of cold air. The young generation mentioned here refers to disciples under the age of 26, not only including these people in this general sect martial arts competition, but also the geniuses of the previous martial arts competition and the previous martial arts competition. Altogether, no more than 5 people have comprehended the artistic conception. If this number is true, then Jiang Lanjian's comprehension is definitely at the level of a demon. If it weren't for the even more demonic Jiang Boyan, he would definitely be a direct disciple of the sword sect. The wind on the ring was getting stronger and stronger. When the airflow gathered to the extreme, Jiang Lanjian moved, and his body suddenly became blurred. King Feng Jusha sword. For a moment, the wind in the air seemed to stop. Jiang Lanjian thrust out his long sword, and 72 sharp sword ki mixed with wind blades pierced Lin Ming's face. However, his sword disappeared in the wind. Or, the wind in the sky was his sword. Lin Ming's eyes flashed, and his true essence was injected into the wind. The sword key turned into wind, and the wind was used as a sword. Is this the application of the artistic conception of wind? The long spear in his hand hummed, and the vibrating true essence whistled out. Lin Ming was about to block Jiang Lanjian's sword key. At this moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. Lin Ming had never expected that the first thing he faced was not the sword key released by Jiang Lanjian, but Jiang Lanjian's sharp eyes close at hand. Huh? Question mark? Lin Ming was shocked. His body movement was faster than the sword key. Question mark? Crack. The long sword drew a cold arc, and Jiang Lanjian's sharp sword key actually arrived in front of Lin Ming first, and stabbed out with a sword. At such a close distance, Lin Ming had no way of dodging the fast sword that was fused with the artistic conception of wind, and he had no time to raise his gun to block it. At the critical moment, Lin Ming put his palms together to form a knife, and blocked the sword tip of Jiang Lanjian with one palm. Block the sword with the palm. Crazy. Almost all the audience had this thought in their minds. The sword is different from the gun. The gun can be slapped on the gun barrel with the hand, but the sword has blades on both sides, and it contains extremely sharp sword energy. What's more, the person who drew the sword is a sword genius, Jiang Lanjian. Even a piece of black iron will be cut by Jiang Lanjian. Lin Ming doesn't want to use his hands. In a flash, the audience had no time to think carefully, and Lin Ming's hand had already slapped the sword tip heavily. The blue-green true energy surged out. The true energy vibrated, and waves rushed towards the sword tip like a tide. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Lanjian's sword was so sharp that his true essence was constantly cut, but King Kang's true essence was endless, and was not torn apart for a while. Jiang Lanjian was shocked, and was about to use his true essence to break Lin Ming's sword energy. At this moment, he suddenly felt the sword body tremble violently. Lin Ming's true essence actually rushed into his sword, and dispersed his sword energy. What? Jiang Lanjian was shocked, and drew his sword and retreated violently. At the moment he retreated, 72 sword energies rushed out from both sides of his body, and pierced Lin Ming. This was the sword energy he had sent out before, which was completely integrated into the wind. Now, the attacks were connected without any gaps, and he was simply overwhelmed. At this time, Lin Ming had just blocked Jiang Lanjian's attack. His old strength was exhausted, and his new strength had not yet been generated. He could not resist at all. Lin Ming shouted and retreated violently. At the same time, the green light protecting his body increased. The power of the evil god was activated. King Kang's true essence poured out without reservation. Puff, 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 puff. Although he barely avoided most of the sword energy, a part of the sharp sword energy containing the artistic conception of wind still pierced Lin Ming's body protection essence. Even though he activated the power of the evil god, the sword energy still pierced through the body protection essence and cut into his skin. However, after the transformation of the Wushan Tower, Lin Ming's physical defense was also abnormally strong. Blood oozing out, Lin Ming retreated dozens of feet and landed with 13 swords in his body. After being weakened by King Kang's body protection essence, the power of the sword energy was weakened by more than half. The depth of cutting into Lin Ming's strong body was less than an inch. For a warrior who has strengthened his bones with his essence, this can only be regarded as a superficial injury. Seeing Lin Ming standing on the ring, as if nothing had happened, all the audience opened their mouths wide. This is Lin Ming's body made of iron? Even if it is iron, it should be cut into pieces. He blocked the sword with his hand, but his hand was fine, and the sword was bounced away. He used his body to resist the sword energy, but only suffered some superficial injuries. What kind of perverted defense is this? You know, this sword and sword energy are all limited by Jiang Lanjian, and it is integrated with the artistic conception of wind. Exclamation mark. The sword sect's attack is the strongest in the entire Seven Profound Valley. Jiang Lanjian is the second genius of the younger generation of the sword sect. His sword energy can easily cut through black iron. Zhang Yan's Heo in the audience was in turmoil at this time. He imagined that he and Lin Ming exchanged positions. Facing Jiang Lanjian, who used the artistic conception of wind, he found dejectedly that he would definitely lose. Not to mention the 72 sword energies that came first and then arrived. He couldn't even block the first sword that Jiang Lanjian used. It was too fast. He didn't have the ability to block the sword with his bare hands. When fighting with Lin Ming, he slapped Lin Ming's gun with his hand, and his tiger's mouth was cracked. If he blocked Jiang Lanjian's sword, his hand would be gone. Is this the trump card Jiang Lanjian left behind? He actually comprehended the artistic conception of wind. If he hadn't met Lin Ming, how many people could block his ultimate sword skill? This Lin Ming is even more abnormal. Even such sword skills can't beat him. Who can stop him from winning? On the stage, Lin Ming stood with a gun in his hand and stared at Jiang Lanjian. The artistic conception of wind is so strange and changeable that there is no trace to be found. Jiang Lanjian is really a genius. He can integrate the artistic conception of wind into his attacks and body movements at the same time and create such a combination of sword skills. If I hadn't had many adventures in the Sorcerer God Tower, I would have been defeated by this sword. Jiang Lanjian alone is so powerful, then how powerful will Jiang Boyan be? I underestimated the geniuses of the Seven Profound Valley. After all, they are 3 or 4 years older than me. Jiang Lanjian's eyes were burning. Is the sword energy useless to him? Lin Ming's blue-green body protecting true essence is too strong. It seems that his own physical defense is also amazing. I really don't know what kind of body he is and how he trained that kind of blue-green true essence. Sword key is useless. I can only attack directly with the sword. Jiang Lanjian moved his feet and the artistic conception of wind rose again. Jufeng 7 swords. The sword light merged into the wind. This time, Jiang Lanjian chose to attack directly with the sword. Without the weirdness of the sword energy, Jiang Lanjian's attack was much clearer. Lin Ming urged King Kang to vibrate his true essence and disperse Jiang Lanjian's attack with one shot. However, although the attack was repelled, the sword energy remained. The sword energy that merged with the artistic conception of wind could not be dispersed at all. No matter the knife, sword, or gun, it could not cut the wind. The two fought fiercely together, and the fight became faster and faster, but Lin Ming's heart became clearer and clearer. The wind will never dissipate, so the sword energy will not be dispersed. I understand the artistic conception of wind in the attack. Let me really experience how to integrate the artistic conception of wind into the spear moves. In the moment, when he crossed with Jiang Lanjian, Lin Ming's spear turned into countless phantoms, rainstorm of pear blossoms. In basic spear techniques, no move is more suitable for displaying the artistic conception of wind than rainstorm of pear blossoms. The spear light merged into the wind, invisible and invisible, and the true essence surged. The wind on the ring turned into countless sharp blades and pierced Jiang Lanjian. The sudden change made Jiang Lanjian groan, and his figure retreated quickly. He suppressed the restless blood in his body and looked at Lin Ming in disbelief. Is this the artistic conception of wind? Impossible. Jiang Lanjian's words were clearly transmitted to the ears of the audience, and all the audience looked dazed. The following is free. Let me tell you something. Recently, many brothers have complained that 2 chapters a day is too slow, and Can also wants to be faster. After all, my income is directly linked to the amount of updates, especially since I'm a full-time author. Of course, I want to write more, so that I can be more financially comfortable. However, writing this section is actually quite laborious. Every game must be carefully arranged, and every move must be carefully thought out. In fact, although it seems that the plot has progressed slowly since Lin Ming's fight until now, if you think back, everyone will find that the highlights of each of Lin Ming's games are different, and no game is repeated. When arranging these chaotic moves, it is easy to forget some things, or there will be bugs and imbalances in strength. Can has to slowly consider and sort out these things. Finally, all Hy-Vee users who have subscribed to the book also have free evaluation tickets, which can only be voted for this book. Brothers and sisters, if possible, cast a free full score evaluation ticket to Wuji, which will add 2 points to the active index, and the red heart will turn into a diamond, which will look better. Thank you everyone. Chapter 273 Stealing the Master. Jiang Lanjian was shocked. Just at that moment, Lin Ming had clearly used the state of wind, and it was faintly higher than his state of wind. It was as if he had touched the origin of wind. How could this be possible? The entire arena was silent. After a few breaths, noisy discussions broke out. Lin Ming also understands the state of wind? How could this be? The disciples of the sword sect of the Seven Profound Valley, who had previously explained to the people around them how difficult it was to comprehend the state of wind, felt unable to accept this fact. In the entire generation of the young generation under the age of 26 in the Seven Profound Valley, there were no more than one person who comprehended the state of wind, and they all comprehended it after the age of 19 or 20. Lin Ming was only 16 years old, and was born in the 36 kingdoms. Under whose guidance did he comprehend the state of wind? Could it be that he learned it by himself? Haha, you said that our disciples of the 36 countries could not comprehend the artistic conception of wind. How about now? The disciples of the 36 countries around felt proud. They had been despised by the guy in the middle with the tone of big city people talking to country people. They had been angry for a long time. However, they did not understand what the artistic conception of wind was before, let alone whether Lin Ming had comprehended it. They could only shut their mouths and listen to others bragging. Now, they can finally return the favor. It's just the state of mind of wind. Even 5 of the disciples of Qianxue Valley can comprehend it. What's so great about it to Lin Ming? Maybe Lin Ming hadn't comprehended the state of mind of wind originally. He comprehended it after seeing Jiang Lanjian display it. Comprehending such a thing is just a matter of half an incense stick for Lin Ming. Yes, that's right. Otherwise, why did Lin Ming drag on for so long without ending the battle? He must want to comprehend the state of mind of wind from Jiang Lanjian. A disciple's sudden idea immediately received a lot of recognition in their minds. Although the state of mind of wind sounds very powerful, for the nearly omnipotent Lin Ming, it's almost done with a sudden realization. It's nothing at all. Hearing this spread, the disciples of the sword sect of Qianxue Valley laughed bitterly and were too lazy to argue with them. Do they think the state of mind of wind is cabbage? Eat it if you want. In the main hall of Qianxue Valley, several elders felt that they couldn't accept it for a while. They had seen geniuses before, but they had never seen such a genius. He actually comprehended the artistic conception, as if there was nothing that Lin Ming couldn't do. The great elder of the sword sect shook his head helplessly. Lin Ming not only comprehended the artistic conception of wind, but also reached a very high level. It's a pity that Lan Jian also used the artistic conception of wind as his trump card. I didn't expect that he was just showing off his skills in front of an expert. Shi Zongshan remained silent. Jiang Lanjian was already a genius among geniuses, and the artistic conception of wind was also enough to be a killer. Unfortunately, Jiang Lanjian's opponent was Lin Ming. Looking at the amazed expressions on the faces of these elders, Mu Qianxue's smile became more and more intense. She felt that Lin Ming was simply an inexhaustible treasure, always able to bring new surprises to people. If things like the purple dragon god thunder can be obtained by chance, and personal cultivation can be improved by natural materials and treasures, then Lin Ming's own understanding of the artistic conception of wind and the way of the spear, as well as his martial arts, would purely rely on his personal understanding and martial arts heart. No chance could help him. A man who has achieved amazing results in the 4 major aspects of spear, artistic conception, martial intention, and soul power. At the same time, his personal cultivation is the best among his peers, and he also has a high-grade thunder energy compatibility. He has absorbed the purple dragon divine thunder with only the bone forging stage, and it is suspected that there is the blood of ancient wild beasts in his body. Lin Ming's existence is simply beyond common sense. Mu Qianxue thought in his heart, even Qianxue doesn't fully understand Lin Ming. Lin Ming is better than Qianxue thought. Such a genius, my Shenhuang Island will not let go. On the ring, Jiang Lanjian sighed. Lin Ming, your talent is the only one Jiang Lanjian has ever seen in his life. I'm afraid that I have already lost this duel, but I will not put down the sword in my hand until the last moment. Jiang Lanjian said, and the sword tip shook, pointing directly at Lin Ming. Okay, I also want to fight with you. Lin Ming laughed. Jiang Lanjian's words were exactly what he wanted, and he needed to continue to comprehend the artistic conception of wind in the competition with Jiang Lanjian. A stunning sword. Jiang Lanjian drew his sword again, and the wind howled. Lin Ming's spear moves also merged into the wind. With the blessing of the wind realm, Lin Ming's spear speed reached a terrifying level. There were only bursts of sharp spears breaking through the wind, and the sky was full of spear shadows. If you insist on saying that Lin Ming's spear skills have any weaknesses, it is that the attack speed is slow. In fact, this cannot be considered a disadvantage. Spears are originally heavy weapons, and they emphasize using momentum to suppress people, and using force to break tricks. It is impossible to use speed to the extreme like a sword. So when Lin Ming faced Jiang Lanjian's overwhelming sword like before, he could only rely on vibrating his true essence to block it. But now, with the blessing of the wind realm, his spear is not necessarily much slower than Jiang Lanjian's sword. Ding 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 ding. In just a few breaths, Lin Ming and Jiang Lanjian didn't know how many times they fought. The spear and sword collided, but Lin Ming's speed did not fall behind. Even the surrounding wind began to listen to Lin Ming's orders more, condensing into wind blades to attack Jiang Lanjian. The elders in the Kixuan hall were more and more shocked. They had seen that Lin Ming had a high level of understanding of the wind realm, but now they found that they had underestimated him. In the continuous battle, Lin Ming's wind realm became more and more mature, and it was far beyond the reach of Jiang Lanjian. I can't imagine how he comprehended it. The great elder of the sword sect sighed. Lin Ming's wind realm was incredible, making the 1200 Jin heavy Zuan soft silver spear keep up with the speed of the sword. Why do I feel that? Lin Ming seems to be constantly improving in the battle. Have you noticed that Lin Ming is imitating Lanjian's moves? Huh. An elder said something inadvertently, and everyone in the room was shocked. Jiang Lanjian's stunning sword can hide the sword body in the wind, and Lin Ming also hides the gun body in the wind. Jiang Lanjian condenses the wind blade to attack, and Lin Ming does the same. Jiang Lanjian allows the sword energy to merge with the wind. As long as the wind does not disperse, the sword energy does not disperse, and Lin Ming also integrates the gun light into the wind, which is everywhere. He is learning the moves of Lanjian. Oh my god, could it be that he didn't comprehend the state of mind of wind before, but comprehended it in the fight with Lanjian? Impossible. No matter how talented he is, he would not be like this. He must have comprehended it a long time ago, but he didn't have a master to teach him, so he only relied on his extraordinary understanding to comprehend the state of mind of wind, but didn't know how to apply it to attack. Now he has found inspiration from Lanjian, and the state of mind of wind he comprehended without a teacher is much more than Lanjian. This young man is too terrifying. On the ring, the winner was already clear. More than 90% of the wind power was dispatched by Lin Ming, and Jiang Lanjian could only mobilize less than 10% of the wind power. Bang! After taking Lin Ming's attack, Jiang Lanjian retreated more than 10 feet away. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he put away the long sword in his hand and said, "I give up." "Thank you." Lin Ming clasped his fists. He didn't say accept politely, but thanked him. Naturally, he was thanking Jiang Lanjian for teaching him how to use a state of mind of wind in attack. The memories of the mighty and the divine realm were extremely fragmented, and there was rarely a complete system. Although Lin Ming had comprehended the artistic conception of wind, he lacked the ability to apply it. If it weren't for Jiang Lanjian, he would have been left with nothing. Lin Ming wins. As the referee elder announced, many of the 7 mysterious valley disciples gasped, and Jiang Lanjian was defeated. Qin Wuxin, who had mastered the Qin heart, and Huo Yanluo, who had mastered the fire essence, could the two of them stop Lin Ming's winning streak? Lin Ming turned around and left the court, and his eyes happened to meet Jiang Boyan's. In the chaotic crowd, Jiang Boyan's eyes were like 2 sword beams, and it was hard not to notice them. Jiang Boyan smiled slightly, and Lin Ming also smiled back, but his heart was slightly trembling. Although he won against Jiang Lanjian, Lin Ming was not at ease. In this battle, except for Thunder Fire Kill and Purple Dragon God Thunder, he used all his trump cards, including King Kang Zenyuan, the artistic conception of wind, the power of the evil god, and the training force. He used all his moves, but he was still injured. Jiang Lanjian's ultimate sword skills were too strong. It was not that Lin Ming did not want to dodge, but that he could not dodge. It can be said that, if he had not learned from Jiang Lanjian, and used the state of wind in the attack, taking away Jiang Lanjian's control over the wind, it would not be easy for Lin Ming to win this battle. Now, seeing Jiang Boyan smile, Lin Ming suddenly remembered that from the beginning of the game to now, he had never seen an expression of astonishment and panic on Jiang Boyan's face. In addition to Jiang Boyan's sword heart, it was probably because of his absolute confidence. Whether it was seeing Mu Gubuayu's Rangyuan realm, or seeing his endless trump cards, or Huan Eluo's shocking fire spirit, Jiang Boyan was always calm. That was the feeling of everything being under control. So, what was Jiang Boyan's trump card? What was he relying on for his confidence? Jiang Lanjian, the second disciple of the sword sect, was already so powerful. As a direct disciple, where would Jiang Boyan's strength limit be? Lin Ming exhaled heavily. He found that, if he faced Jiang Boyan directly, he would not have much chance of winning. The attack power of the purple dragon divine thunder is unquestionable, but the battle is not about who has the stronger attack power. In terms of attack power, Jiang Lanjian is not as good as Zhang Yan's Hao. But Zhang Yan's Hao can't beat Jiang Lanjian. Because before he used the Blood King's 3 kills, he had already lost. Then can he beat Jiang Boyan with only the purple dragon divine thunder? The purple dragon divine thunder is strong, but if it can't hit Jiang Boyan, it's meaningless. And will Jiang Boyan's sword be slower than the purple dragon divine thunder? Can he dodge it? After some deductions in his mind, Lin Ming found that, as long as Jiang Boyan's sword is faster than a certain realm, and then comprehends a realm other than the realm of wind, he will lose. In addition to the purple dragon divine thunder, Lin Ming also has thunder and fire kill, but thunder and fire kill is not necessarily much stronger than the purple dragon divine thunder, because of the weakness of the fire spirit, and it consumes a lot of energy, and is slow to start, so it is not as practical as the purple dragon divine thunder. I still underestimated the direct disciples of Kixuan Valley. With Jiang Boyan's talent, he should be good enough to be placed in a 4th grade sect. Besides, he is 3 years older than me. Chapter 274. The protagonist of the times. Jiang Lanjian returned to his seat, silently looking at Lin Ming, and said to Jiang Boyan beside him, Lin Ming may join the sword sect. If nothing unexpected happens, he may become the first disciple of the sword sect in the future, or even the first person of the younger generation of the 7 Profound Valley. Maybe. Jiang Boyan replied indifferently. Aren't you worried? Jiang Lanjian turned his head and looked at Jiang Boyan, as if trying to find something from the other's eyes. What am I worried about? I'm worried that he will take your position and resources. You are now the most promising young person in the 7 Profound Valley, and the first genius of the sword sect in 100 years. Before this, the main sect and the sword sect were almost training you at all costs, but if Lin Ming comes, Jiang Lanjian was telling the truth. 99 out of 100 people would have this worry. The resources of the 7 Profound Valley are limited. Jiang Boyan laughed. Snatch my resources? Haha, Lanjian, do you think a top-level Zuandan realm expert can be created with resources? Jiang Boyan said this, and Jiang Lanjian was stunned. Yes, resources can create an Ingmei warrior, a postnatal warrior, and even if you don't hesitate to spend dozens of Rushan Dan, it is enough to create a congenital master, but the real Zuandan master, I have never heard of anyone who relied on resources to create it. Even for these so-called geniuses, it is extremely difficult to reach the Zuandan realm. Jiang Boyan said, if a warrior is counting on getting more resources from the sect, then his martial arts heart has fallen behind, and such a person will not achieve great results. I'm a swordsman, and I only believe in the sword in my hand, not the resources provided by the sect. What's more, Kixuan Valley is just a 3rd grade sect. In terms of resources, who can we compare with? Can we compare with Shenhuang Island? Or compare with Peacock Mountain? In the condensing vein stage, we are all geniuses, and our strength is comparable to that of the masters in the middle and late stages of the acquired realm. It sounds amazing, but in fact, those acquired masters who are surpassed by us will only be acquired for their entire lives. They will not step into the innate realm. When we enter the innate realm, those who compare with us will all be innate masters. When they were in the condensing vein stage, they were geniuses among their peers just like us. We are all geniuses. If we are lost in the crowd and cannot stand out, then what can we use to impact Zuandan? My goal is very clear, that is to pursue the ultimate sword. I'm not afraid of someone becoming my competitor. On the contrary, I'm afraid that no one will become my opponent. If there is really a peerless genius who is the best in Cheyenne continent and appears beside me, then I will catch up with or even surpass him, and I will become one of the protagonists of this era. Jiang Boyan spoke with an air of looking down on the world, and Jiang Lanjian was also slightly excited. Jiang Lanjian himself had very good qualifications, but for Jiang Boyan, his senior brother who was about the same age as him, but always one step ahead of him, Jiang Lanjian was convinced. He said, "Senior brother is right. For a swordsman, having a strong opponent is something he can't wait for." Since the battle between Lin Ming and Jiang Lanjian, the competition has temporarily quieted down. In the 6th round, there was no match worth noting. In the 5th match of the 7th round, Zhang Yan's Hao faced Fang Qi. Fang Qi set up the 9-turn green light formation, but was torn apart by Zhang Yan's Hao's Blood King triple kill, and Fang Qi was defeated again. Fang Qi was helpless. The formation sect was a positional war, and Zhang Yan's Hao's attack power was one of the best among all the players in the field. He was simply a super turret. In front of the Blood King's ultimate move, Heaven and Earth Collapse, his 9-turn green light formation was as fragile as an eggshell. In the 3rd match of the 8th round, Zhang Yan's Hao faced Jiang Lanjian. In terms of attack power, Zhang Yan's Hao was naturally better than Jiang Lanjian, but no matter how strong his attack power was, it was useless if he couldn't use it. Jiang Lanjian's sword energy condensed into thin lines, and his true essence was highly compressed. In an instant, dozens of swords were released, and the sword energy was like a weave, dense like a net. This highly compressed sword energy was extremely sharp and difficult to be worn away. Jiang Lanjian didn't even use the state of wind, and he had already beaten Zhang Yan's Hao into a mess. His sword was like a poisonous snake, and it stabbed Zhang Yan's Hao's true essence weak point every time, not giving Zhang Yan's Hao a chance to condense his true essence. Zhang Yan's Hao couldn't use his strength. Facing the dense sword energy like rain, he was overwhelmed and was hit by the sword energy continuously. He wanted to attack Jiang Lanjian, but he could only shatter shadows one after another and couldn't even touch the corner of Jiang Lanjian's clothes. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Yan's Hao sleeves and trouser legs were all cut by the sword wind. It was obvious that Jiang Lanjian was holding back, otherwise he could even cut off Zhang Yan's Hao's hands and feet. With a sigh, Zhang Yan's Hao put away his knife. It was meaningless to hit him again. Jiang Lanjian had already given him enough face. It would only be humiliating to hit him again. I admit defeat. Thank you. Jiang Lanjian clasped his fists and turned away. Although he had drawn his sword many times, he did not consume any true energy at all. On the contrary, Zhang Yan's Hao was already panting after slashing out a lot of true energy with his sword. The gap was too big. Before fighting with Jiang Lanjian, Zhang Yan's Hao guessed that he would most likely lose, but he didn't expect that Jiang Lanjian would beat him without even using the state of wind. They are not even on the same level. Yan's Hao deserves to lose. The Zhang family elder could only sigh. When Jiang Lanjian and Lin Ming fought, he could not feel Jiang Lanjian's strength. Now compared with Zhang Yan's Hao, the difference in strength is too obvious. Zhang Yan's Hao could not even force the opponent to reveal his trump card. It is hard to imagine that Lin Ming actually beat such a strong man without any chance of fighting back. In the 10th match of the 8th round, Jiang Boyan faced Mu Qianxue, the second disciple of the puppet sect. This was a match without suspense. Not to mention that Mu Qianxue had lost 3 puppets. Even if all his puppets were intact, no one thought that Mu Qianxue had a chance to win against Jiang Boyan. Jiang Boyan did not even use his sword, but only used his sword finger to break Mu Qianxue's body protection essence. Jiang Boyan wins. When the referee announced, the audience gasped. Although Mu Qianxue's fighting power was greatly reduced, he was still the second disciple of the puppet sect. The puppet sect was not a weak sect. Their second disciples were even better than the direct disciples of the array sect and the refining sect. This could be seen from the battle between Mu Qianxue and Hoyan Luo. At first, Mu Qianxue beat Hoyan Luo without any chance to fight back. If Hoyan Luo hadn't suddenly used the fire essence, Mu Qianxue would have won. Such a powerful Mu Qianxue couldn't even force Jiang Boyan to use his sword. The gap in strength was too big. Too strong. Jiang Boyan hasn't used his sword in the whole battle until now, but he has swept all opponents with just his sword fingers. The sword sect is originally the strongest sect in the Seven Profound Valley, and Jiang Boyan is the most outstanding disciple of the sword sect in the past 100 years. His strength has exceeded our imagination. Putting Jiang Boyan aside, Jiang Lanjian's talent alone is comparable to that of the sword sect's previous disciples. Among the 7 disciples this year, half are not as good as Jiang Lanjian. It can be seen from the battle when Jiang Lanjian defeated Zhang Yan's Heo. He won without even using the state of mind of wind. That's right, Jiang Lanjian will lose to Lin Ming, only because Lin Ming is too strong, not because Jiang Lanjian is weak. I think Jiang Lanjian will be in the top 6 this time. As for Lin Ming, there is a chance that he will be in the top 3. When Jiang Boyan walked down the stage, he saw Mu Gubuayu looking at him with a strange laugh. Jiang Boyan and Mu Gubuayu were undoubtedly the most popular candidates to win the competition. Yang Ming, who had performed brilliantly in the last competition, was completely outshined by them this time. Jiang Boyan, you are very capable. I want to see how long you can hide your sword. Jiang Boyan defeated the second disciple of the puppet sect without even using his sword, which made the puppet sect lose face. This made Mu Gubuayu very unhappy. Jiang Boyan smiled and said, "It won't be hidden for long, but you'd better not worry about me. It's better to worry about yourself. If you fight Lin Ming, your toys might break." Lin Ming? Do you think I'm as useless as that Jiang Lan sword? Mu Gubuayu sneered. Jiang Boyan, let's fight. I hope you still have a trump card. Otherwise, you won't even be qualified to force me to use my full strength. Jiang Boyan just smiled and stopped talking. Mu Gubuayu, who had reached the Rangyuan realm, was indeed a strong enemy, but he felt that Lin Ming was a greater threat to him. The first match of the 9th round, Huan Xiaodi vs. Mu Gubuayu. When the petite Huan Xiaodi stood on the ring with a smile, the audience thought it would be a fierce battle. Even Lin Ming wanted to take this opportunity to see more of Mu Gubuayu's strength. Unexpectedly, after the referee announced the start of the match, Huan Xiaodi smiled and said very straightforwardly, "I give up." The audience was speechless, and Lin Ming was also extremely speechless. Even Fang Qi, the worst of the 7 direct disciples, fought against Mu Gubuayu symbolically, allowing Mu Gubuayu to show his Rangyuan realm. Huan Xiaodi was at least much stronger than Fang Qi, but she didn't care about the face of a direct disciple at all, and gave up directly at the beginning. The audience was inevitably disappointed that they didn't get to watch a wonderful match, but their disappointment soon passed, because another heavyweight match began. The third match of the 9th round, Lin Ming vs. Qin Wuxin. Qin sect has always been a very low-key sect in the Seven Profound Valley, with not many people, but Qin sect's disciples are not weak. On the contrary, their attack methods are strange and difficult to deal with. Qin Wuxin is also very low-key. People only know that she is young and has already achieved the great success of Qin Heart, but not many people know how strong she is. Lin Ming also knows nothing about Qin Wuxin, but he roughly understands the significance of the great success of Qin Heart. At the beginning, Qin Zia took the heaven entering pill to impact the Xianshan realm when he was at the peak of the acquired realm, but because of his Qin Heart, he failed. Then Qin Zia traveled through the deep mountains and valleys and spent a full 10 years to practice Qin Heart to the great success. Qin Zia was originally a Zither player, and his attainments in the way of Zither were outstanding. If he hadn't practiced too late, he would have stepped into the Xianshan realm long ago. But even so, Qin Zia spent a full 10 years to practice Qin Heart. Compared with Qin Wuxin, the gap is so big that it is shocking. Chapter 275 Sonic Attack. The fight between Lin Ming and Qin Wuxin made the audience excited. Qin Wuxin was a popular figure in Qixuan Valley. Among the 7 direct disciples, there were only 2 women, Qin Wuxin and Huan Xiaodi. Compared with Huan Xiaodi, who was petite and looked like a child who had not grown up, Qin Wuxin, who had a graceful figure, was more popular. Many Qixuan Valley disciples had already regarded Qin Wuxin as their dream lover. Qin Wuxin, a disciple of Qin sect, please teach me. Qin Wuxin stood quietly on the stage, dressed in white, with a graceful figure. Because of her great success in Kingxin, she had an indescribable light and ethereal temperament. She calmly took off the long zither on her back, waved her long sleeves lightly, and the long zither floated in the air, as if it was placed on an invisible stone platform. The audience's cheers for Qin Wuxin continued like a tide, but Qin Wuxin just sat quietly playing the zither, not affected at all. Lin Ming of Xianan Nation, please teach me. Lin Ming immediately activated King Kang Zenyuan to protect his body. Lin Ming knew very little about Qin Zhang's attack methods, so it was better to be careful. As the referee announced the start of the game, Qin Wuxin moved his 10 fingers, and a fresh song like mountain streams flowed out from the strings. The music was soft, but Lin Ming felt a trace of Zenyuan contained in the music, shaking the entire competition arena. Although Lin Ming was confident in himself, he would not let Qin Wuxin play this weird music like this. He clearly remembered that in the first round of the battle, Qin Wuxin just plucked the strings a few times casually, and Jing Chanayu's earth-type protective shield exploded into slag like frozen brittle glass, but Qin Wuxin did not release any extra Zenyuan, so Jing Chanayu didn't even know how Qin Wuxin attacked. This Qin Zhang girl is definitely not an ordinary person, but because she is indifferent and low-key by nature, she has not shown her talent until now. The heavy and soft silver spear lay horizontally, and Lin Ming thrust out a spear, pointing directly at Qin Wuxin's chest. The King Kang true essence roared, the endless power of the true dragon, and the vibration power of the training force. The two forces overlapped, making Lin Ming's seemingly ordinary spear extremely difficult to resist. Even if Jiang Lanjian was here, it would take some effort to continue. Qin Wuxin turned his fingers, picked up a string with his little finger, and suddenly let go. An invisible sound wave flew out like an arrow and hit the tip of Lin Ming's spear. ZHI. Lin Ming only felt a high frequency vibration true essence drilling into his heavy and soft silver spear, and violently collided with his King Kang true essence. Both contained powerful vibration power. After the collision, a sharp whistle sounded, like a sharp knife scratching through glass. The protective light curtain did not isolate the sound, so that many weak disciples around had to cover their ears and retreated palely. One note blocked my shot? Lin Ming was slightly surprised. At this time, although the King Kang true essence contained in the heavy profound soft silver spear was not dispersed, the vibration force had been offset. Even if this shot continued to stab, it would no longer have the previous attack power, unless Lin Ming charged up and stabbed again. Qin Wuxin just sent out a sound wave and actually blocked his attack. This method of resolving is much calmer than Jiang Lanjian. However, Lin Ming knew that Qin Wuxin could do this not because Qin Wuxin was stronger than Jiang Lanjian, but because of the vibration contained in her sound wave. It is similar to practicing strength like silk. Sound waves are actually the vibration of air. When the true essence is infused into the sound waves, the true essence will naturally vibrate with the sound waves, and the frequency of the vibration can be changed arbitrarily with the height of the sound waves. My King Kang true essence didn't lose, but Lian Li Rusi lost to Qin Wuxin's vibration power. Qin Wuxin's musical notes couldn't disperse the endless King Kang true essence, but they could offset the vibration of King Kang true essence. This made Lin Ming secretly shocked. The Lian Li Rusi passed down by the great power of the divine realm had many missing parts. Lin Ming perfected and deduced the practice method of Lian Li Rusi by himself through comprehending the body broken bone fist. His realm progressed very slowly in the past 6 months. Now, Lian Li Rusi actually lost to Qin Wuxin's vibration piano sound. The audience saw Qin Wuxin force Lin Ming to retreat with a single note, and their momentum suddenly soared. Many of Qin Wuxin's supporters shouted desperately to cheer for Qin Wuxin, hoping that she could end Lin Ming's winning streak. Qin Wuxin turned a deaf ear to the chaotic and noisy voices in the audience. She was slightly surprised by the brief fight just now. Her vibrating piano sound has always been invincible. Vibrating piano sound can penetrate defense and destroy the essence. When Qin Wuxin went out to practice Qinzin, she encountered many high-level beasts with armor and strong defense. She only needed one note to kill them easily. But now, a piano sound hit Lin Ming's spear, but it didn't even shake off the opponent's true essence. It just barely offset the opponent's attack. No wonder Jiang Lanjian lost to him. Qin Wuxin raised her sleeves lightly, and a clear sound came from the strings of the piano, hitting Lin Ming directly. Sonic wave attack, invisible and intangible. By the time you hear the sound, you have been hit. Facing this invisible attack for the first time, Lin Ming was also caught off guard. The Mu Qianxue essence outside his body was violently agitated. Lin Ming groaned, retreated several steps, and his blood and ki in his body rolled. What a weird attack. If it weren't for the Mu Qianxue essence protecting the body, an ordinary true essence shield would probably be shattered with just one note. However, even the Mu Qianxue essence can only withstand 2 or 3 attacks in a short period of time. If it is more, it will explode. At that time, Lin Ming will have to face Qin Wuxin's sound wave attack directly. Although Lin Ming's body is strong, no matter how strong he is not as strong as a high-level beast. Even a high-level beast will collapse when exposed to a sound wave attack. The result of Lin Ming's body protection true essence can be imagined. Qin Wuxin frowned slightly. A clear sound was actually received by Lin Ming, as if nothing had happened. The opponent's defense was so strong that it exceeded her imagination. 10 fingers moved in a row, pressing, trembling, kneading, and pushing, and a series of clear sounds whistled out, all invisible and intangible attacks. Seeing this scene, even Liang Ming in the contestant area had his eyelids twitching slightly. Qin Zhang's attack method was very strange. Even if he was facing Qin Wuxin on the stage, he would have a headache in this situation. The attack was invisible and intangible, and it was difficult to dodge. Moreover, any sound wave contained a strong attack force. If hit, the internal organs seemed to be shattered. I want to see how Lin Ming would respond. At this time, not only Liang Ming wanted to know, but the elders of the 7 Mysterious Valley were also watching Lin Ming in the hall, expecting how he would respond. Obviously, this was the first time Lin Ming faced Qin Zhang's opponent, otherwise he would not have been hit without any reaction when facing Qin Wuxin's attack just now. In the hall, an old woman was smiling. She was the leader of Qin Zhang, and also Qin Wuxin's master. In the past few years, Jiang Lanjian's popularity has been too great, completely overshadowing other direct disciples, and he is known as the first genius of Jianzhang in the past 100 years. Jiang Lanjian is indeed a genius, but Qin Wuxin is also a rare genius in Qin sect. It's just that she has lived in the valley for many years to practice Qin heart, so she is unknown. At the age of 18, she has achieved great success in Qin heart, which is rare in the history of Qin sect. Ding ding ding. The clear sound of the piano is like a stream passing over stones and pearls falling on a jade plate. Lin Ming has experienced a sonic attack once, so how could he suffer a loss again the second time? The powerful soul force penetrated into the air, and the artistic conception of wind was opened. After all, the sonic attack is sound, and sound needs to be transmitted through the vibration of the air. Lin Ming integrated his perception into the wind, and through the information transmitted by the wind, he keenly controlled the murderous intentions hidden in the air. At the moment when the sound wave attacked, Lin Ming moved, and it rained pear blossoms. The heavy and soft silver gun integrated with the artistic conception of wind increased its speed several times more than before. One note after another was accurately pierced into pieces by Lin Ming. HMM. The elders who had been paying attention to the competition all showed disbelief in their eyes. Sound attacks are invisible and intangible. Most warriors facing warriors who use sound as a weapon can only close the distance with the opponent at all costs and fight in close combat. If they can rush to their side in one breath, they will basically win. After all, sound warriors are rarely good at close combat. If you attack sound warriors from a distance or just defend, you are basically waiting to lose, because it is difficult to detect the attack trajectory of sound. Now seeing Lin Ming on the ring, every shot accurately shattered a note without missing a single one. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Especially those female disciples of Qin sect. They looked like they had seen a ghost. They knew clearly how strong Qin Wuxin was. Of course, Lin Ming was not weak either. If Lin Ming rushed to Qin Wuxin's side in one breath and defeated Qin Wuxin, they would not be too surprised. But the opponent had no intention of getting close, but just resisted Qin Wuxin's attack. They have been in Qin sect for so many years, but they have never seen Qin sect disciples fight like this. Is this Lin Ming a bat? Sound attacks are invisible and intangible. How did Lin Ming catch Qin Wuxin's attack? An elder asked in disbelief. The artistic conception of wind. Shi Zhongshan said slowly, sound must be transmitted through the wind. Lin Ming caught every note through the artistic conception of wind and then responded quickly. However, to do this, you must have a strong soul power as a foundation. Among all the disciples present, I'm afraid that only Lin Ming can do this. Shi Zhongshan was right. Even Jiang Lanjian did not have this ability. Although he was also proficient in the artistic conception of wind, he was too weak in terms of soul power. He could not extend a large amount of soul power into the wind and sense the rhythm of the wind. The person in charge is confused. I don't know what this Lin Ming is thinking. Since he can block the sound wave attack, why doesn't he rush to Qin Wuxin inside for close combat? An elder shook his head slightly, thinking that this was probably the first time Lin Ming faced a Qin sect warrior, and coupled with his lack of combat experience, he did not think of this. Shi Zhongshan remained silent. Lin Ming was indeed young, but it would be wrong to think that he lacked combat experience. The fact that Lin Ming could instantly think of using the wind state of mind and soul power to break the piano sound attack was enough to prove the problem. Lin Ming would give up the opportunity to attack at close range, so he must have other plans. But he didn't know what his plans were. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.